today on Divorce Court.
We're in court today because we lost communication. He won't interact with the children. He won't interact with me, but he has time for the cell phone and for his video games.
When I'm trying to come on to her, trying to have sex with her, she rejects me and pushes me away, and I feel like she has someone else on the side.
I'm at a point where I'm not sure whether I want to continue to work on my marriage or if I want to leave and go in another direction.
I want the judge to get down to the bottom of our marriage.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Janisha Doss and Deontay Lewis. The two of you have been married for 4 years, together for 7 years, correct?
Correct.
And you've been here before, because I remember y'all. You were here for Save My Marriage. I had some things to say. Apparently you didn't listen, so we're back. And I want to see what we saw last time. When you date a child, this is what you get. He's not mature enough to handle a family and a wife. He hasn't got it together enough. That's why he gets angry all the time. He's watching porn. He's doing what a 22-year-old does. If you're going to dip down into the kiddie zone, you got to be prepared to raise him a little bit. Mr. Lewis, once you decide you get married, once you decide you have children, your days of being childish are over. Grow up, get a clue. You bought this on yourself in favor of Mrs. Doss. It is so ordered. Dipped into the kiddie pool. Ms. Doss, what happened since I last saw you, and why are you back again?
When we left, we did some counseling. Deontay got better with the porn and took care of that, and he even sought out therapy for anger. But what brought us back before you today is Deontay is not pulling his weight as a husband or as a father, and he's still getting angry over things that he shouldn't be.
What's wrong now?
What's wrong now is that Deontay has a problem with me having time to myself. He recently got injured at work, and I've been his nursemaid and everything to everybody in the house. And so I asked about maybe a weekend or spending a one night at a hotel. He has a problem with that.
He got hurt at work.
Yes.
At work.
Please highlight that.
At work.
Yeah,
I mean, the
highlight
last
that.
time you were here, he wasn't working. So hurt at work.
That's a big progress, isn't it?
Why you mad about it?
I'm mad about it is because he takes advantage of the situation. Like right now, when he first broke his ankle, I was in charge of grocery shopping, caring for the kids, bathing him, and doing all of that, and I was fine. As he started getting better, he started getting lazier, and it wasn't like, oh, I need you to do this because I'm hurt. It's, I need you to do this because I don't want to get up and do it myself.
I got it. Now, Mr. Lewis, let me ask you this. And this happens to people. People get used to not doing stuff. They get used to getting taken care of. Did you, at some time, not on purpose, but get used to being taken care of, and you don't want to let it go?
No. I'm independent. So whether if I'm hurt or not, I try my best to get up, move around, spend time with the kids, get our child, help do the dishes, clean up.
Stop. Now, tell me what it is, how you contribute to the household, broken ankle and all.
I get up, I help do the dishes every now and then. You know what I'm saying? When she starts to cook, every now and then I'll go in there, just to keep her company and,
Every now and then I keep her company when she cooks.
Every now and then.
Oh my goodness.
Just talk to her, and things like that. Or whatever, just so she won't.
If you ask somebody what they do during the day and they have to say 3 times, I get up,
that's all they're doing is getting up.
They're not doing anything. Mr. Lewis, let me tell you why she's upset with you. She's upset because you haven't taken on any tasks and responsibilities. Every once in a while, I is a person who is just dipping. They're not doing. And a woman or a man who's in a relationship wants to be able to say, hey, this individual has got this taken care of. If you think companionship in the kitchen while she's working is taking care of business, you don't know what the business is. That's all I'm going to say to you. Having said that, Mr. Lewis, what is your primary complaint about Ms. Doss?
My primary complaint is that she complains too much and she's easily triggered.
Like easily triggered. What does she do once she's triggered?
Like, she'll just snap and shut down. Like, say, as far as, we were supposed to went to the laundromat. You know, I had a couple dollars and we were supposed to went to go wash. So I bring up the fact, okay, you know, how about this week we go and wash, you know what I'm saying, and get our clothes clean. So when I bring it up, she gets an attitude and be like, and oh my God, and all this other type of stuff, because all she want to do, you know, is just lay down and, you know, just sit and chill. And it's we have to go and watch because we got to have clean clothes.
Does she not?
At home.
Yeah, at home, but it's a full-time job. Yeah. And she does all the cooking, right?
Yes.
Because you only keep her company while she cooks, so we know she does all the cooking, right?
And I got kids to keep me company.
And she's got, what, a 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, an 8-year-old? I mean, she's working. So all she does is lay down could not be true.
How would he
Now,
eat?
Ms. Dawes, let me say this. Your primary problem with him, other than lazy, is he's not making any money. But he had a job at the lumberyard. Can you give him a little room and credit for that?
Yes, I give him credit for that. I was making his lunches for that job that he was going to and making sure that he had what he needed. I cook and clean. I make money, too. I do whatever it is that's necessary. I make sure the paperwork is done, because some things, you know, he don't understand when it comes to whether it's job paperwork and things like that. It's just that he's not appreciative. He feels like I have to do the things that I have to do, and it's not because I love him that I'm doing it. And as far as me cooking, that's a full-time thing. Cleaning the house, that's a full-time thing. Right. You could come there anytime and the house is clean. And with that many children, a lot of people cannot say that.
Right. But it's not just you.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, do you contribute meaningfully to those things, like cleaning the house and take care of the children?
I bought. Nah, I know she loves to cook. That's one of the things that she told me. She loves to cook. So she wants to start a cooking business. I bought her a flat top electric stove. She complains about.
So she can get out there and cook, make some money.
Yeah.
You went out and spent a whole hour.
And so
helping her work. How dare she?
How dare you?
How dare she?
The hell? You know what I'm saying? And so she gets.
Okay, I think I have got this issue fairly buttoned up. I know what's going on. So now I want to move on and talk about your opposing parenting styles.
I try to back up her play. It all depends on what they do, and it's like this talking about this is not gonna work. You see what they just did? They just lied to you right to your dang face.
And so do you.
Do you feel like he backs your play? Mr. Lewis, you're only 24 years old, and I've got to say that's a lot of children to be responsible for. Do you find it overwhelming, and do you feel maybe you're a little bit out of your comfort zone dealing with so many children?
A little bit, because, you know, for me being 24, you know, and I work, it's like I'm extra tired. You know, when I come off of work, that becomes another problem in our marriage, because she feel like I don't spend enough time with the kids because I'm tired. I don't spend enough time with her because I'm tired after work. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get up at 5 o'clock in the dang morning.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I catch the bus.
And
you know what I'm saying?
Hang on, let him finish.
And so, you know, she homeschooled the kids. You know what I'm saying? She does a hell of a job with the kids.
Yes.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? She does a hell of a job with the kids. You know what I'm saying? So,
do you feel like that you're backing up her play, or you have a different way of dealing with them? Or do you disagree with her?
I try to back up her play. It all depends on what they do. And it's like, I just okay, this talking about this is not gonna work. You see what they just did. They just lied to you right to your dang face.
And so do you.
Do you feel like he backs your play?
No.
No, she don't.
No,
so I don't care though.
Because if it's a situation, any situation, for the majority of the part, he has a problem with. And I don't always talk. I do take away things, like they're not allowed to go play, you know, do certain things.
And so they be in their room just playing and clowning.
His problem is that I'm not aggressive enough. But being aggressive does not always work. Being aggressive out in the street could get you arrested. Being aggressive at school could get you suspended. There's a lot of things that aggression does not solve. And if you're not going to find a different way to do it, then the way you're doing it is not working either. So we can both sit here and point fingers all day, but what we need to do is try to figure out how to fix it.
Okay.
But in the street, though, you got to be tough. You can't be out here in this world and just, just try to talk out the problem. You have to have some type of heart, some type of toughness in you, especially with boys.
Mr. Lewis, I understand what you're saying. Let me say this about boys. You don't teach aggression, you teach self-confidence, and that's different. Self-confidence doesn't come when somebody's angry and yelling at you. Self-confidence doesn't come from that. That doesn't teach them to be hard and tough on the street. That teaches them to be uncontrolled and as uncontrolled and angry as you are. You are uncontrolled and angry in here. That's what the problem on the street is. The problem is everybody's out toughing one another. Nobody's thinking and nobody's talking. So I just want to say that. But I'm gonna move on from there, and I want to talk about your concerns about his disappearing and not being available. Why do you think he was cheating on you when he leaves like that? What makes you think?
Because he gone, like he working a job. Like, where do you have to go until 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning?
Is there any truth to her concerns that you might have had a situation with another woman? Ms. Doss, you say Mr. Lewis disappears a lot and you believe he's cheating on you. Why do you believe that?
Because he'll take something minor, and even when the argument is over, that'll be his reason to leave. We got into it over the stove.
Oh, man.
Now, this stove that he in here bragging about, oh, I bought it, blah, blah, blah. So he burnt something on it. And then instead of moving from that eye and cleaning it and moving on, he continues to cook on it. Now he's boiling stuff, and then he's doing all of this. And I don't know how to take care of it yet. So yes, I get upset because I'm like, you're not gonna clean that off? And he like, well, I am. Just instantly trigger. I can't even be upset about something I appreciate that you got me, and you're being careless with it. Mm-hmm. And so that turned into an argument. So the argument was over. He went in one room, I went in another room, and then the door closed. That was at 9. About 12, because I give him his space, about 12, 12:30, start texting, where are you? Because he's not outside.
When did he come back? What time did he get back?
3 o'clock.
3 or 4 o'clock in the morning?
3 o'clock that time. Then last time we got into it over a situation with the kids. That argument was over at 9. He left out at 11 and didn't come back till 4.
Okay. Why do you think he was cheating on you when he leaves like that? What makes you think?
Because he gone, like he working a job. Like, where do you have to go until 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning? Okay, but I bet you if I did
when we get into it, I don't want to be in the same house as her.
I get that. You're angry. It's all loud. And you want to leave to get your head together.
Yeah. And
okay.
So
is there any truth to her concerns that you might have had a situation with another woman? The smile says yes, so cop to it so we can move on.
Basically, I met a girl, I met her, she seen me at the park, and we started talking, and one thing led to another, and that's how that happened.
It became a sexual situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
all right.
Long story short.
Thank you for the truth.
No problem.
And you found out about it?
I did today.
Yeah.
I did today.
I thought you already knew.
Oh, no, ma'am. No. It was just a thought. Just a thought, but evidently I was correct in what I was thinking.
So you didn't actually know, you just thought he was, yes. And you revenge cheated just in case. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Tell me what you did.
I met up with an old friend of mine. We exchanged phone numbers. We've been talking. We've been out a couple of times. And I have not been sexually active with him. I have an emotional affair because I'm attached to him. I care for him.
So why you don't give me none then?
stop.
Who would want to? But, you know,
Plenty
that,
of them.
you know,
Besides you.
I guess at the park, trifling.
You damn right.
No.
All right. We're done with this conversation. Now I'm going to move the ball forward, hopefully back onto the playing field. Much of what I want to say will echo what I said before. You didn't hear me last time, so I'll try to say it differently this time. Maybe I'll get somewhere. You're looking for a man where a boy exists. And the way to get a guy to level up is not to holler at him. The way to get the guy to do better is not to become angry and get an attitude. I understand he's frustrating as all get out. I'm frustrated. Been in here 15 minutes. I want to leave right now. I get that part.
But I love you.
No.
Okay.
He's childish. He's annoying. He doesn't know how to behave like a man. He doesn't know how to take it up a level and show up with as much as he can for the woman that he loves and as much as he can for the children that he's in charge of. What he does is he does whatever's comfortable for him at the time. You knew this, and I know you knew this because I told you.
Yeah, you did.
And you cannot ignore the truth of the matter just because you like the idea of having him. Because the idea of having him will soon get very old. That's what I'm telling you. Mr. Lewis, I asked you to grow up. You chose not to. You have 2 children now. You don't have any options other than to grow up. You 2 are going to have to pay. This is a Save My Marriage. I think that's the most absurd thing I ever heard. I think that you are not looking to level up. I think that you are looking to get away with as much as you can within the context of the circumstances that you are in, but to do no better than you have to do. That's going to frustrate the living daylights out of her, and you 2 will always be angry with one another.
I don't agree with that.
So I know you don't agree, but then again, you're here for a second time with an angry woman, an unsatisfied life, a whole lot of children, no money. So I've got a happy life, a couple of quarters, and no need to ask for counsel. So if you want to get better, the first thing you have to do is acknowledge what's wrong and then listen to somebody who knows more. If you put your ego before that, better never comes. So I don't know what to tell you. I can't help you save your marriage. Counseling won't do you any good if you're not looking to listen, if you're not looking to grow up, if you're not looking to be a better person. All the counseling in the world isn't going to do you any good. I'm going to send you back to one, but I'm going to say the same thing I said last time. You bought this problem by picking up a little boy and expecting him to act like a man, and you stayed a problem because you never turned into a man. How sad is that? This matter is adjourned.
It's like, why keep coming if it's not gonna work? If we're not learning anything, we're not moving forward, or we're moving forward and taking 5 steps backwards. That, I feel like it's no longer worth it, and I'm not willing to waste the time or energy.
Just skip it. You know what I'm saying? There's no need to even still stay together. Like I said, co-parent is better. She go her way, I go my way, and we'll be good.
Today on Divorce Court.
Anthony shows me a lack of affection in public. I hope it's not because he's embarrassed. I'm definitely more comfortable in my skin than Anthony. I want Anthony to know that I'm very serious, because at the end of the day, I'm your ride or die. He needs to wake it up, or else I'm out.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Brooks Kelly and Anthony Plumey. The 2 of you have been together for 6 years. Things are not going well at this juncture, so you've come to see me to help you out. So, Mr. Kelly, I'm going to start with you. Tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here today.
I'm here to get some help with Anthony. We met on Facebook 6 years ago. We were intimate pretty fast. I felt that, you know,
when you say pretty fast, what do you mean? Because this is divorce court. You know, 5 minutes in.
I think it was like around 11 minutes. But
What was your sense about Anthony when you first met him? What was he like?
seriously shy, not as talkative, nervous.
Did you
total
like that
opposite.
about him?
Yes, because it's an opposite of me. You know, I'm outgoing. I'm loud. I'm obnoxious. You know, so he definitely is that.
The yin to your yang.
He definitely is.
Mr. Plumey, what did you first think when you first met Mr. Kelly?
I thought he was sexy. He had a nice personality.
And
he's great.
did he scare you a little bit? Because right now he's not. He's pretty calm and quiet. But from what I read here, I mean, he can come into the room like an explosion. Was he loud and like woo? Or did you like that about him?
I like about him. He's loud. He's talkative. He's not shy. He's a great guy.
And he's a great guy. So what seems to be the problem, Mr. Kelly?
The problem is that we don't have a good communication barrier.
Okay.
Our communication is off. Like in front of people, we're amazing, you know. But when
In
we're
front of people, you're amazing. What do you mean?
amazing,
you look
meaning
good
like
as a couple?
Yes, like they take us very serious. Our friends and family, they definitely look at us towards what they want in their relationships.
Right.
But when we're at home and we're dealing with just me and him, you know, there's a lot of things that he's not giving me that I feel empty in.
Name something he's not giving you
His attention.
that you want. Attention. Is he not touchy-feely? He won't hold your hand? Is it he won't have affection in public? No PDA, and you like PDA?
I
Get
love
specific.
PDA. I'm all about it. When we're in public, I feel like sometimes he's not as affectionate with me. You know, he's not on the side of me. When we walk in a room, we're a couple. I wanna come like Beyonce, you know, the kind. Like I wanna have that man in my life. And when we walk in a room, people know that we're a couple.
Boom, here we
Always,
are.
everywhere.
Well, where is he when you walk in a room?
Good question.
Well, you said in here that he's walks 6 feet behind you. Is that right?
Yes.
Not really?
No, it's right.
Is that true?
No, I'm not comfortable. He's comfortable being gay. I'm not. Because when I first found out I was gay, I only told my mom. Mm-hmm. My mom was okay with it. When my dad found out I was gay, he was upset. He was mad at me. Mm-hmm. We don't talk that much because of it.
Right.
Because I'm gay.
Right. So you understand that he's uncomfortable with being gay and that he's not you comfortable with it, out and proud and loud and it's all good and everything, and him not so much, so he has to be brought along a little bit.
I hear you. But that's just an excuse. We've been together for 6 years.
Get over it already.
Exactly. I haven't met his dad, you know, so that person hasn't affected me in our life other than all the family and friends that we have now. And they all love him. Like, in my family, I made sure that when I took him serious, they all knew how serious he was. He's my ride or die, everything, forever. And, you know, I want to marry him someday. But it's just sometimes I do get hurt, you know, when, you know, because at the beginning I was on drugs. I was homeless. My mom had just passed away, so I was going through a lot of stuff. And when he came into my life, he definitely was that yin to my yang, you know. He pulled me out of drugs. I no longer do drugs. I've been 5.5 years clean. Like, you know what I mean? And that all has to do with him, you know. My own willpower, but if I didn't have somebody solid like him in my life.
That support that you needed to make that move.
Yes. And, you know, we have a good life now. I just feel sometimes that he's not being serious with us.
Why do you think he's not being serious?
I'm all in. I'm ready. You know,
Tell me about the last huge argument you had.
We were out with our family and cousins and all dressed up beautifully and ready to do this. One of my cousins, who I'm not gonna say her name, but he treated her as if he was his girlfriend, as if he was straight, as if he was ready to have kids, and all. Holding her purse, pushing out chairs. He don't push out chairs for me. So, I mean, yes, I shouldn't be like that. I know I have him at the end of the day. But to see that being done for somebody else, it bothers, it hurts my heart. Like, it breaks my heart.
Were you all boyfriendy with a relative of his and kind of over the top with it?
He just exaggerated. Like,
You were just being a gentleman.
Yeah, just being a gentleman.
You weren't really worried, were you, Mr. Kelly?
I wasn't worried that he was gonna leave me. I'm very confident that he loves me. It's just I was bothered and hurt that the fact that he was treating somebody else exactly what I want to be treated. You know, even if we've been together for 6 years, I'm your princess from beginning to end. Boom.
Right.
You know the kind, yeah.
There you go, right. Yeah, I think I see what the issue is there, I really do. And I'm going to talk about that momentarily, but before we do, I want to talk about the nomophobia in your relationship.
Fully focused and immersed in his phone, something we said we wasn't gonna do, and he didn't even hear me, like he wasn't even listening. That hurt my feelings so much.
So did Mr. Kelly go through a lot of work and trouble making a special day, and you had your nose in the phone?
Yes, I love my phone, that's why.
Mr. Kelly, you say Mr. Plumey is nomophobic. Now, Joe, do you know what nomophobia is?
Do I want to know?
It's not as bad as some things you might be thinking of. Okay. Nomophobia is, and this is a real syndrome, the fear of not being near your mobile phone. I had to look it up myself.
Same here.
65% of people sleep with or near their phone, and some of y'all might be doing it. And 34% of people have, check this out, answered their phone during sex. Mr. Kelly, you say Mr. Plumey is a nomophobic. Tell me why you believe that.
Every day, every other day, every single moment, he's on his phone. When he doesn't have his phone, you should see him bust out in cold sweats and get nervous and be like, where's my charger? Every day is an issue with his phone. He has to have his phone.
Mr. Plumey, are you all wrapped up in the hardware?
No, I might be addicted to my phone. I'm just on social media, but I'm not like him saving naked pictures, going on sites, chat rooms, talking to straight guys, married guys.
And I got that, and I'm gonna talk to him about that in a minute. But are you are you addicted to your phone? Does it bother you when you don't have it? I think I have the definition of nomophobia up here. The symptoms: panic attacks, dizziness, shortness of breath, nausea, sweating, elevated heart rate, trembling and chest pain if you're not near your phone. Anything like that happening to you?
All of the above, Judge.
Nah, I know of.
Signs of nomophobia: compulsively checking the phone, hearing phantom sounds, sleeping with the phone, checking your phone the moment you wake up. Can't go anywhere without your phone. Does any of that sound familiar to you?
Yes, I may be doing that.
Yeah. When you see it written down, it's like, so like if I were to take your phone from you for a whole day, what do you think would happen?
Probably be distraught. I don't know what I would do.
You don't know what you would do. We know what would you do. Your concerns, however, is how he uses his phone. Are you talking to other guys?
No,
Are you going on porn sites? Are you looking at other dudes? Are you doing things that would make Mr. Plumey insecure?
I'm just really looking. I'm not talking to any guys. I'm just browsing pictures.
Just browsing.
You know, just browsing. But I am not talking to any other guy.
Give me an example of a time where Mr. Plumey's attachment to his phone was just ludicrous or caused a problem in your relationship.
Okay, one day we were going around the island, and it was just me and him. We had the cooler filled, we had goodies, we had lunch, we was ready to do this. I was enjoying the moment with him. We already said before we leave, no phones. Like, we, put them in my bag.
We're not gonna do that, right.
Yes. So while I'm driving and I'm talking, like looking at charcoal, we're passing Waimea, talking, thinking that he's in the moment with me. I turn around, what are you doing? Fully focused and immersed in his phone, something we said we wasn't gonna do, and Like, he didn't even hear me. Like, he wasn't even listening. That hurt my feelings so much.
So did Mr.
mad.
Kelly go through a lot of work and trouble making a special day, and you had your nose in the phone?
Yes, I love my phone, that's why.
You see how he talks about his phone? But yet, can you say that you love me just sporadically like that?
But
well, you broke out in a way bigger grin when you talked about the phone than you did when you talked about Mr. Kelly.
There's something wrong there.
He think I love my phone more than him, but I don't do that.
Yeah, well, I saw that grin when you talked about your phone. Now I want to talk about another issue altogether. You say you feel invisible when the two of you are out together, and I want to figure out what that means. I understand that he exchanged numbers with an ex in front of you. Tell me how that went.
We met one of his exes. The exes, he took a picture of the ex, and after that, he gave the number to him and said why he had that number. He said for future reference.
You say you feel invisible when you guys go out together, especially when you're going partying. You told a story about him putting dollars in guys' G-strings and whatnot. Why don't you tell me what happened that evening?
We was at the club with friends.
Right.
And I was up. He was downstairs, and I saw him giving money to a G-string, to a go-go boy.
To a Coco boy?
Go-go boy, like a stripper.
Oh, a go-go boy.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Coco, something else I didn't know. A go-go boy. Mr. Kelly, what do you have to say about that? That bothered Mr. Plumey.
One, yes, a go-go boy. He has to pay rent, and that's his job. So I was supporting his, supporting his bills. But what is more worse, that night was a fabulous night. Where he was all night with me, never on my side. He tells me invisible because, yes, my personality, all my friends, and my family, this and that, but I make sure that he my king, and they know that. So if he wants to, enjoy all this, the kind, when you're in my presence, it's your presence, too. Mm-hmm. The kind, I always think of him. And that night was so amazing, where he was in the corner. Every time I told you, come, baby, come dance with me, let's get, lit, let's get twerking. No, none of that. None of that for me, though. Yeah. None of that. He's still over there just by himself while I'm over here dancing. So I told myself, because the go-go boy was looking at me, he was serving me. He was like, I'm gonna give him some money. I'm gonna pay his bills. The kind, if he show me affection, I never go over there and started making out when we already had sex or anything. I just went on there, danced with him. He was making that money.
Right. Is that what happened, Mr. Plumey?
No, it didn't.
No. What happened?
This guy.
We went outside, and I started yelling at him.
He did. In
really?
front, and we're at Scarlet. It is one of the top, busiest gay clubs in Hawaii. And
he was fronting on you in front of the best
in front of my
gay
family,
club
in front of my
out
cousins.
there.
Yes. I was hurt and upset because he realized that I would have never done that if he was with me, dancing with me, and I wouldn't have been looking at him instead of you in the dark corner over there. Why are you all the way over there? Mm-hmm. Come in the light.
Come in the
That's
light
all.
with you. I got you. I understand that he exchanged numbers with an ex in front of you. Tell me how that went.
One day we were at the mall. We met one of his exes. The exes, he took a picture of the ex, and after that, he gave the number to him and said why he had that number. He said for future reference. If future reference means that he's going to leave me for this guy?
Baby.
What's up with this?
Mr. Kelly, what's up with that?
I didn't do it on the cover. He was there with me, so it's it was mutual. I saw him, I was like, hey, we're still friends, cordial friends. My heart is to you. You already know when we have that kind of stuff, the kind, I ride it that way, we're always together. I would never do that. I did that in front of him, and for reference, yeah, he has a great job and he knows me in my working environment. So yeah, I would like to have some good people saying good things about me to get jobs that'll further my career, whatever.
Gotcha.
But he always sees it because of my past, yes. I've been with a lot of men and women, okay? And, he always gives me strife for that. He always brings it up. It's He always thinks about it because he always thinks I'm gonna do that. Yet every day I prove him through my family and friends and everything that he's the one.
I gotcha. I think I know what's going on here, and I'll give you my best advice. Y'all tickle me. Mr. Kelly, I thought it was all going to be you. I thought you were going to amuse me. I thought you were going to be funny. But Mr. Plumey got a few in there. Undercover, you know what I mean? He came alive there for a moment. I know why you love each other. You provide him with that need he has to break out of himself, to break out of his shell. It's easy to put you forward. Why he comes in behind you is because he can't get in the room at all, and he needs you to go first. It's not that he's denying you. It's like you're clearing the way so he can get in there for you. That's part of the reason that he loves you. He loves you because you're so comfortable with who you are and what you are, and the fact that you've decided to love him, he finds that very freeing and enabling. So don't feel like he's ashamed of you. His volume is a little lower than yours. That's all. And Mr. Plumey, he loves you because you're who you are, but don't let him step too far out in front of you, so you lose him. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have to get outside your comfort zone. If you're going to get uncomfortable for somebody, you get uncomfortable for the man that you love. So if he's out there, you know, running every once in a while, just screw up your courage and get out there with him and enjoy that larger and more dynamic life that he brings to you. You know what I'm saying? Because he wants you out there having fun with him. And you're going to find, after a time, you're going to start to enjoy it. Because you're a great couple. The yin and the yang, you're loud and proud, and you're quiet and soft, but a wonderful combination. So I wish you both the best. That hair is just beautiful. What?
I also beg him for sex.
Well, hold on.
She was just giving us...
We should have talked about that a little while ago. Don't make him beg. It's not cool. This matter is adjourned.
A lot today by the judge. You feel invisible. I didn't know that. You know, I'll definitely not make you feel like that anymore. You know, I'll be more open to that.
I'll feel about my phone. I will not go on my phone that much. I will try.
Sounds
but
good.
it will take time.
You better promise.
I will.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here today because my dog has come between me and my girlfriend.
I gave PJ the ultimatum, or the dog or me.
I chose the dog.
I was so upset that she chose the dog over me.
LaWanda has a bad temper. You can't say anything to her without her ready to fight.
She said, when you threaten me, I'm gonna tase you.
I would like to continue our relationship.
I don't never want to see that dog again.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Peggy, PJ Jackson, and LaWanda Jackson. You two have been together for 5 years, but you do not want to be together anymore. There has been an interloper in your union. Ms. Jackson, I'm going to call you, since you're both Ms. Jackson, I'm going to call you PJ and you LaWanda. You okay with that?
Yes, ma'am.
PJ, why don't you tell me what happened?
Well, it started with my dog, Duffy.
What kind of dog is Duffy?
Duffy is a 24-pound West Highland White Terrier.
Oh!
Yeah, that's
I'm a
Duffy.
dog person. That ain't cute. Very, very cute.
Okay, so we weren't living together, but I was living in Augusta. She was living in Atlanta. I decided to move from Augusta to Atlanta to be with her, and I told her before I moved that I wanted to get a dog. Mm-hmm. And she said, okay, you can have one dog. So about 6 months into, after we moved in together, 6 months in, I got Duffy. And ever since I brought him into the house, her whole attitude changed toward me. Every time the dog would move, like would get on the couch, she would throw things at the dog to make him get off the couch.
You throwing stuff at Duffy?
No, I didn't. PJ loved the dog more than she loved herself.
you know. And she just went to the extreme with the dog. You know, the dog done start eating out of the plate that we eat out of. You watching the dog in the sink that I wash dishes out of. And it was just too much. She just went to the extreme with the dog.
But it was just your attitude, your whole attitude.
Tell me, what was her attitude towards the dog?
She's saying that I could get the dog, but when I brought the dog in, it was like, why did you bring this dog here? Well, that's what we agreed on. Mm-hmm. Okay, but she said, no, I didn't agree to that. You didn't tell me that you were going to get the dog then, because I didn't tell her that that day that I was going to get the dog. We were sleeping in the same room, but because of Duffy likes to get into bed, she doesn't want him to get into bed. Well,
sleep in the bed. That's right. Sleep in the bed.
So I moved out of the room to go.
He's not a human being. He's an animal.
Hold up, PJ.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me you got a dog, didn't quite tell her about it, and let the dog sleep in the bed, and she says, I don't want the dog in the bed. I mean, I talk about
there's too much going on. That's just too much.
You know what I mean? You know, if she don't want her in her personal space, you actually moved out to sleep with the dog as opposed to her.
And she know how I feel about the dog.
And don't you think that's a little deep?
It's a little deep, but it's just
she loved the dog. Just be honest. Tell the truth. You love the dog. Say it.
Yeah,
I love the dog.
Okay, but her attitude is what makes me not want to sleep in the same bed with her. How she treated me.
Yeah, because you want to
give me an
put the dog in the middle.
Give me an example of what she's done. She's already said you wash the dog in the kitchen sink. She said that already. What else do you do?
If I go to work and I call her and I say, okay, can you just let the dog out for me? She's like, that's your dog, that's your responsibility. We're supposed to be partners in a relationship. But another thing with her is she has her things that she likes to do. She likes to go out, she likes to party, she likes to spend time with her friends and stuff.
Yes, I do.
And and my dog is my comfort. So her friends are her comfort, my dog is my comfort. So I enjoy being, and I don't see why do you want me to give up the dog?
Like animals? Is that it?
I don't like animals, but I don't mistreat them. Mm-hmm. You know, I go along with it. Just like when she's at work, she call and say, "You gonna take my dog out?" I said, "Yeah, PJ, I take the dog." I goes in the room and open the door. I said, "Come on, Duffy, you want something to eat to go out?" Duffy look at me like, I said, "Guess what? You wait on PJ to get home, cause I'm not gonna do it." So when she come home, she said.
Well, kind of like a dog doesn't understand if you say, hey, do you want to do this? You can say, come, and they'll do that. You don't tell the dog to come. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. But this dog ain't like, he got normal sense. When I goes in there, and I try to be nice. I say, hey, Duffy, you want to go out there? I said, you want to go out to use it?
He's scared of you. You keep throwing things at him. If you keep throwing things at him, will you
throw things at Duffy?
Yes, I throw my keys at him because I come home from work and he's on my couch in the window. And look like when I walk up, they open the door, look like the dog will jump down and take out run. He just laying like that, this PJ couch. And I say, and I throw something at him.
I think you're inferring a whole lot of attitude that the dog really doesn't have. I mean, like, dogs don't, I'm on this couch like it's my, no, a cat maybe. Cat will give you attitude, but not, dogs aren't like that.
Not only that, he brought a cat in the house. Tried to make me think I'm crazy. My blood pressure went up sky high.
So what happened when the dog brought the cat in the house?
No, the cat was in my bed. When I walked in the room and turned the light on, the cat was in my bed. I went to screaming and hollering, ran to PJ, a cat in the house, cat in the house. PJ looked at me, oh, ain't no cat in here, like I'm crazy. I know I saw a cat. I know what I saw. I saw that stray cat outside that be in everybody's yard.
In your bed.
We got into the argument about me feeding the dog out of the plate. Right. And she she had a frying pan. She was going to hit me with a frying pan.
When I pull up.
But we had it was a friend of ours in the house that took the frying pan from her, so she couldn't get
Well, tell about the taser.
LaWanda, did you threaten her with a frying pan because the dog was eating out of the plate?
Yeah, I threatened her with the frying pan because she had a taser. Every time we get into it, she walk around with the taser and say, I'm going to tase you.
You got a taser?
Yeah, tell the truth. Tell her about the taser.
Threatening to tase people?
Well, okay, that's to keep her off of me. They call her Bull. Her nickname is Bull. Now, why do you think she has that nickname?
I do not know.
Because she likes to fight and raise hell. So when she gets mad...
Oh, like the Raging Bull, the movie.
Yeah, like a bull.
I like to race with you.
But where's all that anger coming from? So one thing...
Did you buy a taser specifically to get her off you?
I did.
So I told you, what I tell you, if you tase me and I go down, you better pray I don't get up.
Now, LaWanda, let's take a minute. Now, I think I understand what the problem is with the dog. I think we got a little anger issue over here.
Okay.
The taser, I do not think was a good resolution, but we'll skip that for right now. I understand, PJ, that LaWanda goes out a lot, she's partying, and you feel like that's happening too much. So I want to talk about that.
Why didn't you tell me all this before I moved from Augusta to Atlanta to be with you?
You loved me.
Okay, I love you.
You still love me?
Do you love me?
Do you love me?
But
look at me right now. Look at me right now. Look at me in my eyes and tell me you don't love me.
I'm talking to the judge right now.
No.
So, PJ, I understand that you say you made the ultimate sacrifice by going to move with her, but she's not affectionate and she's always partying with her friends. Why don't you tell me about that?
Okay. I'm the romantic type. I like to give back rubs. Don't even look like that.
LaWanda, hang on. Go ahead, PJ.
Give me a back rub. PJ, massage my feet. PJ this, PJ that. I try to accommodate her. On special occasions, I buy her gifts, jewelry, birthdays, Christmas. I'm over the top.
What does she do?
I might get a I love you every now and then. She's not affectionate at all. I don't feel that deep bond or affection that I feel like should be in our relationship. When I make special plans sometimes to go out, she forgets all about me. She goes out with her friends. Her friends, I don't believe, really care for me because we are in a gay relationship, and they feel like LaWanda. They ask. I know one particular person asked her, "Is that really what you want? Are you sure that's what you want?" And I think she's confused. Really, when we were together, was that really what you wanted? Was that really what she wanted?
LaWanda, you heard what she just said about the lack of affection, and she's concerned if this is really the kind of relationship you want to be in. What do you have to say about that?
I don't want to be in a relationship. No.
You what?
I want to come and go as I please. I'm getting up here in the clock just like you.
Well, why didn't you tell me that?
PJ, let her finish. LaWanda, go ahead. Tell me.
I'm here in the clock just like you. You're not taking care of me. You might be looking out for me, but you're not taking care of me because I'm getting up here in the clock just like you. I'm paying bills just like you. PJ want me all to herself. Just me. Nobody but me. And her relationship is boring. She likes to read. She likes to be on the computer, all in people's business. That's just not me. I don't care what they do.
So she's on social media, on Facebook,
exactly.
I'm on social media.
Baby.
Oh, no, don't you even go there, because
I don't love nothing but Facebook.
That's
and
all
you know
say
it.
on
A selfie,
Facebook.
a selfie here, a selfie there.
We could go out to eat here on Facebook.
Hang on. You say she's very controlling. She's always tracking you and tracing you. Give me some examples that would show me how controlling she really is.
Okay, a prime example. A tracker device on my phone.
She put one on there?
Yes, she put one on my phone.
How did you find out?
I went to Metro PCS, and they told me and showed it to me.
Did you put a tracking device on her phone, PJ?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Like I said, we have a, what I thought was a relationship. And she's staying out past 2 a.m. in the morning.
I'm grown.
Okay, but if we're in a relationship, where are you at after 2 a.m. in the morning?
Party.
3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. That's my point. That's exactly my point. So why?
Hey.
Why didn't you tell me all this before I moved from Augusta to Atlanta to be with you?
You loved me.
Okay, I love you.
You still love me?
Do you love me?
Do you love me?
But
look at me right now. Look at me right now. Look at me in my eyes and tell me you don't love me.
I'm talking to the judge right now.
No. The judge wants you to look at me. No.
I usually don't let that go on, but I enjoyed that one. PJ, I want to move on to the next topic, which you say you believe LaWanda has a drinking problem, and I want you to tell me how you believe that has impacted your relationship.
They were at a red light, and they had been drinking, having a good time, and LaWanda insisted on driving home and fell asleep at the red light.
LaWanda, do you drink a little too much? Why do you think LaWanda has a drinking problem?
Okay, LaWanda would never admit this, but LaWanda has a drinking problem because I feel like when she goes out and she parties and she drinks excessively, and then she drives. Her aunt told me one time that they were at a red light, and they had been drinking, having a good time, and LaWanda insisted on driving home and fell asleep at the red light.
LaWanda, do you drink a little too much?
You know, it all depends on what it is, but I love margaritas. I wanted a margarita when we got off the plane. It ain't like I gotta have another one.
We're not talking about what you did last night. We're talking about throughout the entire.
Yes, I like to drink and I like to party.
And you prioritize that over everything. Because I have a plan. I'm sorry. I have planned special occasions.
If I have a drinking problem, I need to drink 24/7.
I can't find her.
Well, no, that's not really true.
Back to the GPS tracker.
You don't have to be drunk 24/7 to have a drinking problem.
But some days I don't even drink, especially when I got to go to work. I don't drink. When I'm off, yes, I drink. I drink at home.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Oh. Well, maybe now you do.
LaWanda, why don't you tell me about the time you were out partying and she came and took the car. You didn't have a way home.
Oh, yes. She came and tell it all. It was her car.
Right.
And she had bought another truck. And I asked, can I use her car? She said yes. So I was over my auntie's house and I was washing clothes. And my auntie said, how did you get over here? I said, I drove PJ car. She said, there's no car here. You came in her yard and drove the car away. Drove the car, you don't know where you was. You drove the car away, and then you walked back to your truck. So I knew
PJ, why did you do that?
Because I wanted to keep my car intact, and I've told her 100 times, don't drive my car and drink. Don't do that.
So you were afraid that since she was with somebody in her family in your car, that she would be drinking in your car, so you went and got your car.
Exactly.
But the thing about it is, you buy me stuff to drink. So how's I'm
at home? Because I want you to stay at home and drink. What do you need to go out, keep going out in the streets for drinking? And why do you keep drinking and driving? And see, that's dangerous. And you say, ask me why I put the GPS on your phone, so I don't know where you're at.
Now, LaWanda, you drink.
I didn't say you were.
I have judicially obligated. You can't be drinking and have those keys in your hand.
You're so right.
Because what happens is you get in an accident, you kill some woman and her daughter, and you get a hangnail because you're so loose and drunk in the car that nothing ever happens to you. You don't have that right to expose us to that kind of danger. None whatsoever. You understand me?
Yes, ma'am. You're right.
That ain't got nothing to do with controlling. That's illegal, immoral. It's just wrong on every level, and then some.
Okay.
So you guys are done with one another?
Yeah, we're cool.
You cool? Mm-hmm. Well, my understanding is, friends. PJ, you want $800 in outstanding bills, but LaWanda, you say she actually owes you $1,200.
Exactly.
So you're going to explain that to me, and I'll tell you how I will resolve that matter. Briefly, PJ, why do you believe that LaWanda owes you $800?
Because when she moved, I came home one day and she was gone.
Right.
Our agreement was I pay the rent, and she takes care of the utilities.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so when she left me holding the complete bag.
I see you reaching for something. Why don't you give that to Joe? And so you think that she should at least pay the utilities for the first month when she left?
Yeah.
Or was it a month she was there?
Yeah, she was gone for about right at a month.
And didn't pay for that month that she was living there?
Yeah, she hadn't.
And you stayed in the house.
You were already behind in the utilities, LaWanda,
okay,
when you left.
Why don't you tell me why you believe she owes her $1,200, but you don't owe her anything?
First of all, the $1,200, she was living in Augusta. When I went and got her from Augusta and brought her to Atlanta, her car was messing up. Her transmission in her truck was going out. She knew that. So she kept telling me she'd been on Craigslist and she seen a car that she wanted. So I said, well, how much the car is? She said $1,200. She said, but I want to go check it out. We went over to the man's house and she test drove the car. She said, well, I like the car. I said, you sure? She told the man she wanted the car. So the man had my name and her name on the title. Mm-hmm. But when PJ got the car, my name was not on it.
Who paid for the car?
I paid cash money for the car. My mama had passed.
Did she pay cash money for the car?
Yes, I paid.
Yeah, she paid.
Okay, this is what we got, ladies. You know, first of all, I'd never recommend moving to be with somebody. You should live with somebody. You know what I'm saying? It usually doesn't work out. You have a relationship where you've lived together for a while or known each other a while before you get up and move your life, because it's different being in a house with somebody than it is in a long-distance relationship. That's number one. Number two, I love Duffy, and I'm glad Duffy loves you, and you got somebody to love now that LaWanda is gone.
Okay.
Number three, you guys were in it together. It was one household. You were putting in utilities. You were putting in rent. You were putting in utilities. You were putting in the money. So I'm not going to start giving money back and forth across. Let's call it a day. Let's call it even. Let's call it done. And everybody, you know, be glad that you loved one another. Be glad that it's over. You take Duffy and you take your freedom. There will be no recovery for either party, and this matter is adjourned.
I'm done with it. I'm done with the relationship. We friends. I'm concerned about how she doing, because she's up here in Georgia by herself, no family members. So I be concerned about her, how she doing in her health and everything. But that's it.
I think LaWanda and I will be friends. We still have a lot in common. We still enjoy each other's company, but we just can't be lovers anymore.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here because I messed up and I don't want to lose my girl.
He wanted to see other people, and that's the reason we're here right now.
Lena always wants us to do everything together, but we don't have to do everything together to show that I love her.
I do way more for Jason than he does for me.
I'm a private person and she talks a lot.
I want to say I'll leave him if he doesn't change, but I just don't know.
I mean, I'm gonna make her say yes by showing her that, you know, I would never make this mistake again and that I love her.
There are things that have happened in Jason and I relationship that we really need to work on, and I hope the judge can help us figure it out.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Qualina Lewis and Jason Williams. The two of you have been together for 4 years, exclusive for the last 2. You are here asking my advice because you love each other, you want to stay together, but you're in a bit of a mess. So we are going to address that. I had you take my compatibility test, and we will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Ms. Lewis, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and how we got here today?
You know, when I met Jason, we had a great connection. You know, we were together all the time, wanted to be with each other. But he didn't want to be exclusive, and I did. He wanted to see other people. He didn't want to put a title on it. He wanted to not make me his girlfriend, in his words. But when
How long did that last?
It's kind of still going a little bit right now. Sometimes he's in, sometimes he's not. So that's why we're here.
Well,
right
Mr.
now.
Williams, what is your contention with respect to that?
Part of what she's saying is true, but...
When did things turn so you decided to become monogamous?
First of all, when we first met, I was just getting out of a relationship. So I didn't just want to just jump into another relationship. Right. So I wanted to take my time because my last couple of relationships that I've been in, you know what I'm saying, I kind of rushed them. You know what I'm saying, not getting to know this person, you know what I'm saying, and just going head first. So I really liked the Qualina, and you know what I'm saying, I didn't want to rush it. So I wanted to, you know what I'm saying, I wanted it to work. So I wanted to take, no matter how long it take, 2 years, 3 years. Right. You know what I'm saying, if it took 5 years for us to, you know what I'm saying, fall in love, I mean, to be together, I wasn't ready.
At what point did you decide that you at least wanted to try to be exclusive?
I mean, because she tried hard. I mean, she was persistent.
Pressing.
Yeah.
Were you pressing?
She was hard.
I was pressing because I liked him a lot, and I could tell that he really liked me. So I was pressing. I was.
Yeah. She wouldn't give in, Your Honor.
So she just wore you down.
She did. She wore me down.
Finally called her your girlfriend.
Yes, I finally, you know.
But it didn't really take, right?
No.
How often, well, let me ask her first, then I'll ask you.
Okay.
How often have you caught him cheating on you in the last, we'll say 2 years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Is about the exclusivity period. How often has he cheated in those 2 years?
From what I know.
Yeah, from what you know.
From what I know, twice.
Twice.
Yes, the first time, you know, we said we were going to be in a committed relationship. Even before, when he didn't want to be, he wanted me to be committed. You understand?
That's not true. That's not true.
He wanted me to be committed. I couldn't go out on dates,
true.
even though he could. You know, he was so jealous. He was super jealous.
It was both.
Are you super jealous?
I'm not super jealous, Your Honor. I mean, it's everybody jealous to a certain degree.
One time I was going out with my friends. Right. He didn't mind until I came out with my dress on and I looked good. Judge, he said, "You're not going anywhere looking like that," and he literally ripped the dress off of me.
No. That's not what happened, Your Honor.
What happened, Mr.
I'm gonna tell
Williams?
you what happened. The truth, what happened. You know, we was having a problem prior to her going out. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know she was going out. You know what I'm saying? We had a little altercation. It was petty. It wasn't that major.
Right,
you know what I'm saying?
right.
But I know we was disagreeing on something. So she get a phone call. One of her friends called to ask if she want to go out. You know what I'm saying? She said yes, but I'm like, huh? You don't say yes to go out when, you know what I'm saying, we trying to fix this little situation or whatever. I said, so you still going out when we having a little altercation? And she was like, yeah. And she turned away. So, you know what I'm saying, not meaning that not reach to reach for, and my finger caught her dress. You know what I'm saying? And it ripped a little bit. It was a mistake. It wasn't that, you know what I'm saying?
Mr. Williams,
I admit to it.
Let me say this. I know you admit that it's wrong and all that, but I'm gonna tell you how deep that is and why it concerns me. How dare you walk out of a room when I'm trying to talk to you, is what that said. That's a controlling move. And people who are controlling and get angry and want to control the actions and the leaving and the comings and goings of another person, that's deeply rooted in insecurity, and it's no bueno. You know what I'm saying, Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am. I understand what you're saying, but it wasn't nothing like that. It was totally unintentionally.
Yeah, but you reached out to stop her because you were mad that she was leaving.
Kind of turned, well, yeah, a little jealous. She was looking good in that dress. I was kind of jealous because she was, you know what I'm saying, the dress was looking pretty good.
Yeah.
You know.
But all of that is part of the same problem, Mr. Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want you to acknowledge that as a concern so you can look for it in the future.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
you know you have the capacity to go there.
Yes, ma'am. I saw that I went too far with it, and immediately I knew the situation was wrong. So I apologized to her, even though I know at the moment she was mad, she wasn't going to accept it right now.
Okay. The next thing I want to talk about, because this is the part that always gets me. Why are you so committed to getting the commitment from him when so much has gone so wrong so soon?
Yeah. When I went through his messages and seen messages from girls and him, because they were really explicit, like explicit messages, it was emotional.
Now, Mr. Williams, do you know what she's talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have that kind of intimacy with that other woman? I want to get to the bottom of this, Mrs. Lewis. So I'm going to lay some bricks for you.
Yes.
He didn't want to be exclusive in the beginning. You had to nag him into being exclusive. Once he did that, he still cheated on you. While you were together, he would rip your dress. Why are you chasing that wall?
I guess it's just because we have so much fun together. Like, we have a lot of fun. We go fishing, we go, walks on parks. We have a lot of the same interests. But Jason, He's not all bad. He's great.
I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm saying these are all these negative things, and you're chasing getting committed to these negative things. So, Ms. Lewis, what would you need from him in order to clear up? Because you cheated with an ex, correct?
No, I wouldn't say an ex. It was a friend with benefits.
A friend with benefits.
Before her.
Before her, right?
Yes, somebody that I knew.
How did you find out about that?
Well, I looked through his phone. Usually, his phone is under lock and key. He's super private about his phone all the time. And this day, we had just came back from Alabama. Like, this whole year, our relationship has been the best it's ever been, really. Like, it was
so
going
things are getting
so
better,
great.
on the upswing.
Yeah. It was really great. So when I went through his messages and seen messages from girls and him, not even about sex, because they were really explicit, like explicit messages. It was more of he cared about that one girl that he's talking about. He was calling her baby. He was saying, I missed you. So that...
So it was an emotional affair.
It was emotional.
Now, Mr. Williams, do you know what she's talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know which texts and emails or whatever she's referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have that kind of intimacy with that other woman?
Through text messages.
Yeah, well,
But the feelings wasn't there. I mean, that's how we talk to each other. I mean, my love is for her. Me and this other girl, we text each other like, good morning, hey love, how you doing? But that's how we talk to each other. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing like that.
Do you understand, Mr. Williams, if you're going to commit to one woman, you can't talk to other women like that?
I do.
You know what I mean? You just can't do it.
Yes, ma'am. I totally understand that.
Is that something that you'd be willing to stop doing?
I stopped it. She knows. She got password. I mean, she got my password to my phone. She, you know what I'm saying? She go through it anytime she wants. She told me to call the other girl and cut it loose. I called her and I cut it loose. I told her not to call me. I won't call her. I won't text her. You know what I'm saying? Don't text me.
Did all that happen?
It did.
I stopped it.
He stopped it, but...
You're still really hurt. What do you need?
I honestly don't. I don't know, because I'm asking him what I asked him for. He gave me, you know, break it off with them. Let me see your phone, but I still don't know if I can trust him, you know, because I just started trusting him this year. So when it was good, you know, I thought we were committed. So
and to find that was devastating.
Was devastating. I was so shocked. Like, really, we're good, and this is what you're doing. So, you know, I took care of him. Like, when he got hurt, I'm over here cooking everything, helping him get dressed, helping him shower and everything. So it was like so much betrayal. I don't even know what he could do to make it up to me. Like,
I got you.
I'm still hurt.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you a moment, Ms. Lewis and Mr. Williams. We've been talking about you this whole time, so I'm gonna give you an opportunity to tell me what your concerns are. I understand you believe that part of the reason maybe that you had this other woman is that you couldn't confide in her.
Yes.
My understanding is you already bought a wedding dress.
Yes.
Here's the thing, I understand that despite the fact that you are dying to have a wedding, he proposed to you, but you said no.
Yes.
Yeah,
how did that happen? So, Mr. Williams, why do you believe you can't confide in Ms. Lewis?
I mean, I'm a private person, Your Honor.
Right.
You know, I like to keep what goes on in the house in the house. If I feel like every time I tell you something and you running out to tell your friends and your family or whatever, everything we talk about, then I don't want to talk to you about nothing. If I feel like my business is going to be in the streets, you know what I'm saying? If I come to you and tell you, you know what I'm saying, like, I don't want nobody to know this.
You got loose lips, Ms. Lewis?
I kind of got loose lips, but, like, it's my mom, you know, we have a good relationship, so I confide in her. And things that I talk about is really common knowledge.
Like what?
Like anything if he'll tell me things about his friends or his family, It's just common knowledge.
It's not a secret. It's no big deal.
It's no big
my
deal.
sister went to a wedding the other day.
Yeah,
that kind of information.
It's no big deal. It's
Mr. Williams, is that the kind of information that she's sharing, or is it
no,
something else?
It's something more. But even if it was that right there, if I tell you, even if my sister was, you know what I'm saying, having a wedding, if I tell you, don't tell nobody, why would you go tell somebody?
Because she's a woman.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
You know what I mean? As long as it's not, we talk about what's going on, what's the day, all that kind of stuff. Where is the harm in that?
It's not just that. She tells everything.
I think
personal
he uses
business.
it as an excuse because he likes to be secretive. He lives a secret life. That's what I felt our whole relationship, even to this day. You lived a secret life. Right. And that's what he uses as an excuse. I don't tell you nothing because you tell your mom and you tell the business.
All right, he's secretive. Another brick. Now, I'm behind this wall trying to see you. My understanding is you already bought a wedding dress.
Yes.
Didn't that panic you a little bit?
It did, Yana. It did, because I wasn't ready.
You see it?
This been from the beginning. She's been talking about marriage.
It's a beautiful dress.
But that's how much I'm a romantic. I am. I'm a huge romantic.
Yeah.
So when I seen that red wedding dress, it was on sale, super cheap. So I'm like, I gotta buy it. And I was in love. Well, I'm in love.
Well, here's the thing. I understand that despite the fact that you are dying to have a wedding, he proposed to you, but you said no.
Yes.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I felt like the proposal was really disrespectful.
Because?
Really. Because of the manner in it came. He proposed to me after I found out all the things that he was doing.
Yeah.
I saw all the text messages. Then the next day, I went back in and found some more pictures that he sent. He sent pictures of himself.
No, I didn't.
Girls were sending pictures to him.
That's not
so
true,
then
Yana.
that's when I told him, you know what? We can't work this out.
That's not true, Yana.
And then that's when he proposed to me, got down on one knee, proposed to me. And I'm like, really, Jason? Just last week.
Mr. Williams, what is your take on that?
To be honest with you, it was out of guilt.
So you really didn't mean it?
I meant it. If she would have said yes, I would have been out of there. I would have went and got the ring that morning. You know what I'm saying?
But didn't even have a ring.
I know. I said I would have went and got it. I would have went and bought the ring.
Well, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I found on my compatibility test, and then I'm going to tell you what I think might be of assistance. I looked at the compatibility test, and the part that always, interests me the most is the part where what's wrong with you. I asked you to list 5 things that are wrong with you, and you said...
I put 1.
You put 1, and what was it?
I think it was...
Something you said you weren't during the course of this proceeding. You said jealousy.
Oh, jealousy.
You told me you weren't, but that's the one thing you wrote down that you were. Yeah, and then you left the rest blank.
I'm a little jealous.
Yeah. Whenever someone only puts down one thing or no things, one of the things that's wrong with you is you're not self-aware.
Yeah.
Because there's something wrong with everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we was kind of
I
rushing.
can name like 7, 8 things wrong with you right now.
We was kind of rushing.
And I just met you.
We was kind of rushing, so I just put something down real quick.
Here's the thing.
It was rushing.
Here's the thing, Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
I think he wasn't ready, but I think he might be getting ready.
Yeah.
I think he might. Now, typically, I don't turn a corner on something like this. I'd tell you to walk off. And in fact, if I were you, I'd walk off. No, but let me tell you something. I'd walk off and do my own thing. And if a man really loved me, he's going to turn in my direction and follow me and come get me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Work on yourself and don't lay your sights on my life is the future with this man. He could very well be. But you got to be happy within you because then it makes this not life or death.
I'm ready. I'm ready to settle down. I'm ready to be married. I'm
you
ready to
can't
have my
make him
own
ready.
children.
I think he's almost ready, but you can't make him ready. But if you do decide to stay with him, you have to let go what happened. Because you'll be resentful for your entire marriage. And you'll be looking and ducking and dodging. The fact that he has opened up his phone and I think he's really turned a corner. So I think he's worth waiting on. But I wouldn't wait at his house. I wouldn't wait while I was cooking his food. I wouldn't wait while I was cleaning his clothes. I would wait somewhere where I was getting a better education and going out there and living a life, and he's gonna like, oh no.
Yeah.
Look what this woman is doing. But I wouldn't wait by installing myself in his life as the most convenience appliance he's ever had.
Yeah,
you
you're
with
right.
me?
Yeah, I am.
Mr. Williams,
I am.
I don't think you're a bad guy. I think she wore you down, but you love her.
I do.
And I think you are about to be ready. But I think she should take my advice. And once she takes my advice, you gotta get up, get that ring, and get it going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
But I control that anger.
Yes, ma'am.
And control that control, because that's no bueno.
Yes, ma'am.
You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
This matter is adjourned.
Thank you. The judge said that I had to let go of the cheating and everything that's happened in the past if I want this to work out. So I'm gonna try to do that because I really want us to work out.
The judge said I'm not ready for marriage. She said she thinks that I'm getting ready for marriage.
Today on Divorce Court.
Terry's gambling is out of control.
My gambling is not a problem.
Our house is just too small.
Martina wants us to get a bigger house for her stuff. I can't afford it.
If I had to choose between the stuff that I very much love, I would make Terry sleep out in the shed.
I think Martina loves her stuff way more than me.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Martina Triplett and Terry Freeman. The two of you have been together for a year and a half. You have been engaged for the last 5 months. You have some concerns about your marriage, so you've come to me to ask my opinion. You've given me your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I think the union is ill-advised. You also took my compatibility test. And now, Ms. Triplett, you're going to tell me, what is your primary concern? We know you love him, but why are you worried about marrying him?
Well, Judge, let me tell you, Terry keep on cracking these washed-up jokes everywhere we go. I'll give you an example of one of them. One day we was at this gas station. He was just walking, and all of a sudden we get about 10 or 15 feet to the door. He falls out like something just knocked him cold out. So I run over.
He just fell down?
Just fell down, just nonsense. I saw her go over there and say, honey, are you okay? Honey, you okay? And two people came around me to help me get him up. While we was trying to get him up, the woman said, do we need to call 911? He said, pimp in distress, pimp in distress. You ain't gotta pay me today.
Did you fall out and scream pimp down?
Well, it's just a little joke. I'm just having fun, you know what I'm saying? Just fun.
And that's funny because, I'm not saying,
I like
what's the joke?
It's a joke. Me falling down and having people thinking that
that you fell out.
Yes.
And then you break out with pimp in distress.
It just look.
I'm trying to work with you. I love a good joke. But that's just what you do.
Yes.
Are there any other tired jokes that he tells?
Let me tell you about this one. So he calls me like he does, well, baby, I'm going to Mom's house, maybe to eat or help her around the house, his mother. So I said, okay, I'm going on to the house. Maybe I'm going to do something, have some me time just for me. So I open the door, walk on in about 3 feet. Who pops up out the closet? Terry does. Scared the mess out of me. I felt like I was on Sanford and Son for a minute, about to have me a heart attack. You know what I mean?
Mr. Freeman, did you jump out the closet?
Yes, I did.
Just to give her a start?
I like to see the scared look on her face. It makes me happy.
It makes you happy.
Yes.
The frightened look on your face makes you happy. Mr. Freeman, what do you think the problem is in this relationship? What's keeping you from walking down the aisle?
Her hoarding. It's getting outrageous.
Okay.
It's stuff.
That's a big issue, and I want to talk about that a little later, because you claim she's a hoarder, right?
Yes.
You claim that we're going to look at some evidence and see whether or not she is. But in the meantime, I want to talk to you, Ms. Triplett. You say you have issues with his hygiene.
Oh, wait a minute.
Explain to me what those are.
Let me tell you, he works in this place where he washes dishes. Take out the trash. Ain't no telling what else he do. But he be coming home all washed up, greased up, smelly up. So me as the soon-to-be wife do my duties. Take his clothes and wash them. He sit around, maybe get him something to eat, talk, or help him around the house, maybe. Then he goes to sleep from being tired and exhausted. Then it's the next time, it's time for him to get up and go to work. Where my clothes at, baby? Hold up, ain't you gonna go and take a bath first? When I wash my face, I'm gonna be late. So he continued to put on his clean clothes on this nasty, greased up, fine body he's supposed to have. Pimp in distress. Pimp gonna be looking a mess if you don't get it right.
Mr. Freeman, do you skip the shower when maybe you ought not?
No. It's just when I come home, I be frustrated with her, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, she wanna have, intercourse, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, no, you done made me mad, so you ain't getting none today, you know what I'm saying? So I'm finna go and not take a shower. Until the next morning.
Until the next morning to keep her away.
Yeah.
Well, that is a whole, I never, in divorce court, I always say I've seen it all. That's a new one. I stay funky so I don't have to have sex. That's interesting.
So it's a new one for me, too.
That's a whole new one. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. I appreciate that. I like change. You say he has a gambling problem. Is that true?
That is most definitely true.
Explain that to me.
Ooh, where should I start? Let me start about this $3,000 a month. Makes good money, but I barely even see some of it. He couldn't even buy me an engagement ring with the cash. But I'm not gonna complain too much because from him gambling so much, he had so many points and bought me an engagement ring. I'm sorry, right now it's in the pawn shop where I pawn it because I feel like I need to be going to get me a few tickets. But he hides them in all these weird places.
Her gambling problem is way worse than mine. Extremely worse than mine.
What kind of gambling does she do?
Scratch off.
Scratch off.
I go to the casino every now and then, but her...
Every now and again? Come on now.
Well, Mr. Freeman, let me ask you this.
Talking to me.
How much money do you think you spend every month on scratch off?
Every month? Just about probably 1,000.
You ought to stop.
That's it.
That's
every month.
Isn't that 1/3 of your take-home pay?
It's okay. I also do side work. I also do side work too.
So you have a second job?
3, 4, 5.
Mr. Freeman, how much money do you say Ms. Triplett spends every month on scratch-off cards? Give me a ballpark.
About 2,000. 1,000, yes.
Do you spend $2,000 a month on scratch-off cards?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, but I do be winning, so you can't consider all that coming from straight out of my pocket or his pocket.
So last year, they got how much and you got how much? Who's up?
They is, I guess. I plead the fifth.
They're always up.
Yes, ma'am.
You know they're always up. $3,000 a month. Do you know what you people could do with $3,000 a month? Do you own a home?
No.
Do you have any investments? I mean, there's so many things. $3,000 a month.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't invest in the state of wherever you are. Invest in the state of your situation. I'm excited on the one hand because I rarely get people who have $3,000 worth of disposable income in here. So I'm just excited that you make that kind of money. But I'm a little distressed by how you spend it.
Yes.
Having said that, I want to move forward to something you said, Mr. Freeman, which is she is a hoarder.
Yes.
I understand you also have a video for me. Now, what room is this?
That's the dining area right there. Living room. Everywhere, CDs, glasses.
Just step back away from whatever it is you're trying to do. Would you agree with me that looks a little beyond the pale? So, Mr. Freeman, you contend that Ms. Triplett is a hoarder. Why do you say that?
She collects so much things, so many things. I can't walk in the house without tripping over something, you know what I'm saying? It's so much stuff that's in the house. I go to use the restroom, stuff falling out the cabin on my back.
On top of your head.
And all that stuff.
So I understand you have pictures, so I can discern for myself the nature of the problem, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Let's see the picture. Now tell me what I'm looking at. What is this?
That's supposed to be the playroom. It's so much stuff
The playroom
everywhere.
what, for kids?
Yes, but it's really no playroom. It's so much stuff, her stuff in there, you know, she just threw in there, you know,
I can't even
everywhere.
tell what that is.
Yes.
Do you have the next picture? What is that?
That's the car.
Is that you bringing
everywhere
stuff
we
home?
go.
Yes, ma'am. That was a light day then. I used to have the back of the seat.
What are you bringing home?
Ironing board, scrap metal. That's a ironing board. Somebody gonna need to be ironing somebody's kids' school clothes.
What are you doing with scrap metal?
Keep it. I might need
Are you
to
a welder? What you gonna do?
I'm gonna sell it, keep it, share it with somebody that might need it.
I understand you also have a video for me. Now, what room is this?
That's the dining area right there. The living room, everywhere, CDs, glasses, chairs, so much stuff is back here, you know what I'm saying? Just too much stuff.
How big is your house?
3 bedrooms, 1 bath.
What's the square footage, Miss Triplett? You know.
It's a 4-bedroom, 1.5 bath.
I understand it's about 1,500 square feet, correct?
No, it's 1,726 square feet.
1,726 square feet.
If he'll give me a big one, maybe he can walk clearly.
Yeah. Now, Miss Triplett, you saw the pictures, you saw the video. Just step back away from whatever it is you're trying to do. Would you agree with me that looks a little beyond the pale?
No.
That's not quite right, though.
No.
It's a little junkier than it needs to be.
It ain't junky enough.
What does all that stuff do for you?
It comforts me, Judge.
It comforts you?
Yes. If he would give me a little bit more comfort, maybe I won't have so much junk to deal with.
Do you ever sell that stuff? Do you have a purpose for it? Are you trying to build a sculpture? What's happening?
I might sell 10% of it just to make somebody smile. But they ain't gonna smile bigger than me because I go out and get my stuff. And it makes me happy. And I love my stuff, Judge.
Okay. And I bet you do, which is why I brought out an expert on hoarding to figure out what it is. Because there's a hiccup in your head. That ain't right. You know what I mean? I ain't mad, but it's not right. No, everybody doesn't do that. And I want to figure out why you do, because that's one of the things impeding you from getting to the altar. You don't want to have a whole bunch of junk standing between you and a ring, right?
Right.
So let's figure out why that's happening. And I brought somebody here who can help us. I brought an expert here. Her name is Cynthia Zaragoza. When you saw Miss Triplett's house, what did you see? Did you see just a little bit of mess, or we got an issue?
We definitely have an issue. It's definitely hoarding behavior, and there's definitely health risks associated with a lot of objects.
So since we don't agree on what we're saying, he sees what I see, you see something else. I brought an expert here. Her name is Cynthia Zaragoza. She's going to come forward, and she's an expert on hoarding. How are you? Thank you so much for being here. We are happy to have you. Why don't you just give me a brief recitation of your background and tell me what is hoarding and whether or not you believe Ms. Triplett is a hoarder.
So I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. I've been treating hoarding since 2010. And hoarding disorder is characterized by compulsive urges and behaviors to acquire a large amount of possessions and the difficulty in involuntarily discarding those possessions. And it affects about 2 to 5% of the population.
Generally, why do hoarders hoard? What is it emotionally that they're trying to cope with?
So there's a variety of reasons for different people. There tends to be a strong attachment to objects and a difficulty in letting go and releasing.
When you saw Ms. Triplett's house, what did you see? Did you see just a little bit of mess, little disorganization, or we got an issue?
We definitely have an issue. It's definitely hoarding behavior, and there's definitely health risks associated with a lot of
Now, I know you had an opportunity to talk to Ms. Triplett beforehand. What did you get from her? What did you feel from her when you spoke to her?
Well, Miss Triplet is definitely very attached to her objects. And she did express that it's a coping. She likes holding on to it. It comforts her, and that's very typical.
The acquisition of stuff makes her feel more comfortable. It brings down her level of anxiety for some reason.
Yeah, there's an underlying anxiety.
Yeah, because that's what we're all doing. When we gamble, when we drink, when we eat too much, when we hoard, we're all self-soothing. There's all this cortisol stuff going on in our heads, and we want to feel better. We want to bring it down. So we engage in activities, drug taking, alcohol, sex, all that kind of thing is to bring down the anxiety. What you anxious about, Ms. Triplet?
Y'all just don't understand. About 15 years ago, something major happened to one of my family members in my home. And so I tried to go to counseling, try to get some help to help me cope with that. So I found myself picking up 1 or 2 things a day. By the time the end of the week, I done got about 10 or 15 things extra in my home.
Right.
And it started to make me feel better. Very, very comfortable. Things that I might like, might not like. It's just the principle of them being there. They're my things, and it made me feel better and learn to go through this pain that I was carrying.
Yeah. Can I say this? And you can co-sign, you can tell me, Judge, you stick to your field. It's not that you feel better, it's that you feel nothing. That you stop the anxiety by engaging in other activities. I mean, liquor or anything is a momentary, it shuts down the anxiety, it shuts down the fear, it shuts down the pain, it shuts down the abandonment, but you don't feel better, you're just momentarily walled off from it. Am I right or am I wrong?
Absolutely, it's a numbing.
I might agree with that then, Judge, for momentarily.
Here's what I want to say, Ms. Triplet. I want you to get married. I want you to marry him. Because you put on here, on your compatibility test, I ask everybody, are you sexually attracted to your partner? You put the biggest yes I've ever seen in my life. It was about this tall. She had all these exclamations. I want you to get that good thing on the regular.
Yeah.
So we're going to deal with this so we can get you to that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Triplet?
Yes, Judge.
I know what you want him for, because you already told me, but give me 2 other qualities you love about Mr. Freeman.
Well, what I love about Mr. Freeman is he's very, very respectful and kind around my child. That's most definitely a plus. Us women today, the single parents, we need a good man that's very, very respectful around our children.
Give me 3 things you love about Miss Triplet.
His smile.
No, I'm talking to him. You're so excited to be with him, you can't even stop. Go ahead.
She beat me to it. I love her smile, Judge.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
What else?
I love her loving heart. You know what I'm saying? She's cares about everyone. You know what I'm saying? And I love her loving her stuff. But I hate it, though. It gotta go.
Let me tell you what made me do my happy dance.
Yes, sir.
When I asked you to tell me 5 things was wrong with them, you told me 5 things that were right with them. You couldn't do it.
Yes.
Then you put a couple of things that were wrong that you had to think of because you love him so much. Yes, I just got excited about that. And Mr. Freeman, other than falling out at the gas station and jumping out of the closet and scaring the woman half to death, I like you. I like how you like her. I like how much she likes you back. I think the love that you 2 have for each other is a wonderful, fabulous, dynamite thing. I think that whatever issues you have with respect to the gambling and the hoarding, you need to take the time. You got money. $3,000, 1 gambling month, just 1, and put that aside for some marriage counseling so we can find out where the hurt is, where the weak is, so you can deal with it and not mask it. And then go ahead, get that woman and walk down the aisle. This matter is adjourned.
You know what? I want to marry this man, so I guess I will eliminate some of my stuff that I very, very love because I love him more than my things. That's what I learned today when I was in the judge.
And me just letting go of all the stuff, I don't care about the stuff anymore, you know what I'm saying? I love her, you know what I'm saying? No matter what, I'm gonna be with her, no matter what.
Today on Divorce Court.
I want the judge to tell Jacoby that as a man, there's things that you need to learn, things you need to know.
We got married because, like, we're young, we're in love.
I don't feel like he loved me as much as I loved him.
Shakia changed because she, like, has trust issues.
I found out a lot of things about him that I did not know prior to us getting married.
I'm looking to have no more ties to Shakia and, like, move on with my life.
Jacoby, I'm officially done.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
I am here today with Shakia Samuels and Jacoby Chambliss. The two of you are getting divorced. You are done. You were together for 5 years. You only were married 18 months. But I think you ended up only staying together a couple of weeks. I think it went bad on the honeymoon, I do believe. There's a whole lot going on. Ms. Samuels, I'm going to start with you. And first thing you need to do is confirm your condition.
I'm 6 months pregnant.
And it's not his.
No, it isn't.
Mr. Chambliss, you have something that I just found out this morning. Clearly, you're not pregnant. However, what is the condition of some woman you know?
I have a second kid.
On the way or already here?
He's already here.
So you had the second kid with another woman while you were still married to her?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
Y'all been busy. Can I say this about casual pregnancies? You should conclude your business with your husband or your wife or your partner before you start going out procreating randomly with other people. You are both guilty, and I convict you now, sentence you in a little while, but just saying. Ms. Samuels, I'm going to start with you. How did this thing go so badly so quickly?
Once me and him got engaged, I made sure that he had a ring also, just because we were living in 2 different states at the time.
How old were you at the time? I think this is critical.
We were actually 20 years old.
20.
His birthday is like a month or so before mine.
2 days past born, but go ahead.
So I spent my little income tax money. It was $268 to be exact, to make sure he had the best that I could give, because we were both still young and we understood that. Jacoby, on the other hand, did not. He continuously lied about the ring situation. He kept sending me pictures of this ring from another high-end store.
So what at the end happened with the ring that you got?
The ring that was supposed to come never came. I actually called the numbers back after, just out of suspicion, because he kept, these outrageous stories. And the ring was never on layaway. It was never being paid for because he never called anyone. All the numbers were like TSL numbers. I end up settling for a $8.99 supermarket ring. I didn't think at the time it was a bigger deal, because to me it's a marriage, not a ring, but it was. I actually turned my finger green 2 days later.
Did that bother you?
It did. It did. Later on, it did.
Did you know how much money he was making at the time?
Yeah, I did.
Did you realize he couldn't afford much?
Yeah, and I made sure.
Then why would you even go along with the whole kit and caboodle of we got to get you a good ring?
I didn't. I told him prior, when we were going through the situation, this is too much. Because the ring he was sending, it was something I could look online.
Mr. Chambliss, were you shucking and jiving about what ring you were giving her?
I tried my hardest to do a lot of stuff, but some things is really out of my hand, and I was young, I'm trying to do.
You didn't know what was important.
Yeah, I didn't know what was important.
Tell me what happened right after you got married. You got the ring, it turned your finger green. Then what happened?
The marriage wasn't supposed to happen as fast as it did. We were supposed to get married at the end of the year. It was the beginning of the year. He does a lot of stuff for financial gain. So at the time, he was in the military. So he said, why don't we go ahead and get the paperwork situation out of the way? So
paperwork with the military?
Yeah, the spousal stuff.
Right.
Getting housing and all that stuff.
Right.
So it was more of, I can go active duty and I can get the money for this and we'll be able, because at the time we were living with my mother. So it was like more of a, we can get out earlier and we just get married on paper and still have the wedding later on in the year. That never happened. The night before we talked about it, I told him again I didn't want to get married. Both our families were dead set against it, except for my mother.
Yeah. You tell long stories there, Miss Samuels.
I'm sorry.
You tell long stories. But you did it early to get the paperwork, to get to the, and it wasn't, and it wasn't at the time that you wanted. Mr. Chambliss, your response to that?
She said she didn't want to get married, but when we're on the phone while I'm in Miami, she's talking like she wants to get married. Like she wants to get married like now, like right now. Like I'm like, okay, well, if we're really in love, I want you to know that I got a kid.
You were talking marriage before you told her you had a kid? Mm-hmm. Good Lord of mercy.
I was just saying it because, like, if she was gonna love me, she gonna love me for my kid too. Like,
but that's information.
Yeah, it's information she need to know. I know it's information she need to know, but I just wanted to let her know before we actually got it on paper. Like, oh,
okay,
I got a kid.
I have a child. Miss Samuels, what did you want to say ever so briefly?
Prior to that, I had no knowledge that he had a child. Right. When I asked him, why didn't you tell me? He said because he wanted to make sure that I was going to be for sure in his life before he brought anyone around his child. Okay. This is 2 weeks after you have already asked me to marry you.
Yeah.
So
we understand it was all wrong, all in the wrong order, and all for the wrong reasons. We get that part. Mm-hmm. Now I want to get to what happened right after you got married, because that was deep as well. Did you or did you not pay adequate attention to your bride on the honeymoon?
We're married, so we're finna do this every day. I'm not finna just worry about like one night.
Miss Samuels, what happened on the honeymoon?
Biggest part of the honeymoon, we did not get the shebang going. We didn't do any of that. He knows I hate lingerie.
You didn't get the shebang going?
No.
Shebang.
He knows I hate lingerie. I went and bought lingerie for him. Mm-hmm. Came out, I still had makeup on. I'm a big tomboy, so that was out of the ordinary. He looked at me like I was crazy. He continued to watch sports. He ate everything. My food, his food. He drank everything. That was fine. So I went... After he didn't acknowledge me, I mean, like, standing in front of him.
What's your version of that event?
So, Your Honor, okay, I'm like working every day with her. We're
Let me ask you this, because you look like you're going to get on a train I don't want to be on. Did you or did you not pay adequate attention to your bride on the honeymoon?
I didn't pay adequate attention to her.
And why was that?
I'm working with her dad at the time, every day, 5 in the morning.
Yeah, but he didn't come on a honeymoon with you, did he?
No, he ain't come.
No, we're in a room. No. You got married. I do. You gonna get together. You go in a room. You shut the door. You're alone. Daddy ain't there. Mama shouldn't be calling.
Yeah.
She's in lingerie. Yeah. What was your response, and why was it the response that you had?
Okay, so the response, I'm coming at it where, like, okay, we're married, so we're finna do this every day. I'm not finna just worry about like one night. Like, we doing this. I'm not worried about this one night. It's just like, I'm trying to make memories. Like, I'm trying to make memories. Judge, I'm trying to make memories. Like, for real, I'm trying to make memories.
You're trying to make memories. Okay. You're watching the game. It's your wedding night. That's just wrong.
I'm trying to tell you. So basically, it's just like, okay, like, I just wanted to get it done. Just so, like, I'm not living in sin. That's all I'm saying. I just don't want to live in sin on paper. So I'm just like, okay, we married, but we finna do this, like, I ain't. And then she, like, I'm just like, it don't make no sense, Judge. It don't make no sense for you to be good, like, wearing all this crazy stuff. Like, you know how I ain't. She know how I am. She know I don't really, like, be Like, I ain't expecting you to come out with no lingerie and all this. I'm like, whoa, like,
take it
I'm gonna take it off. I'm gonna take it off, but
thing.
Like, this ain't the time right now. I gotta go to work in the morning. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm like, okay, I gotta work in the morning. I gotta go to sleep because when I wake up.
Let me ask you this: did you guys ever have sex that night or no?
No, we ain't have sex.
I got a 2-minute butt rub at like 2 a.m.
A 2-minute butt rub at 2 a.m. and that was it.
No cuddle, no spooning, just 2-minute butt rub. He was laying one way, and then that was it. Even though we both had to be to work, I understood, but it's a honeymoon.
And then when, like, I'm just like, I'm not doing nothing half. I'm not doing nothing half. I'm not doing nothing halfway. I'm trying to do a mile all the way.
You're already in such a deep hole.
I'm already in a deep hole as a way, yeah.
Now, I want to move on because I understand that both of your families are so intricately and intimately involved in the daily details of your life that it became a family versus family, you know, Hatfield and McCoy. Who's modern that don't like each other? Birdman, and who done Birdman like?
Man.
Wayne.
Pusha T and Drake. Pusha T and Drake conversation. That's what we're going to talk about now. How can you talk about if she should be all in love with me, she should A, B, and C? You didn't even have sex with her on the wedding night.
I'm just saying.
Holy moly. Would you stay married to someone who treated your wedding night as just any old night? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. I have a long, detailed letter from, I believe, your mother?
Yes.
That told me. And I understand where you get your verbosity from, because apparently it's genetic. Y'all like to talk. But can you tell me a little bit about the family dynamic and their involvement in your marriage?
They are very protective over him, shall I say, and they did not want him being married to me.
Just not into it?
Not into it at all, like from top to bottom.
Are they actively trying to destabilize the marriage? Tell me some things that they've done to separate the two of you.
The elder of his family, she would just try to persuade him into divorcing me, like right after we had got married. She actually went as far as sending the money for us to get divorced.
Mr. Chambliss, your response to that?
I told Shakia before she even came up to Miami. I said, like, you should, like I'm gonna let my parents know you finna just come and get the clothes. She wanted to have a conversation with him. That's on her. You don't gotta have no conversation with nobody except for me, Your Honor. If she's supposed to be for me, Your Honor, if she's supposed to be, like, all in love with me, like, who cares what everybody else think?
How can you talk about if she should be all in love with me, she should A, B, and C? You didn't even have sex with her on the wedding night. I'm talking about disinterested. Holy moly. Samuels, let me ask you this. I understand that there was a great difficulty because your mom went into it in detail about what was going on with the military, because he wasn't telling them the truth either.
At all.
Tell me what happened there.
I was under the impression even before he came, he would like FaceTime me in his uniform and all this other stuff that he was on base, which never happened. He actually kept saying that, well, he was supposed to be reserved. That's what's on his paperwork, that he was reserved. And he was trying to go active. You can't go active if you are AWOL from the military.
You were AWOL?
Why would I do anything to jeopardize our United States? First off, before I jeopardize our United States.
You ask me questions like, why would I?
I'm just saying.
The stuff you
it's
do,
rules and regulations.
The stuff you do makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's rules and regulations to what I'm doing. So why would I be doing that and lying about it? That's all I'm saying.
For the same reason you've done everything else you've told me about it, because it doesn't make any sense.
But it's different because that's my job, dude. So I'm just like...
Didn't it happen at one point that your lieutenant
Your Honor, that did not
realized
happen.
that you were doing things inappropriately and you are no longer in the military as a function thereof?
I was on medical leave. So, basically, I'm going to the military when I have to go to the military. So when I'm telling her this stuff, that I'm actually there. So, and then like when she's telling me that, like my lieutenant called her, I'm just like, whoa. Okay. Like my lieutenant knows you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did the lieutenant say? What did the lieutenant say when he called you?
He actually called a couple days after we got married, and he said that a family member had sent my phone number saying that this is where he was, this is where he stayed, and went on to say that Jacoby was not supposed to be across state lines. Jacoby was AWOL from the military. They have not seen him in months. And that when they caught him, he would be in trouble. He wasn't just a regular, what they call it, cadet or anything like that. He was a specialist. He had
duties and requirements, and this was a problem. I see what's happening here. Now I want to talk to you about the manner in which you separated and the things you did that I just thought were outlandish. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner first revealed they had children just before you got married? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. There's so much I want to say, I don't even know where to get started. The first thing I want to say is you two were far too young and far too immature to get married. I don't know. You both seem to have stable families. I don't know, if I was your mother, I'd be smacking you upside the head with a shoe, talking about what are you doing, because it just didn't make any sense. You're more mature than he is. I don't know what's happening over there. I mean, he just doesn't seem to have it together at all. You got separated after, 2 weeks of being together? Your marriage lasted 14 days. You haven't seen each other in 18 months. And in that time, both of you have managed to create a life with other people. Wow. Do you know what I'm saying? It's frightening. You have to learn to conduct your business like mature people. I saw the text message that you sent one another once you realized the marriage wasn't going to work. You said some rude and foul things about sex. And everybody's mad and nasty and you stupid and blah, 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 blah. That's not how you conduct business as a mature adult. And all I'm asking you to do is please level up. You're raising children. You're raising children. You have to be honest. You have to be truthful. You have to take care of your business. You can't make excuses, because if you mess them up, they just messed up.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
I understand.
And you can't just be running around doing whatever. Well, he said this and he said that. You're responsible for what you do. You're responsible for the lives you bring in this world. You're responsible. If you don't think his plan is a good one, don't sign on for it. Don't say, well, he. No, you. Especially since you can tell he don't got no sense. There's so much here. I do have your divorce papers. I do have the notary, so we can complete them and get this divorce done today, because I don't think that you guys have enough sense to so here they are.
Thank you.
I'm going to have somebody go through it with you so we can
Bless them.
Do this thing today. Are we together on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't have no more babies, okay? Please. Then you can give her the green ring back. This divorce is granted, and this matter is adjourned.
Okay, so you're obviously pregnant, all right, and this divorce is going to be finalized. What's next for you?
Well, after tracking him down after 18 months, it's definitely time to move on.
So she accused you of lying about being in the military, those text messages. What's your reaction to that?
I just wish her the best. That's it. I don't want to try to say something that I'm mad about. I just want her to find somebody that really loves her.
Today on Divorce Court, today's young couple is coping with some very complex circumstances. They have health problems, financial issues, and extended family discord to grapple with. But let's see if one of them is taking on too many of the burdens while the other is resting easy.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Centerica Walker and Tyrell Rhodes. The two of you have been together for 5 years, and you have 2 children together. But things aren't going well, so you've come to see me to see if I can help you out. Ms. Walker, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you've come to see me today?
So Mr. Rhodes, he has epilepsy, and it used to be really bad in the beginning. He was having seizures almost every day, but now it's calmed down, and I'm guessing that's because of his medication. He doesn't have them as often as he used to, but it just really affects our relationship a lot because of that. Also, I want to add that he does drink, and I know that when you drink and drinking and seizures it doesn't go together. So I feel like, that might make the seizures worse and, bring the seizures on because of the drinking. Okay. And also, my family issues is that because he has, that condition, they feel like, he can't really do anything for the kids. And I know it's certain things he can't really do because of the condition, but it's still something he can do, sometimes.
Does he do you believe he's choosing not to do anything when he could do something and using epilepsy as an excuse?
I don't personally feel like that. I don't.
You don't? But you think he could do more for the children?
I think he could do more. Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Rhodes, how are you, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. When were you diagnosed with epilepsy?
November 23rd, 2008.
Uh-huh. And she says your seizures are now fairly under control with medication. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I read your compatibility test.
Yes.
And the one thing that he said, well, he said a couple of deep things, I ain't gonna lie. But you said one thing you didn't like. I asked you, name 5 things you didn't like about yourself, and you said you wish you weren't disabled so you could work.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me, and by extension her, how difficult it is not to be able to contribute?
By me having epilepsy, they said I'm totally disabled.
Right.
So, like, if I was to go out and apply for a job, they'll cut my check off, and a lot of jobs don't want to hire you due to the fact they don't want to take a risk hiring you, and then something happens. Something happens.
And you're not permitted to drive, correct?
Correct.
So you have a lot of things that are limiting you. Yeah. Are you concerned when you're at home alone with the children that you might have a seizure and they wouldn't know what to do?
I ain't concerned with it because I had told them what to do.
They know what to do?
But all the time, if I have to watch them, I have somebody with me. Another family member,
right,
or one of Centerica family member to be there with me if we're watching.
Just in case?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, absolutely. You think Mr. Rhodes is doing everything he can? He sounds like he's doing everything he can.
I mean, I think he is. I'm picky, so I guess it's just certain things that I want him to do that he doesn't do.
List a few things that you want him to do that you think he ought to do.
Okay, well, I mean, for one, it's just not so much as, like, doing things as far as, like, with the kids, like giving them baths, cooking for them. It's more like just spending time with me and the kids. Like, I feel like he doesn't put enough of an effort to spend time with us and the kids.
Okay, Mr. Rhodes, you heard that.
Yes.
He says you don't spend quality time with her and the kids. Could there be any truth to that?
I'm going to say I don't spend as much time as I should, but I feel like the little time that I do spend, I'm making some type of effort, some time better than no time.
Well, now, I might have to disagree with you, Mr. Rhodes. Not when it comes to children. They're the most important thing you ever do. And you can't just say I gave bare minimum.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, and there are things that you cannot do, but the things that you can do, you need to be all over them. Right. Don't you think?
Yes, ma'am.
So the quality times with the kids, I think that she has the right to ask for that, and not just some time, but more time. You with me on that one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about the drinking? Do you drink often, and how often do you drink, if you do?
Recently, I just started drinking daily.
Daily?
Yes, ma'am.
How much per day?
a six-pack and about 2 or 3 shots.
6-pack and 2 or 3 shots every day.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I don't know if there's any relationship. She said there's a relationship between seizures and alcohol. I don't know. Did the doctor tell you anything like that? That you shouldn't be drinking?
No, ma'am.
So you just pulling that out of the air? Just
no,
trying to
I mean, no, that's like a fact. Like, drinking and seizures don't mix. It just doesn't. I mean, you can get research off the internet. You can look it up. It'll tell you, like, it just doesn't.
Well, I got an expert here that we're going to talk to in a little while, and maybe they can help me a little bit with that. But why has your drinking increased so much?
I don't get the full support that I feel like I'm getting from Centurica, so I look for another option.
What kind of support do you feel you need that you're not getting?
I know I'm already limited to certain things, but I feel like when I do more, it's not appreciated. But when I do less, it's known.
It's noted.
Right,
yeah,
yes, ma'am.
You never get an attaboy, but it always, oops, you didn't do that.
Yeah, right, yes, ma'am.
She sees everything you did wrong, but nothing that you did right.
Right, yes, ma'am.
Now, Ms. Walker, sometimes that happens. You get in that habit of noting the negative and not complimenting the positive. Can you take a moment and think, do you in fact do that?
I mean, I think I do a little bit. A little bit. But I don't think it's like to the point to where he should feel bad about it.
And take to the bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not liquor worthy.
Yeah, exactly.
I got you. Mr. Rhodes, you say her family is far too over-involved in your household matters, and I want to talk about that next.
Me and Centurica one night, we was finna get intimate, and a family member knocked on her window.
Was somebody from your family knocking on the door while Mr. Rhodes and you were trying to get busy? So, Mr. Rhodes, why do you say that her family is far too involved in your family dynamic?
There was one incident where me and Centurica one night, we was finna get intimate, and a family member knocked on her window. And we got up out of bed, proceeded to go to the door. As we opened the door, I'm like,
who's knocking on the window at night?
Knocking on the window? Yeah. I'm trying to have me some fun. But the family member come in and like was provoking at me, telling me I need to leave and I need to get out. And I'm like, what I need to get out for? I'm here with my girl.
I'm home with my wife.
You need to be home with yours, you know. And
right.
The altercation escalated to a physical altercation.
Was somebody from your family knocking on the door while Mr. Rhodes and you were trying to get busy?
Yes, that's true. I mean, that happened. But
what were they trying to accomplish? Do you know?
Yeah. Well, I can add to that story. Also, so basically, family member had came over and they asked me if Tyrell was there. I was like, yes, he's here. And they were like, well, can you go get him so I could speak with him? So I went and got him, and you know, he came to the front and they talked. So I was in the back pretty much the whole time. But it started out as a normal conversation. You know, it was quiet and everything. And a few minutes later, it just got loud. Like I was hearing things like. Things been said like, you're not a man, you need to be a man, and, you know, things like that. So when I finally came from the back, I seen my family member and Mr. Rose, they were, like, tussling in the hallway, you know, and I just kind of felt like, you know, for my family member, like, they shouldn't have came over to the house and, you know, it shouldn't have led to that because my kids were there.
Right.
I don't want them to, you know, see, you know.
Did you not, if one of my family members came over in the middle of the night and tapped on one and I came to the door, first thing out of my mouth is, what do you want? Did you ask, what do you want?
I did, yeah. I mean, I asked what he wanted, but then he was like, you know, Mr. Rose said, I was like, yeah, he's in the back, and he asked me to go, because he was like, I guess he wanted to have just a normal conversation.
I would say, what do you want him for? It's nighttime. You're knocking on my window. You know, you have to handle your own family. Yeah. You're the one that brings them into the situation. Let me ask you this. Do you think part of the reason your family is agitated is because they're often put in the position of having to rescue you financially?
I think so. I think a lot of it has to do with that and just in general because I also feel like, you know, on Mr. Rose's part, he really doesn't appreciate a lot of the things that my family does for us.
Are you appreciative of what her family does for the two of you and your kids?
I appreciate it, but it's like how they want it is when they want you to appreciate it, they controlling it at the same time. that's why I feel like what bumps head in our relationship.
Can you explain to me one time when you think they overstepped, like, you know, okay, you're going to use my money, this is how you need to do it? Can you tell me something like that?
I know a time where we had like a family event, and me and Satirica, on our way back from the event, we had a little altercation in the, you know, a verbal altercation in the car.
Mm-hmm.
And we, you know, pulled up to the house, and we still was in the car with the verbal altercation. And the same family member pulled up behind and was asking her, is everything all right? But was looking at me like in a provocative way, like, you know, what you gonna do? So I proceeded to get out of the car. And I was like, well, you don't need to be here. This ain't your yard because you don't want me in your yard, so don't be over here. And it didn't get physical, but it continued to get verbal, and they eventually left.
Yeah. I gotta tell you, if I was getting into it with some dude with my son saw me, I'd expect him to get up and say, what are you doing? Do you know what I mean? When it looks like it might not be right, I would expect a dude that cared about her to ask. I would. Mm-hmm. So, you say that you found a text between him and another woman that you found alarming, and that's what I want to talk about next.
He actually texted a female, and it's like he was basically paying for sex.
Mr. Rhodes, you doing these things? Does your partner's family have the right to interfere if they're providing financial support? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Ms. Walker, tell me about the text you found between Mr. Rhodes and an unidentified woman.
Okay, well, it was like two separate ones. The first couple of texts that I had seen was he basically was like texting just, I guess, random females, asking them to like send him like naked pictures. Yeah. But a more disturbing text I found was where he actually texted a female, and it's like he was basically paying for sex. And that was, that was the most disturbing one, because I'm like, you know, I'm struggling financially. That could be money you could be helping me with bills and stuff for the kids. You don't. Which is a rational, practical response that a lot of women wouldn't have, but and bless you for it. Mr. Rhodes, exactly. You doing these things?
If I don't get it from the house, I gotta get it somewhere. I asked her first, and I can't get it from her. I mean, a man needs to satisfy it too.
Almost circle back to this in a little while. But right now, I would like to add some assistance in this matter. I would like to bring forward Miss Natalie Beavers. She is the expert about which I spoke. She is the founder of Angels of Epilepsy in Georgia, and she has been living with epilepsy for 35 years. So I'm going to ask her a couple of questions that I hope will elicit information that will help the two of you. How are you, Ms. Beavers? It's good to see you today. Thank you for coming. What do you often find that people suffering from epilepsy need in terms of support?
There are a lot of people, they feel that they do not have a lot of support. Because this is a severe brain condition, and there are a lot of people that may not know about epilepsy until they're diagnosed with it, or a family member has been diagnosed with it, and many of them feel as if they are just left behind, and that's why I started the organization, because I know how it feels. You know, I've been dealing with it for over 35 years, and I just want to let people know that you're still human, you're still beautiful. You know, you may not be able to work certain jobs, but there are jobs that will hire you.
And that's an excellent point. He wants to work. He wrote down, he really wants to work. Do you have any tips or places he can go, or organizations that would help him find jobs that he can function in, given the fact that he has epilepsy?
Yes, there are some jobs. It may not be jobs that you may not be used to, because having epilepsy is a disability.
Yes, ma'am.
But there are local schools. They have janitorial positions, or just working in the cafeteria. There are local charities, also too churches. And there are also other nonprofit organizations that can find work for you. So just because you are dealing with this, don't look at it as if it's the end of the world, you know?
Any advice for her as far as the nature of the support she should be giving him?
Some people can't deal with that significant other with this severe brain condition. They're embarrassed about it. They don't want their kids around it. But I give suggestions to the significant other. He could be dealing with depression. Be that backbone for him. Uplift him, even if times he may not, you know, feel okay or he's just feeling down and out. Just say, hey, let's go take a walk with the kids, or let's just go to the park. Let's go to dinner and a movie today. Come on, get up, let's go. There are things out there that you could do to give him that momentum and empower him to do it, and just also just let him know, I have your back.
Ms. Beavers, thank you so much. That was excellent information, and I appreciate you coming here very much. You can have a seat. Now I'm going to circle back and talk to the two of you. Today's question sponsored by... What kind of support is most important when you have a disabled partner? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Time. It can be your best friend or your worst enemy. If you don't have enough to do, it's the latter. And what happens is you can't do these standard things over here, so you start doing nothing at all. Even those things that you can do, like spending time with the kids or being more involved as a family member, all of those things you can do, but you started not to do because the time just kind of spreads out on you. And then you learn to, you self-medicate, and you might very well be depressed because you can't get out there and do stuff. So sometimes it's like I'm doing something or I'm doing nothing at all, and you can't get that in-between part. That's why I wanted Miss Beavers to come, because I want to find something for you to do. May not be the job that you want, but it's some kind of work.
Right.
And I mean, even if the money ain't great, it's like out and about and getting something done, so when you come home, you have more energy to do with your family and all of that. Do you understand me with that? A man who helps around the house gets more sex. If the kids are cool and calm and the homework's done and you've spent a lot of quality time, we think that's sexy as all get out. What we don't like is a drunk dude on the couch. Don't do nothing for you. Certainly doesn't do anything for us. You with me on that one?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't sink into that black hole of, I can't do anything, because it's not true.
All right.
There are things that you can do, and the more you do, the better you'll feel, and the more you'll be willing to do. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Do exactly what Miss Beaver says. Don't pick at what he's not doing. Get him to start doing. And reward him for the doing that he does do, and then he'll do more. I'm not saying that you're wrong to be mad about those women, because that was not the thing to do. You talk to her about the more sex you need, and then she'll, in return, tell you what you need to do in order to get it. It ain't free.
Right.
You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to the both of you. This matter is adjourned.
You know, he has this medical condition. Was the expert helpful today?
She was, and actually I like the advice she gave about trying to get out and do stuff more. It would just help him as a whole to just not be stressed and depressed about stuff.
What changes are you willing to make?
Become a better father and to do the right thing.
Okay.
And stop drinking.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here on Divorce Court because my husband is a cheater and he doesn't trust me. I don't trust him. And he doesn't put in consideration my feelings.
I'm here because of lies and disrespect and jail endangerment from me going back to jail.
I feel the need to call the cops on my husband so they can act as a mediator.
Yeah, she put my life at risk every time she called the cops on me. I need for my wife to just listen and pay attention to the directions when I give her, because all I'm doing is trying to guide her.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Quintana King and Tyreek King. The two of you have been together for 2 years. You've been married for 19 months. You are currently expecting, you're like 7 months?
Yes.
Yeah, getting ready to have one, but you're having trouble, so you've come to me for some advice. Mrs. King, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Well, I met Tariq on Halloween. When I first met him, his voice was very loud, so I was scared. And at the same time, I still was kind of attracted to him because it was different. I decided to hang out with him, but I wanted the supervision of my friends. And then very soon after I felt comfortable, we instantly kicked them to the side, and it was just him and I every day.
That same night?
Yeah. That day forward, it was him and I every day after that.
Uh-huh.
And we were always by ourselves. And then about 2 weeks later, I hadn't had any relationships whereas a guy had done me wrong. So I was like, okay, everything's going well. We might as well just get married.
2 weeks?
We got married 2 months later, but I asked him 2 weeks later.
You asked him?
Yeah.
14 days in?
Yeah.
Did that not frighten you?
Oh, no.
Apparently not, because you did it, but 2 weeks, were you worried at all that she was jumping the gun or pressuring you?
And what I've been through is like, I don't have no time to waste, so within 2 weeks, it was like, okay, why not give it a shot?
All right, I got you, Mr. King. Go ahead, Mrs. King. Tell me what's going on.
Yeah, so I was ecstatic. He agreed to marry me. 2 months later, he was like, we're going today. I'm like, okay. So we went and got married. About a month later, I was going to work with him all the time. He was delivering flowers on the Gold Coast and pizza in Chicago.
So you would just ride along?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then one day, he always complained that I'm taking too long, so he leaves me. I'm like, okay, I'll get dressed earlier tomorrow. So tomorrow came, I got dressed earlier. He leaves me again. And this time I want to know why, so I called the job. I got suspicious. One of the females at the job described another female to me, and it was Tariq's ex. So I was ecstatic. My feelings was hurt. You know, I'm like, we're married. Why'd you take her to work? And he kept saying he couldn't talk, that he was charging up his phone. He needed the map. So I'm like, okay. And I burned up a sweater, and I put it inside of a tote with all his other clothes, so it looked like they all were ablaze when I sent the picture, but it really was just a sweater. And then, yeah, sorry, but...
Sorry. You didn't burn my shirt. I'm okay, but all right.
He kept talking about it. He wouldn't stop. And then I'm like, wow, you know, he was really upset about this. I'm like, do you understand how I felt as well, though? And he goes, I had no reason to feel that way. He still denies it being other females.
Yeah. Well, let's ask Mr. King what he was doing that day. Do you recall the incident? I'm sure you do, because you burned up your shirt.
Can you repeat that, miss?
Do you recall the incident?
No.
You don't recall her burning up your shirt?
Yeah, I've burned up my shirt, yes.
Do you remember why she burned up your shirt?
It was for assumptions and bull stuff that's going on floating in our minds. She thought that I went up to my job with my ex and my kids, but my kids were with me. I even took photos with my kids with nobody else in the picture but them. So I went up to the job and everything was cool. And the next thing you know, I get home, I get an argument. And then before I get the argument, before I even get there, I get the pictures. I get the pictures sent to me. I'm looking at my phone like, why are my clothes burnt up and like bleach and powder and everything on them? And then I don't understand. So I get to the crib, to the house and everything. So she tell me, you cheating. I'm like, how am I cheating? I was just with my kids. That's crazy. And then I try to go back to work. I went back to work and they fired me. She had called them and told them something.
Do you always take family to work with you? I think that's odd.
It was an extra side job, and my kids, they was like delivering pieces.
So hanging out with you.
Yeah,
that's
hanging
not
out with kids, like seeing how it go.
Quality time on the road, making some money. I got you. Can you tell me any other instances? Because I'm not convinced yet. Any other instances where you believe Mr. King was cheating on you?
There was an instance where he was asleep in the car, and some girl was calling his phone, so I answered it, and she agreed to meet me at the gas station. So we go to the gas station. He wake up like, why are you right here? And she asked him, what's up? And then he tell her he's at work. And I'm like, you're not at work, you're in a car with me, sleep. So then she said she just really was new to the area. She wanted somebody to hang out with and that somebody to sponsor her evening pretty much. And I told her that I'm his wife, that wouldn't be happening when she loses his number. And he said he was cool with her losing his number, so she agreed. So 3 days later, he goes back to her house. I followed the GPS, and I never been over there. I put a GPS on his phone. I went over there. He's sitting in the car with her. So he see me. He gets upset. He tells her to get out the car or whatever. He come follow me. We go home. The next day, I put the GPS still on there. I follow the GPS, and they're not in the car today. This day, they're in her house. So I took a brick, and I threw it, broke out the window.
Mr. King, did all that happen?
Well,
Were you in the car with some woman welcoming her to the neighborhood?
Bring her to the neighborhood?
Yeah, she said she was new to the neighborhood and wanted to have somebody hang out with. So what's your version of that event?
I think whatever story she giving is just because if you start the story off with that's what's going to end up in the end. Because everything she ever done to me, if I was like, get into an argument, like one time we get into an argument. I'm in the house, I'm like, okay, I ain't finna indulge in this, so I'm gonna just walk away. I walk away, I get a million text messages to my phone showing me her conversation with a whole nother guy. So I'm like, okay, that's crazy. And then another time I get naked pictures of a guy I assumed her even cheating on me with. And then one time she ride past in a car with another guy with a middle finger talking about some mom. Yeah, tell everybody to come to the window. We come to the window when Toler ran past another guy holding up my middle finger. I'm like, that's crazy. So
let me ask you this. Did she ever break out a window with a brick in a place where you were?
Yeah, I was riding
Tell
in the
me
car.
about that.
We was riding in the car. Quintana being Quintana. There was like 5 minutes before she snapped out. And then we ride down, coming from the mall. We was coming from the mall, we just riding down Torrance in Chicago. So when we drive, we get to arguing again, because every time we talk to each other, we just
It's an argument.
It's an argument. Now, this argument led Quintana thinking that her feet is made of rubber like the wheels of the tires. So she opened up the car door. I'm like, what you opening up the door for? So I stopped the car. She jumped out, throw something through the window, talking about, tell that bitch to clean the back window now. I'm like, what?
Did you do that? Well, that's a yes. That's a yes. That's a yes. My understanding, though, Mr. King, is you believe she's cheated on you as well, and I'm going to talk to you about that next.
We get into an argument. What she'd do is try to hurt me emotionally.
Okay.
I was like, send me what she been doing behind my back. I was like, text messages from random guys that she either talked to, mostly her exes. Send me all the conversations, and then turn around a week later say she was lying.
So, Mr. King, you say Mrs. King has cheated on you. Why don't you give me some examples of what she's done?
Like once we get into an argument, she always want to like affect me in a different way. Like she figures she can't put her hands on me. So what she'd do is try to hurt me emotionally.
Okay.
I was like, send me what she been doing behind my back. If I was like text messages from random guys that she either talked to, mostly her exes. Send me all the conversations, and then turn around a week later say she was lying. I'm like, how is that a lie? When you sending it to me, she said her and her cousin send some text messages back and forth to each other. I'm like, nah, don't nobody go through all that.
Right.
You telling me a lie again. Right. So she kind of keeping me off balance.
Right. Do you send him stuff to intentionally upset him?
Yes. And it'd be
Give me a list of the kind of things you send him. I know you send him burnt clothes.
Yeah.
I know you say, what else?
So I'm upset, and I'll go on the internet, find a picture of a guy, probably be posing or something, and I'll send him a picture of it and tell him I know this person, I don't know him.
But that's...
What is the most concrete evidence you've had that he's cheated on you?
He had posted a picture himself on Valentine's Day of him and his ex. She's way older. He dated an older lady before, and they were out to eat. And we were just married, and I'm like, why are you out with her on Valentine's Day?
Are you going out with other women on Valentine's Day when you're married?
It seems like every time a holiday come up, the devil come out of her, and she pushed me away. I'm like, nah, I ain't gonna celebrate the holiday like that. I'm gonna go chill with my family. So that's what I gonna do.
So you were chilling with your family. You weren't cheating with another
I
woman.
wasn't cheating. If she even think that because she did something wrong. She know that she sent me text messages telling me, showing me what she been doing. And then one time she gave me a story like, remember one time we was in Walmart, you turned this way, went that way. It sounds so correct.
Right.
The way she delivering it to me. And then all of a sudden she says a lie. I'm like, nah, I remember going to aisle 2. You did disappear. So, it makes sense.
So have you ever caught her cheating on you? Or is she just yanking your chain all of the time?
I even proved to her that I don't cheat because I told her like this. Like I left her. I simply left her. I'm like, everything I told her, like everything you was assuming. Just remember in your mind why I'm leaving you. That's not true. I don't sleep with other women because I did all that. I'm 35 years old. I'm really tapped out. I just want somebody to love me and cook for me.
Tapped out.
That's it. I'm cool. But she don't understand that. But when I left her, she said that I came back. So when I came back, I thought she would get it, but she don't get it.
She doesn't get it.
She don't get it. I would just totally leave.
So you really never caught him, did you?
Yeah, because, like, if I felt like his attention was somewhere else, and then I call him on it, and then 2 weeks later, you gone.
His attention was somewhere else.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Like, he doesn't he stopped valuing my opinion, stuff that I was saying.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I want to talk about something really important, though. My understanding is you are in the habit of calling the police on him. I want to know why you're doing it, when you're doing it, and what happens when you do. The wrong cop on the wrong day, he's all loud, and then he gets shot, and you were like, oh, I didn't mean that to happen. What is wrong with you? What would you do if you suspected your spouse was cheating but couldn't prove it? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Mrs. King, do you call the police on your husband?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
About how many times have you called?
Maybe 4.
4 times. Now, let me ask you this, because this is very important. Is he putting his hands on you? Is he threatening you? Are you afraid of him?
No, ma'am. Sometimes I get afraid because how loud he is. I'm not sure if today's the day he's gonna finally click. So I would call the cops. But when they come, it's like people that...
Tell me a couple of stories about when you called the police on what happened and what caused you to call.
Okay, I called the police because it would probably be like, I don't know, I'm resting. And Tariq would not be quiet. He didn't value my opinion. So now he want me to hear his side of the story, and I'm tuning him out. So now he's following me around just super loud. And I'm like, you know what? I can't calm you down. I can't make you listen to me, but the cops will.
So if somebody's down the street getting robbed, they're over at your house talking to you about why he won't listen to your opinion. That's because it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous opinion. Let me tell you something. You get the wrong cop on the wrong day, he's all loud, and then he gets shot, and you were like, oh, I didn't mean that to happen. What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Holy cow. It's not what they're for.
Every time I argue with her, every time I get loud, she learned how to set me up where the police could come. She could say, I'm not the bad guy. She on the phone, so I'm in there talking loud or whatever. Next thing you know, I could be laid in the bed, the police knocking on the door, throwing tasers there, looking with tasers. So I'm looking confused, like, why the police at the door? I never know why. And then I figured out it's somebody that be calling on the phone, because I don't never see her doing it. I know she ain't that slick.
So what, do you get into an argument with him and then call somebody so they can hear that he's loud, hoping that they'll call the police on your behalf?
That happened like 2 times with my cousin. They called the police if they
And you did that on purpose, right?
I told them to be quiet. Like, I'm like, quit yelling. I'm like, quit yelling.
See, it's like she's using it as a mechanism for control. See, like when a person feel like they can't put their hands on you and stuff like that, they use other ways, tactics to control you. But she don't understand that I just did 2.5 years in jail. And I'm not trying to go back there.
Right.
You put me in a situation like that, it's not jail, it's death now, because they didn't kill me.
Right. Are you still on probation or parole?
No, I completed that.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good, because
I had to go to anger management.
yeah, because they can put him back for just about anything if he's on paper. You know what I mean? So at least that's not the problem.
I completed it.
Yeah, well, good for you. Good for you. I want to talk about communication. I want to talk about control. I want to talk about manipulation. I want to talk about maturity. I can't even list everything I want to talk about, but I'm going to talk about a whole lot of things. Today's question sponsored by... How would you react to your spouse calling the cops on you during arguments? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I need a week to get through to you, but I got 2 minutes, so I'm going to do the best that I can. Mrs. King, you need to grow up. And I mean right now, right now. You don't talk to anybody. What you do is you get 10 cents worth of information, and then you make $1 worth of assumptions about that 10 cents of information, and then you go off with that $1 worth of assumption like you're a mad woman. Oh, 2 weeks he's been nice, let me marry him. Oh, you know what I mean? His full attention isn't in my direction. Let me call another dude, act like that other dude is with me so I can hurt him, because for 5 minutes I was distressed because I wasn't his #1 priority. Good God, woman, you will never be happy. You will never be safe. And good Lord, I'm worried about that baby. This brother over here is... I'm talking loud because he's having hard to hear. I don't want people to think I lost my mind. This brother over here is tired. He has decided to sit down and be with a woman, and he decided that that woman is you. You need to pay him back with respect and some common sense. Burning up his clothes, riding by with your middle finger, throwing bricks. That is no way to build a home. No way whatever to build a home. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Yes. Now, that doesn't mean that you're without fault. I think you're a big dude, and if you get loud, I think you might spook me too. And what I want to say to you is this. Men don't often realize this, but sometimes your size and your presence and your volume can be disconcerting to us. And it's not because you're mean or mad. It's because your volume is so expansive and extensive that it is frightening to us. And we're not saying you mean us wrong, but the idea, you got to take your size and your volume into account. You can't just say I'm loud. You have to say I'm loud, and I get this. And I'm trying to talk to this woman who's, half in the bag ain't got it together anyway. So what you do is you sit down and say, baby, this is what I'm upset about. Realize how big you are. Realize how loud your voice is. And bring it down to a level that won't start no stuff with her. It doesn't mean you don't have the right to be angry. It's just that you have the wisdom not to display it. Because displaying it don't get you nowhere other than the business end of a taser. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
Did you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear me?
Yes.
I hope so. This matter is adjourned.
All right, after hearing what Judge Lynn had to say, I mean, you got a baby on the way. Are you ready to grow up?
Yes. I'm ready to grow up. I feel like I always show initiative, and my action's always just a reaction to what he does.
So what are you going to do to stay together and make this work?
I'm going to take care of my responsibilities, but first I'm going to get a blood test to take care of mine.
today on Divorce Court.
I'm trying to figure out what me and Shay should do as far as our marriage.
Me and my wife is having a big problem with career choices.
His music career has taken a toll on my marriage.
Everything else is pretty much well, just the careers is making it go sideways.
What he does that irritates me the most is his reckless behavior and his reckless spending.
When we try to discuss problems, it's always a, I don't want to say argument, but like a debation.
They get so loud and so heated, and then someone always leaves. That doesn't help anything.
We love each other, but it's just the careers is causing the separation.
I definitely do believe that our marriage can be saved.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Vinya Davis and Shay Davis. The two of you have been together for 22 years, married for 17. I'm just happy to hear it. You're in trouble, though, so you've come to see me. You have 4 children between you,
yes,
together. Mrs. Davis, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why you believe it's in trouble today?
Well, I'm here because I've been with Shay a long time, 23 years, 17 married. And his music career has put a lot of strain on our marriage. He has spent the bulk of his career in the studio while I raised the 4 children. And by bulk, I mean he's in the studio nonstop, day and night, all hours of the night, and he's not present at home where he should be helping me, you know, raise the children. I had a 4-year anniversary coming up, and I told him, make sure that you're there for the anniversary. I'm going to make a nice dinner, a salmon dinner with rice and steamed broccoli.
What the food was.
Right. So I told him, when you finish with the studio, make sure you come home and just let me know when you're coming home, like give me a call. And I call him, and I get no answer. I call again, I get no answer. It's 11 o'clock at night, I get no answer. 12 o'clock, no answer. 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. When he finally gets home, he has the excuse, of course, I was working.
Studio.
I was at the studio. But me, I'm upset. By this time, I'm really upset. So the dinner that I made just went right for him. Like, I just threw the dinner. That was it. I was upset. I threw his clothes out the window.
Did you just simply forget?
No, I didn't forget. It's just that I was caught up working in the studio, doing a couple songs. And it's hard to
Couldn't you
leave.
just text her and say, babe, I've got the next so-and-so ready to hit, you know, ready to drop. I can't come.
Yeah, I didn't do none of that. Because I just put my phone on the couch. Once I'm in the booth, I'll be in there for like half an hour. So I just leave the phone there and just let it do whatever it do.
But you couldn't give it 30 seconds to say, hey, I'm not coming?
No, I was coming home. I'm coming home.
No, but I mean, not for the dinner. She
Oh,
had
the
you.
dinner- no,
she had you there at an hour for some food.
Yeah.
You knew about it, and you said you didn't forget.
No, I didn't forget. I was just going
But
to
it
be
just
late.
wasn't important enough to make a call and say you're going to be drastically late.
Yeah, I didn't.
You didn't do that.
Yeah.
My understanding also is, Mrs. Davis, that not only is it the amount of hours at the studio, it's who's at the studio with him that bothers you. Why don't you tell me about that?
Yeah, I FaceTimed him one time, and there are like girls around and people in the background and a lot of stuff going on. It doesn't look like work to me.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So I get upset, and I'm like, I'm already frustrated because you're not where you said you were supposed to be working, and then there's, you know,
There's a whole bunch of women around. What's happening?
Right, of course.
Let's
So
ask him.
What's going
Mr.
on?
Davis, what's going on
That's just
with
how
the women?
That's just how the environment is. It's like, it's just people everywhere. It's women, dogs, cats, it's everybody. Like, it's women here. Like, I mean, it's anybody. It's just, that's just the environment. I can't control the situation. It's just...
Is that within the studio itself, or are you out at a club or something?
No, in the studio. That's like the studio.
The studio has a whole bunch of women in it.
You got
and
people in
folks
there.
just hangers on.
Yeah, it's people. There's a lot of people in there. They doing whatever they do, work. It's other
Right.
studios.
Right. Have you ever been unfaithful to her?
Unfaithful to her?
Yeah.
Nah. I just been like, you know, just been busy working. I never really been unfaithful.
You say you wouldn't mind so much if the music was able to support you, but it's not, and that he fakes rich. How does he display that?
Okay, he says, I want to buy a Corvette. And I'm like, okay. So he tells me I'm going to put $3,000 down on the Corvette. I go to the grocery store and I go to buy groceries, and it's bad enough I have like a cart full of groceries and everyone's already looking at me like, you know, I have to shop for 4 teenagers.
Right, so it's a lot of food.
Right, a lot of food. So I get to the register and I use my debit card and decline. There's no money there. And I call him and I'm like, where's the grocery money? And, oh, I spent it on the Corvette. But how am I supposed to know that? So it wound up being $6,000 down instead of $3,000 down. Okay. And, you know.
All right, I'm with you, and I'm going to give Mr. Davis a moment. I'll give you some time to tell me how you managed to make right the decision to spend money on a Corvette when you didn't have enough money to feed your family.
A Corvette, that's something I wanted. It's a muscle car, it's fast.
Before you satisfy your need to have a muscle-cool car, satisfy the stability and future of your family.
What are we gonna do with $6,000? We can't really do nothing with that. What I'm gonna do with that?
So, Mr. Davis, Mrs. Davis just told us a story where you ended up spending $6,000 as a down payment on a car, as opposed, and ended up with not enough money to buy groceries. Tell me your side of that story.
Well, the car, I just feel like I've been told I was gonna get the Corvette. It's just I kind of rushed on it because I wanted it so bad.
But do you have Corvette money? I mean, do you have sports car money?
My money is always tight. It's like always on a budget, like.
So why buy a very expensive car when your budget is tight? Wouldn't it be better to save your money, invest your money, have your money work for you while you can't work? Isn't that better than flashing your money?
It ain't really flashing. I'm just having fun driving the car that
I understand that. So the fun is more important than the financial security?
The finances is secure. Like, it's gonna always be secure. We ain't rich, but it's always gonna be money coming in. It's just, if I spend $6,000, maybe 4 days, $1,000 might come in. Like.
So if you have a crisis and you need $10,000, you got it?
When right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could get it.
You could get it, but you're not secure like that. You understand what I'm saying? Don't be a pipeline dude. A pipeline dude is one rich guy over here, gives you money, and you just shoot it straight to another rich guy over there. And at the end of the day, you ain't got nothing in the pipe but air.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You with me on that?
That makes sense, yeah.
They've put their kids through college. Everybody's got braces. Everybody's got everything that they need. They're going to retire. Yeah. Everybody's fine. She's getting her card declined because you're giving them more money. You with me on that part?
Nah, it makes sense, though. But, you know, I work hard for that, too, though.
What?
I work hard for that money. That's all.
Everybody works hard for well, not everybody. Those people don't work hard for the money because they've had generational wealth. You work hard for something doesn't mean just go blow it and give it to somebody else. It means build generational wealth for your family, build stability for your family. You know what I mean?
That's going to happen when the time is right. Like, I do my stuff.
Time is right now. Time is always right. As soon as the baby pops out, time's right. You know, they want to go to college next year. Can you put them in?
Yeah, I could put them in. She know that.
Really?
Ask her, could I put them in?
40 grand a year. You can do that?
Ask her.
Can you do 40,000 a year?
When they go to college, when they ready for college. College is not now. But when college comes, ask her, would I be able to put them in there? That's not...
When I'm ready to go. I'm looking at their ages right here.
He's going to go. He's going to definitely go. It's 100%. He's definitely going to any college he want. It don't matter if it's 50.
50,000 a year. You can do that.
Yeah. I mean, I could do like 30. Like 20, 30.
That's $6 grand put you into a place where she got a card decline.
That was, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you got one ready to go next year.
He's going to be good. He's going to be, like, I take good care of the kid. That's one thing I do, is take great. That's why the only reason I bought the Corvette, because I don't really buy me nothing. So a Corvette is like That's something I wanted. It's a muscle car. It's fast. Like, I just wanted to drive a fast car. She got a car. I already got her a car. Like, I wanted the car. I don't know. It might be wrong, but I just wanted the car to drive.
Mr. Davis, what I'm just asking you is, before you satisfy your need to have a muscle-cool car, which is wonderful, that you satisfy the stability and future of your family. You understand what I'm saying?
What we gonna do with 6,000? You can't really do nothing with that. Like, what I'm gonna do with that? Like, that's just...
I'm done, because I'm not getting anywhere, and then we're gonna go on to something else that I can get somewhere with.
I'm focused on trying to get $1 million. I don't got time.
Don't you mention money to me again.
It's not about money. It's not really...
I want to know why you think your wife brought you on national television to expose your business. What would you do if your spouse drained your accounts to buy a fancy car? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Mrs. Davis, I got all knotted up about the finances. That's not your only concern. You say his focus is primarily him and not the kids and not yours, and you have a career and he's not willing to allow you to pursue yours. Why don't you tell me about that?
I haven't gotten a chance to focus on my career, my writing career. For instance, the kids are getting older.
Right.
And I want to go on different events, different networking events. One in particular is in Texas. And I want to fly there and, try to see what's going on there. It's a writers' conference. And we argue about if I'm going to go, can I go? It's like he wants me to go, but then,
in reality, he doesn't want you away from the house.
Exactly.
Mr. Davis, what do you have to say about that? Are you comfortable with her career and supportive?
Yes, I'm real supportive. It ain't that I don't want her to go. It's just that she don't really like the networking part. Like, she's a good writer. She's a great writer. She write great. But she'll write it and just put it in a drawer. Like, see, I'm like a more just actually, like, I will write and then go in the studio and do the song and do stuff.
Well, she wants to go to conferences, but she doesn't feel encouraged in that.
And so my thing is, like, I know her so long, like, she don't do no networking at all since I known her. She just write it and put it.
But let's just get her to Texas.
All right, but if she go to Texas, what is she gonna do? That costs money to get there. Like, what's she gonna do? We can't go there.
Well, she can't network if she doesn't go there.
No, but she don't.
You're saying she doesn't network?
Yeah, she never network.
But she's trying now, and you telling her you don't want her to spend the money to go to network.
You know why? Because I want to see her do some networking local first. Let me see your networking ability. I know her. She'll go there and sit in the back, and everybody else will be doing networking. And she'd be sitting in the back.
Why don't you go with her?
That's what I'm saying. If I go with her, I could help the networking.
Well, why can't you go with her?
I can't go with her, but she want to go by herself. I don't know. She said she could go by herself. I was like, I don't know if that's a good plan.
You know why you're here, right?
Yeah.
Why are you here?
She said, I don't know. She want me here.
Yeah. I know that. I know why you're here. He knows why you're here.
She want me here.
They know why you're here. I want to know if you know why you're here.
Yeah, I'm here because really, like, I'm focused on trying to get $1 million. I ain't gonna lie, like, I don't got time.
Don't you mention money to me again.
It's not about money. It's not really.
I want to know why you think your wife called us up and got it here.
I'm telling you because I'm focused too much on trying to get successful, and she's calm, laid back where we at. I'm trying to go. I've been like that since we've been together. That's what
I know. You're a doer. You're an action. You're a go-getter. I get all that part.
Yeah, so
but you can do all of that and still be a good husband and father.
Oh, yeah, I am a good husband and father.
But you're here. There's a problem. There's a disconnect between everything you say you want to do for your family and what's happening because your wife is distressed to the point she brought you on national television to expose your business.
Because you know why I think I'm here? Because, like I said, I'm too focused on going this way. And I'm still
that
but
part.
If you ask the kids, if you call my kids, ask them, they're gonna all say, yo, he's the best dad in the world. It's like they got everything. Put it like this: the kids, my 4 kids, got more stuff than everybody in the neighborhood. More. They don't need no more than that. They don't need what else?
They don't need a college education.
Because
17 is going soon.
I got the college education situated for them. That's why I said you can ask her.
Does he?
That's if they're allowed to go to college.
What do you mean if they're allowed to go to college?
Because he wants everyone to be in the same business he's in the music business. He wants my son to engineer, and we bought him a MacBook for him to learn how to engineer, and the MacBook is dusty.
Yeah. Not to cut you off, but he been in school.
You need to stop. You need to stop. Today's question sponsored by... When are chasing dreams bad for a relationship? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. All I'm going to say is this. How old are you?
I'm 41 now.
You're 41 years old. You know, the music career is a tough business. The only people we know for sure are going to turn out with money in the music business are the accountants and the lawyers. A lot of the artists don't get nothing. A lot of the artists don't make it. And a lot of the artists who make it still don't get nothing. Bill Withers, you remember him?
Bill Withers, yeah.
He didn't own any of his masters. They took one of the best songwriters ever.
That's crazy.
You gotta know more than drive. You gotta have vision that's wide in scope.
Yeah,
you know, my understanding is the son that you're saying bought the MacBook for wants to go into medicine. Is that right? He wants to be a doctor. What's wrong with that?
No, he could do. Yeah, I don't mind doing that, but show me the doctor skills.
You can't. You got to go to college first.
No, but he got to show me now. Like right now, I'm telling you.
No, you got to go to college first. My sister's a doctor. I got a doctorate in law. I know how that works.
Yeah, but when he's showing me film skills now, he's not showing me doctor skills. That's not to cut you off, but he's showing me film stuff now. Why he can't show me doctor stuff now?
Because he can't. He doesn't have access to doctor stuff.
But he got access to film stuff.
Yeah.
You got access to whatever you come up with. Like,
all right.
That's just how I'm looking at it.
I see your problem, Mrs. Davis. I know you love him, and I think he has a good heart. He's just limited in vision. He's myopic and he has no scope. Good dude. No doubt about it, good dude. But I can't fix it. Usually I can get a spark of something. A little or maybe. I got nothing. Absolutely nothing. God love you. You're good-looking people. I bet you have gorgeous children. I hope you do well in the business. I really, really do. God love you, Mrs. Davis. God love you. You're a strong woman. You're a fortified woman. You're a good dude. And I'm a gone judge. This matter is adjourned.
Can we get a quick Hot 16 from you?
See, I don't really freestyle because my style ain't for free.
Okay.
When I came off the plane, somebody said, yo, you look like Shay Davis. And I was like, yeah, that's me. Now I'm on Divorce Court with my W-I-F-E. Wow. We've been together 17 years, and hopefully God to keep us together for L-I-F-E. That's it, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You just spit a couple of bars for us. Are you going to focus on this writing career? You think you'll make that jump to Texas and try and pursue that?
Yes, I will. Yes, I'm going to Texas. Texas, here I come in October. And I'm excited. I'm excited because I want to do something for me now. I want to try to focus on my career. He's had his time to shine. He's had his shot, and I want to focus on me for once.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm in court today because I want to regain my husband's trust.
LaToya, I want you to know that I love you,
but we also have some issues.
I started a relationship off with a lie by not telling John that I was already married. Then it led to John going out cheating.
Some of the problems I would say is infidelity and things that hasn't been resolved from the past.
John, I want you to trust me more. Be a provider and not put everything on me.
I would want the judge to talk to Ms. Milner about being open-minded.
I'm trying to do everything that I can as a wife to be there for you as well, but I can't if you're not there with me.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with LaToya Milner and John Sensley. The two of you have been together for 12 years, married for 1 year, but we have a problem already. I'm going to start with Ms. Milner. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here in divorce court today?
I'm here in divorce court today because I'm trying to gain trust into Mr. Sensley and save our marriage at the same time.
Gain trust in him or from him?
From him.
Okay, go ahead.
We met in middle school, and we've been knowing each other since we was about maybe 9 or 10. I moved away right after 8th grade, so he went to a different high school, and so did I. I moved back to the city, and therefore I had a little book, and I had John's number in it, and I called him, and he called me back. So then we began hanging out. He came out with me for one of my birthday gatherings, and from that point on, we started talking, and then eventually we started dating. Maybe like 6 months later, we started dating.
Okay.
Between the time that we were dating, we went on, and John, he wasn't consistent with it. Like, you would see him today, and then tomorrow you may not see him, but he's always, when you call him, I'm coming over, I'm coming over, and you be waiting, he never show up. He went to sleep, he got off late, whatever happened. So we went through that for a while. Then I went to Nashville, Tennessee with my best friend to kind of clear my head because I was falling in love with John. Now, when I called him and we was hanging out, it wasn't supposed to go that way. It was just supposed to be friends. It wasn't supposed to lead.
Well, what was the reason why it wasn't supposed to go that way?
I was married.
Well, that'll do it.
And I didn't tell him, so I left trying to escape the relationship. He called me back, and he said, you know, he wanted to work it out, and I said I had a secret to tell him. And that's when I told him I was married. He said he kind of knew something was going on because the phone wasn't in my name. So when you called, it was a different name.
Okay. Mr. Sensley, is that a fairly accurate recitation of what occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you suspicious about what she was doing even before she told you she was married, or did it come as a complete surprise?
It didn't come as a complete surprise.
You kind of knew something was up.
Yeah, that's why I kept my distance. In the beginning, that's why because like it wasn't adding up, so I kept my distance.
It wasn't cool, yeah, so you didn't want it. So you ran away so you wouldn't fall in love with him. What happened? Because you obviously ended up together.
That's when he called me back, and when I told him, you know, he said he wanted to work it out. I said, well, look, I'm in love with you, but I'm not supposed to be. So I came back to Atlanta, and we call ourselves working it out, and I was told to leave the ex-husband, divorce, do whatever I got to do if I'm going to be with him.
Right.
So I decided to get a divorce.
Right.
So I tried to do the right thing and try to start over and do it right. So I was still trying to work it out, and then like 2010, at the end of 2010, we ended up conceiving our daughter. So in 2011... You
still married?
No, I was divorced by him.
You divorced by then.
Yeah, I divorced him.
You ended up having a child with Mr. Sensley.
Yes. Because when I divorced my ex-husband, I decided to do the right thing. I wanted to regain
No, I got
his
it.
trust.
I got it. Fast forward me to where there's a problem right before marriage.
Well, all the problems started right before the marriage. Right after I told him I was married, that's when a lot of the infidelity started coming out with Mr. Sensley.
Okay, tell me a couple of instances where you caught him doing things with other women.
Well, I did a little investigation with help of my friends, and that's when I found out that he had another female that was pregnant at the time.
Now, you weren't married yet.
We wasn't married, no.
But you were divorced from the other guy.
We were divorced.
And some other woman popped up pregnant. How'd you find that out?
She called one day, we was at home, and I got to the phone before he did.
And she told you?
She told me everything.
Mr. Sensley, how did did it happen that way?
Kind of, sort of, Yana, but it was more to that.
Tell me what it is.
Well, she blames it on her woman's intuition, and she said she was having dreams. And I'll be honest, Yana, I wasn't living right.
Right.
Because,
Okay.
I mean, you know, I didn't feel that everything was true and honest, so I was painting the city red. I mean,
You were just out and about.
Yeah.
Doing your thing.
So, that went on for a while. She just kept coming with all these scenarios. Like, she was hitting me out of the blue because she was like, I seen some cats by my car, somebody pregnant. And, you know, and I'm looking like, there ain't no cat finna tell you that, you know, and then she talking about, I'm
You
dreaming.
didn't do that, did you?
I did.
You really believe that every time a cat comes by your car, somebody's pregnant?
I do.
Cats go by cars all the time.
But these two cats kept sitting on the porch, and they wouldn't go away. And they just kept sitting there, and I don't have a cat. I don't feed them, so I don't know why they was sitting.
I've heard of, like, black cats being bad luck, going under a... Is there a wives' tale that if you see a cat and he won't go away, somebody you know is pregnant?
Yes, because she was.
But see, that's the thing, Your Honor. I mean, I was fooling around, like I said, I admit, but that wasn't my baby. So the cat was for somebody else. I mean, I was.
Was it not her? Did it turn out to be that baby wasn't his?
It did.
It did. So leave the cat theory alone. I want to go from there and get to the point where you got married and how difficult things have been since you've been married.
All of my friends, male friends, know about him. When it comes to his female friend, he doesn't tell them we're in a relationship.
Do you not tell people you're married to her?
Everyone in my family knows who she is. They know she's the mother of my children.
But they don't know you married her.
They gonna know now.
Well, yeah. Mr. Sensley, you say that Ms. Milner believes that she should be allowed to have male friends, but you ought not be allowed to have female friends. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate, Sean.
Explain that to me.
I mean, just as Ms. Milner, I mean, we were childhood friends. Like, we had a platonic relationship until she called me that day. Now, it's other women in my life, just they are the same. I mean, she know them. We all went to school together, so it's not a surprise.
Right.
That's just her way of just trying to look at my phone to see if I'm talking to somebody or thinking I'm cheating or something. So she basically doesn't trust me.
So, Ms. Milner, do you have a double standard where you can have male friends, but he can't have female friends?
Yes and no. And the reason I say that, because all of my friends, male friends, know about him, have spoken to him. When it comes to his female friend, he doesn't tell them we're in a relationship. And that's the problem I have. I have no problem with you having a female friend. But if you're not telling them you're in a relationship with me and I'm just a baby mama, that's not fair.
I seem to recall you saying that he also tells his own family that you're his baby mama and not his wife. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Do you not tell people you're married to her?
I'm scared to tell her, Your Honor.
Why?
Because I feel that the next day we'll be going through a divorce or something. I mean, it's so up and down. I mean, they know she in my life, but I'm scared because I don't want to get tired.
You don't want to go out like that.
Yeah, I don't. Everyone in my family knows who she is. They know she's the mother of my children.
But they don't know you married her.
They gonna know now.
Well, yeah. Indeed they will. Indeed they will. Mr. Sensley, you say that she is interfering with your spirituality because she has a problem with the women at church. Tell me about that.
That's another thing, Your Honor. I'm from Louisiana, so I grew up in the Deep South, and, you know, religion and spirituality, that's a part of you. Now, I don't believe she understands when I tell her that that's why my heart feels at home, because, I mean, you can go to whatever church you want, but it's going to be one that makes you feel
the home church that you
and welcome.
Right.
I can't go there because, I mean, I'm being accused of talking to women at the church.
Why can't he go to the church he likes?
Because he is talking to a member of the church.
A particular woman.
It's a little blurry, but
it's a little blurry, but it's real. Do you know what we're talking about here?
I know who she's talking about, but I don't know what she got on that paper.
It says, good morning, and then can't stop looking at you, miss you, stop out for a second. I'm sorry, I just got the message. Let's talk at church. Sorry, are you...
I can look at it.
Yeah, I hope you can read it, because I had a hard time with it. Yeah, I know. Put it down. It's okay. It's very confusing. Do you know the particular individual about whom she's speaking?
Yes.
And has there ever been anything illicit or romantic between the two of you?
No, we
I was a hesitant no.
No, we talk on the phone, but like as far as like a physical relationship, no. And that's what I keep telling her. Like, I mean, I'm just being honest.
She's a friend of yours.
Yeah, and then the thing about it is she you know, mature, so, you know, I ain't...
She's too old for you, is what you're saying.
I don't want to say that, but something along those lines.
How old is she?
Grown.
You're a diplomatic dude, because you don't want to get in any trouble. I get that part. I see the nature of your trust issues here, but I also understand there are very significant problems with respect to your finances, and I would like to discuss that now.
He works 88 hours every 2 weeks, but he's always broke. I pay everything.
You pay for everything?
Except the money he gives me for the kids if he don't short me.
Do you make more or does he make more?
I think he makes more.
I don't think she's telling the truth about how much she makes.
Is it okay for your partner to make friends with the opposite sex at church? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Ms. Milner, you say your husband fails to take seriously his responsibility as the financial head of the household. Why don't you tell me what you mean by that?
He works 88 hours every 2 weeks, but he's always broke. I do 80 hours every 2 weeks. I have 3 kids to take care of and a whole bunch of bills and credit cards in my name. Along with that being said, a lot of times when we want to go out and eat or go out on dates, take the kids places, he don't never have any money. So I'm constantly swiping my credit cards.
Okay. Who pays what bills at the house? Who pays the rent? Who pays gas, utilities?
I pay everything.
You pay for everything?
Except the money he gives me for the kids if he don't short me.
Well, he's on child support, is he not?
He's not.
But you were?
Yes, and that's the whole thing. When I was on child support, I was paying an arm and a leg. Mm-hmm. That's the money she's used to having. Mm-hmm. Now, when we sat down and we both put everything out on the table, what we had to pay and this and that,
right.
I meet those demands for the house, but I also have bills that I have to pay, you know, and then also last year in April, my mother passed, and I was willed some properties and things like that, and I refused to let those go under, hard as my parents worked for those things. So I'm not
Right.
And she has to understand that this is not for me. I mean, this is for our children.
Do you pay any of the basic costs of living, like the rent, the gas, the light, electric, all
that? My name is on nothing in her house.
But you're married, so it's your house, too.
The amount of money she asked me for, I give it to her, and I go on about my business.
So there's a set amount you're supposed to contribute to the household every month. You do that, and then the rest of it you spend maintaining the legacy that you would like to leave your children.
No, I mean, I have a car note and, you know, like I said, all of my bills. It's just once I meet the demands as far as her, you know, I still have to cover my end.
Does he give you a consistent amount of money every month?
No. He may be short $50. He may be short $100.
Well, how much? Is it $50 out of 100, or is it $50 out of 1,500?
Instead of 300 every 2 weeks, it might be 200.
So 300 every 2 weeks is what he supposed to be giving.
And I gave him a break because it's supposed to be like close to 7. According to the court order, we did have, but he said that was breaking his pocket, it was killing him, he couldn't do it.
But you know, when you're married to a guy, he's not supposed to be paying your child support. He's supposed to be actively engaging in the economic security of the home according to how much both of you make. Do you make more or does he make more?
I think he makes more.
I don't think she telling the truth about how much she make. I'm serious. Y'all, I ain't never seen that one bill in that house, and I don't even know what the rent is, and I don't ask no questions just as long as she hush and quiet.
You just kind of seem like a visitor. You don't seem like you're really like a member of the family.
And
you're just a dude living there.
I explained that to her. I tell her, I say, I feel like I'm just here to be closer to my children and to keep you quiet because, like, when I'm not there, then she said I walked out on the family.
Right.
But when I'm there, she act like I'm just a bump on the wall. So, like I say...
You just keeping it quiet.
I keep my distance.
But are you still under court order to pay that child support?
No, but that's what she expects, and that's the whole thing, and see what she feels are real.
Has the court order expired?
I just went down and took
You went down and took him off. I got it. I also understand, Mr. Sensley, you believe that Ms. Milner lives far beyond her means, and that's part of the problem with the economics. So that's what I want to talk about now. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if you felt your spouse was keeping their finances secret from you? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. So tell me briefly about her economic excesses.
Well, Your Honor, I come from a two-parent household. We worked, we earned our money, we saved, and we set goals. Like Ms. Milner stated earlier, if she wants something, she pull out a credit card and go buy it. You creating debt. I'm not going to do that. I set a goal.
What kind of things does she buy that you think are extravagant?
I mean, it's not that. It's the bulk of it. I mean, she buy a lot of stuff. I mean,
like
shoes, but, you know, women
shoes,
stuff.
nails, hair. All that. Do you spend a lot of money on your shoes and your nails and your hair and your appearance?
Going out to eat and then...
Going out to eat.
Then hanging with her girlfriends, you know, she got to put on.
Hanging with your girlfriends. Anything else?
You know.
I don't see no nails on her.
Yeah.
And if she was a nail person, she'd wear her nails here. I'm just saying, I can't say for sure, but you can usually tell when they're like that because if they're going to wear nails anywhere, they do it on television. But I think you're two nice people who don't quite trust each other and have decided to just manage your life as business partners. And that's cool if everybody's happy with it. You seem very jovial and happy. You a little suspect over there.
Yes.
Go to a marriage counselor for a couple of months and decide what it is you really want to do. Because I don't think you know you want to be married, co-parents, or roommates.
Yeah, and I can answer that question.
What?
Like I said, I want my marriage. I was raised in a two-parent home. I believe the children need both parents.
But then you have to participate like a husband, not just the guy who pays the rents and keeps her quiet and sleeps downstairs.
That's just when she's mad.
You know what I'm saying? Well, then you have to figure out how not to be angry or what not to be angry about. Y'all need marriage counseling.
And
Lots of it.
I agree.
Because I don't know what... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You don't have a married state of mind. It's like you two single people that kind of, you know... glance off each other every while at the bank and with the kids. And that's no way to conduct a marriage. I wish you the best, though. You seem like nice people. Go to marriage counseling. We're going to go to a counselor here, and we're going to see if we can figure out what it is to be married, and then I hope you can manage it. This matter is adjourned.
Judge Lynn said you guys are more like roommates and you don't have a marriage state of mind. What's your reaction to that?
That is correct. I wish we didn't, but honestly, it is.
I understand we do have issues. I mean, I'm willing to open to work things out. She is my wife and I love her, and we have children. I don't want to shake that foundation for my children.
Judge, today's case is dead weight.
He's not working, and she's not happy about it. The question is, after 6 years, is anyone willing to change?
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Betty Florimon and David Morrison. The two of you have been together for 6 years. Ms. Florimon, you are suing Mr. Morrison for the amount of $1,200 for the first month's rent and security deposit for your apartment. You're going to tell me a little bit about that later. But before you do, I'd like you to tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here today.
Your Honor, I'm here today because being with David is like carrying around a big bag of bricks. David is just dead weight.
Now, why do you say Mr. Morrison is dead weight?
Your Honor, he got fired from 2 jobs on 2 separate occasions on his day off. Who gets fired on their day off? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Was it a Friday? Mr. Morrison, did you actually manage to get fired twice on your day off?
Yes, ma'am.
How does that happen?
I don't even know.
Your Honor, I know. You know why? Because he will get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, be on video game all day, all night. He don't eat, he don't wash nothing, he don't clean nothing, he just don't do nothing.
But how does that get him fired on his day off?
Because he don't sleep.
But
the next morning when the kids are getting up, he's still playing video games. And I got a picture to prove it. Like, he ain't got no bills.
Let's see the picture. Well, you can catch anybody sleeping. You can catch anybody sleeping. Exactly. Mr. Morrison, what do you have to say in response to that allegation?
Your Honor, there is no way. Florida, Your Honor, is one of the hardest states to work in.
Excuses.
It's easy to get a job and it's quick to lose a job. If you look at an owner wrong, he could just tell you to go back home. So the job she's talking about that I got fired on my day off, the guy usually lets you start on Thursday so you can get a whole week's check. But I started on Monday. Your Honor, I was walking to work. It's a 30 to 40-minute walk every morning. Got to work in the rain. I was never used to it. I don't know, Your Honor. It was just...
I still don't know how you got fired.
I don't know either. All I know is I probably did tell the people that I was going to come on Saturday.
That's an excuse.
I probably did tell the people that I was going to come on a Friday, and
Saturday.
On Saturday?
Yes. So when I woke up that Saturday, I was so tired that I couldn't even get up out of the bed.
Well, then that's why you got fired.
Exactly,
You didn't show.
No, but Your Honor, it wasn't even mandatory.
Your Honor, you know, there was one time I let him use my car to go to work. Thinking he's at work. The job called me looking for him, talking about they can't find him. Where did he go? Buy video games.
No,
that's
listen,
why he
Your
can't
Honor,
keep the job. He need to be
That's
truthful.
not even
Just
true.
tell the truth why he
That's
can't keep
not
the
even
job.
true.
That is the truth.
What do you say is true, Mr. Morrison?
I did buy the game, but I was gonna take it back. But before I could even take it back...
But the rent was on the first.
Before I couldn't even take it back, she was just going off for no reason, and it just made me...
But did you kind of know that you really couldn't afford the game to begin with? Why does she need to tell you?
I'm not your mama.
No, but listen, though, Your Honor, I took it back. I got it the same day, ready to take it back. She told me, of course, it was her car, that I couldn't use the car, so I couldn't take it back.
He don't have a license either. He don't have a license. He want to drive my car.
Mr. Morrison, what do you think the problem is? Give me something.
I mean, at first, I really thought the issue was with, like, me being too young and dealing with her, like, being a father.
It has nothing to do with that. I'll do the resumes for him.
Let the man finish. He's struggling enough as it is. Give me Mr. Morrison. What are you trying to tell me?
Your Honor, being a father at 23 or 24 years old with kids that's not even old enough to be your kids is really kind of some pressure.
Your Honor, let me explain that. When I first met Mr. Morrison, you know what he told me? When I was 29, he said he was 29 too, so that's his fault for lying.
I don't even remember that, Your Honor. I promise, I don't remember lying.
I took him to the DMV because he had found a job and they needed his license. I get to the front of the DMV with the lady. The lady's like, how old are you, sir? What is your date of birth? He's like, it's I'm like, it's what? It's what? I was like, I can't hear. Let me come a little closer. He was like, please don't make a scene. Please don't make a scene. Let's wait till we go outside. This is my real age. Are you kidding me? You know what you was getting into.
Did you lie?
Your Honor, I do not even remember me lying. I promise.
You don't remember nothing.
I don't never remember.
Well, what do you remember?
The only thing I remember is I be trying my best. I be working in Florida, doing whatever I could do. But I think the issue is that I don't have no license.
That's a problem. That's a huge problem.
But that's not true, Your Honor. I lost the car. You know, I lost my car because of him, because I'm the only one working. I catch 6 buses, and I walk 1 hour. So why he can't do it? I'm a woman.
Wait, Your Honor.
If I can do it, you can do it. You're a man.
Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison, I'm really rooting for you over here, just so you can get something that looks good out. So, do you understand her distress with respect to her your lack of employment?
Yes, ma'am, I do. But I'm telling you, I'm trying the best that I can, Your Honor.
You ain't trying hard enough.
What does that involve?
Me shifting from not trying to take public transportation because, see, I was born in New York, but I'm like a Georgia boy because I was living in Lithonia and I was living in a little bit in the Decatur. So I didn't like how certain people could get on the bus, and that's what had me scared about.
So you special?
You didn't like how people were getting on the bus?
No, certain people, like I want to say homeless people or whatever, like Florida.
You don't want to take public transportation because you don't want to be around.
I don't want to deal with
ne'er-do-wells or people who are down on their luck.
He must be rich. He must be
rich. Are you serious?
No, Your Honor. Oh my God. It sounds like y'all on Betty's side, man.
I'm trying to say something that I can say he's got a point.
Your Honor, I promise I'm trying the best that I can. I don't know if she don't see it or I don't know
That's
what.
That's not trying.
I don't think you are trying the best that you can, because if you're trying the best you can and she lost her car, you get on the bus with whomever and you go down to get a job because you're a dude and you think it's right. And you're a grown person. That's what you do. That's what you do. If you tell your employer you're going to come on Saturday, even though it's not mandatory, you show up on Saturday. That shows him that you're somebody to be trusted. You get your license in order. That's all grown folk business. You with me on that,
Yes,
Mr. Morrison?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Are you high?
No.
He might be.
Nah.
He might be.
Nah, Your Honor, as I've been trying to look for a job and do everything and move in the right direction, I promise I don't smoke. The only thing I probably smoke is...
No, because he ain't got no money. That's why you don't smoke. Tell the truth now.
Nah, that ain't true, Your Honor.
Tell the truth.
I mean, your eyes was a little tight. I just,
Oh, no,
you know,
no. I don't smoke.
You looked baked to
You
me,
can drug
but
test me
okay.
now, I'll pass. I'm good. I don't smoke.
I think that he's picky. I think that he would work if it was the right job for him.
Yeah.
But he's not gonna work anywhere.
I ain't lazy, though. I ain't got no problem doing whatever I want to do, but it's just the type of jobs that I get and how they treat you at the jobs that...
Which is what she just said.
Oh, all right. Then. Yeah. I do agree with her then. All right.
Your sister is here.
Yes, ma'am.
Nick, would you bring out Davia Morrison? Hello, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing well. You're Mr. Morrison's sister, are you not?
I am.
And can you give me your perspective on this relationship here?
Okay, so my brother and Betty's relationship is very toxic, and I believe that they are probably better apart than being together, mainly because they don't know how to communicate. And my brother, even though he's 29 years old, he's like 29 years old, but stuck in a 13-year-old body.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Do you think she says he's lazy and doesn't want to work. Do you agree with that, or do you have a different opinion?
I think that he's picky. I think that he would work if it was the right job for him.
Yeah.
But he's not going to work anywhere.
Is that kind of true?
Not really.
Not really?
I mean, I ain't lazy, though. I ain't got no problem doing whatever I want to do, but it's just the type of jobs that I get and how they treat you at the jobs that...
Which is what she just said.
Oh, all right, then. Yeah. I do agree with her.
What she just said.
Yeah, I do agree with her then, Your Honor. I agree with her.
Holy cow! My understanding is they argue a lot about her daughter. Are you privy to those conversations?
You know, sometimes when they get into arguments, they love to call me and put me on speaker, but half the time...
No, but look,
half the time they're arguing over each other, where I can't even understand what's going on in the house. I'm like, what do you guys want me to do? Right.
Yeah. So why do you say you argue so much over your daughter?
We're arguing over my daughter because he thinks he should be living at somebody's house for free.
Whoa.
And because my daughter is living at my house and not paying no bills. He's like, well, I can't get the same privileges for you.
So you're saying she's not pulling her weight in the household, even though she's living there?
All right, so for instance, like she said, me and her don't have a car right now, right? Her daughter had a car. I walk home and I'll see her daughter's car parked outside, and I'm blasting her phone up like, if we
you think that she should give you a ride?
I don't really think
yes,
I would
she
just...
said that.
He's very entitled, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes, he is. He is.
No, the problem is...
And the deep thing is he knows. So he can't tell it. He can't own it. He knows how bad
Your
it
Honor,
sounds.
if you a family, right, your family, wouldn't your brother, or even if you had a stepson or whatever, wouldn't you expect for him to be like a real son or whatever?
If I had a man living in my house, he'd have to have a job and his own ride, or I'd kick him to the curb.
Thank you.
I can't speak for her. I would expect more from a grown man than I would from my own child. I just would. That's me. You asked.
Man, all I know is, I don't know. My last job, I don't know. They fired me.
You see, you always talking about these last jobs, the last job. Keep a job, get a job. Do something like that.
He's deeply, deeply lazy.
Yep, he is.
I understand we have Janiyah St. Louis on the phone, and she is what to you?
My daughter.
Can we talk to her? Janiyah?
Yes, you can talk to me. Hello, Judge. How are you?
Very nice to meet you. Mr. Morrison says that you have a car, but you won't give a brother a ride to work. What do you have to say about that?
Judge, I don't feel like I should give someone a ride. Like, you're a grown man. Like you said, you want ownership in this house, then go get a car. Fix your license. Like...
Right.
First of all, Judge, he is lazy. He's selfish. He's conniving. He only thinks about himself. And me not giving you a ride in my car, that's my car. When my tires break down, where are you to be found? You be on your game.
What do you think the problem is between the two of them?
They just gotta go. It won't be no conversation.
Oh, you don't see his value? You don't think he has any upside?
Nope. Nope. 6 years. She gave you 6 years. You gotta go.
Janiyah, you're a treasure. I love talking to you. Thank you so much, young lady. Now, Mr. Morrison, it's not looking good for you right now.
But, Your Honor, I'm telling you, majority of the time we do argue, Betty do start it, though.
I do start it. I'm not gonna lie, I do start. Because you don't got no job.
But...
Get a job and I'll shut up.
You're living free,
up, pick up the trash,
and you're
throw it
not
away,
working,
and I'll shut up.
And so your situation is cool. It doesn't serve your purposes to start an argument because you need things to be smooth so you can stay there. You start too much static, and you got to go someplace else. And you're not looking to work. You're not looking to pay rent. You're looking just to stay where you are. So you smile at her.
Nah.
And you're pleasant.
I'm telling you. It is hard in Florida. I do what I need.
You know how many people have jobs in Florida? I don't know what you're talking about.
Man, all I know is, I don't know. My last job, I don't know. They fired me.
You see, you always talking about these last jobs, the last job. Keep a job, get a job. Do something like that.
Now I'm gonna fuss at you, Miss Florimond. How you gonna bring a dude in your house? Don't work, don't do nothing. You got a daughter there. What are you teaching her about what it is she's supposed to do when she gets grown?
Well, I tell her don't do what I do. Hopefully she listens.
The children never do what you tell them to do. They do what they see you doing. I'm telling you, that's what they do. How do you pick him over her like that?
I'm not even picking him. He won't leave.
Nah, she not picking.
Nah, don't lie. I be trying to tell him to get out.
Listen.
And he only got a little pile of clothes. He ain't got no drawers, no closet space, nothing.
Every state got a court. They got housing court. You could go file an eviction. He don't live there. His name isn't on the lease. You can evict him. You just don't want to. You like him. You enjoy him.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm lonely sometimes. Yes, it's true.
Your sister is right. You are the king of excuses. You are able to. You have this massive wrong sitting right smack dab in the middle of the room, and you wander around the edges of it talking about what other people aren't doing quite correctly. The state of Florida's laws aren't right. The bus has all the wrong people on it. And you talk about all of these little things when the big, serious, incorrect behavior is your failure to work. Period. End of story. You decided it's enough. He's not one of these guys who will fall victim to rationality. He's deeply, deeply lazy.
Yep, he is.
Yeah.
He is.
Your Honor,
That
trust
is-
me,
And he does whatever he needs to do to accommodate that. And he's got you handling that for him. The longer he's lazy, the harder it's going to be better than he is. And you're allowing him to desiccate from the inside out, not desiccate, dry up.
All right.
I know how y'all think. So tell me about that $1,200 you won. Make it good.
But, Your Honor,
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, all right.
I'm talking to a woman with money.
Okay.
So what do you want this for? What is the basis of your complaint?
While we were staying in the car, I was still working, and I was able to save up $2,400 to move into the apartment, which Mr. Morrison
Your
gave
Honor,
me
you know what's
nothing
crazy?
of.
Stop.
So since I used all my money to move in, I want him to give me the
chip
half.
in.
Yeah, because you're still in the house. You won't leave.
Mr. Morrison, your response would be...
Watch what she's going to say, Your Honor.
I want your response. I don't want to watch what you're
The
gonna
reason
say.
why
want your
I ain't have no money, Your Honor.
And you still have no money.
Nah, but look, I was paying for hotels, Your Honor. Now she's going
I
to say...
paid for hotels, too.
I knew she was going to say she was paying
Exactly.
for hotels, too.
I paid for
But
hotels, went to school, and work.
I get it. You're not getting any money. You knew who he was. You knew what was going on. He's not obligated to pay you anything. That's what. The only thing I want to change is this. Only thing. I want you to feel bad about what you do. I want you to feel less than. I want you to feel a little low. I want you to feel like you're using her. Thank you.
You are using her.
But, Your Honor...
But no. I want you to feel like that because that might be the only impetus you have to get up, man up, and do the right thing. And then if he can't do that, don't you open your mouth and complain about it again because you are allowing it. Do better, people. If I were you, down to the courthouse, eviction notice, 30 days, brother would be on the corner. But I'm not you.
30
do
days
what
is
you
too
want.
long.
Huh?
I need 7 days or 3. I can't.
Whatever it is, you can get him out if you want him out. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Do you think Judge Lynn got through to him today?
Nah.
Nothing?
Nothing.
I mean, your daughter said he should go. Judge Lynn kind of hinted at that, too. How long are you willing to wait?
I'm not. I'm ready for him to go, too.
She said she's ready for you to go, man. Do you think you can fix this, or is this too late?
No, I can fix it. I know it's not too late. Ain't nothing ever too late. I'll be able to fix it.
Okay, all right. Well, wishing you the best.
All right, thank you.
Judge, today's case is Casanova.
He is handsome. He is spontaneous. The question is he doing the wrong thing with it, or is his wife simply confused?
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tiana Coleman and Nicholas Coleman. Mr. and Mrs. Coleman, you've been together for 5 years, married for 1.5 years. You both have children from other relationships, but you don't have any children together. Mrs. Coleman, you have brought Mr. Coleman here seeking $254, and we will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Mrs. Coleman, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Judge, we're here because my husband is a ladies' man, a charmer, a smooth talker, but behind closed doors, he's the angry black man.
Uh-oh. Give me some stories.
Okay, first off, our first date. Oh, not true.
I'm gonna get to you, Mr. Coleman. I promise.
First date, when we got together, he took me to Hooters. Right? Can't complain. Hooters is good. I love the chicken.
Right.
So we go, we sit down. We're mingling, you know, chilling. Next thing I know, here goes the roaming eyes.
Well, you're at Hooters.
Exactly, but we're on the first date.
Right.
You're here with me. You're getting to know me. You know,
Mr. Coleman,
Not
on a,
true.
hang on,
So true.
on a first date, was Hooters a wise choice?
Was it?
That's not even how the story went.
It is.
Oh, well, you tell me how the story went.
Because we was at work, we got off work. She was like, she wanted to go get something to eat.
Yep.
So I'm just thinking of something fast, convenient that's by the house. So I'm like, let's just go to Hooters, get some chicken, and keep it moving. She was like, oh, okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
Okay.
I wasn't rolling my eyes. I'm
Oh,
talking
yes,
to
you
her.
were.
I'm talking to her, having
Yes,
a
you were.
conversation.
Every
But
chance
she
you
gets
got.
mad.
Every
She
chance
gets
you
mad.
got. Every chance you got.
Did you get mad?
Of course I got mad.
What did you say to him?
I said, excuse me, are you here for them or for me?
And I
Who are you here for?
Was it a date, or were you still just kind of co-workers edging towards
Oh, no, it was a
a
date.
Oh, it was a date.
Oh,
it was a date.
That's not true.
We actually got off of work early.
How can it be a date? We just got off work. Of course
We
I'm
took
not.
off because you
of
wanted
course
to
I'm
take
not going
off.
to take you to Hooters for the first date. Not at all.
So tell me more about his roaming eyes
Okay,
and
I
his
can tell
charming
you.
lady man.
So when we first
ways.
met at work, as always, he's surrounded by women. I go to get some assistance, and Mr. Assistant to all the
Not
ladies
true.
has all their attention. So I can't even get my job done because you have all these women surrounding you. Always have a flock of women. Just
You always have a flock of women?
No,
Always.
My job, the job that she's talking about, it pertains to me working on the computer.
Working with ladies.
Stop.
So everybody that has a problem, they have to come to me so I can fix it with the computer.
Mr. Fixer Man.
It's not my fault that they hired a whole
Always
bunch of
fixing
women at
Right,
the job.
that needed their computers fixed.
All they need
But
is...
they're all
no.
women. It's always the women.
But he can't choose whose computer breaks.
No, he can, but he can control how he reacts.
Okay.
It's
I don't
so
read-
smooth and so cool and always.
That's
wanna
not
fix
Well,
even
you
stuff.
true.
believe that all of his exes were sugar mamas.
Yes,
No.
I do.
Why
No.
do you believe that?
No.
All of them.
I'll bet you, Mr. Coleman.
He's always dated older women, and to me, they were sugar mamas. Always taking care of him. That's what he was looking for. Someone to come in and take care of him, and he can lay it down.
Does he?
That's not true. That is not
That's
true.
all they require.
I didn't catch up with that just a little second ago.
That's not true.
That's
It
not
is
true.
true.
Not at all. Before we met, I
Always with
was,
sugar mama.
in a relationship.
With a sugar mama.
But
Stop.
at the same time, and we was just
I
friends
even got
at the beginning.
attacked by this woman.
Mrs. Coleman, if I
She
got to tell you
she
one more time.
She always gets mad when a female talks to me, but I'm like, where we work at, it's predominantly women. So you cannot get mad at me for doing my job.
Doing his job. Can you get mad at the man for doing his job?
I can't get mad at him for doing his job, but it's the extra stuff you're doing.
What extra? I don't hear extra.
Just the extra. I want to help fix your life. Let me talk and get you right, and then I'm gonna get you right. You know what I mean?
Do you say stuff like that?
A lady, they feel comfortable talking to me because I just tell them the truth. I mean, I tell them the truth, but I tell them in a joking manner to make them feel at ease. We had work
Very
for
good
10,
at
12 hours. I'm not trying to be...
You just trying to be sociable.
Yeah, just be
make
social.
work a good place to be.
That's all. But she gets an attitude because she like, why
Let me tell you why I get an attitude, Judge.
She like, why I ain't over there with her? I'm like, we at work. I can't sit
How
over here with you all day.
to an ex about porn? Y'all exchanging tidbits about the position she was in with her man last night and what y'all was doing. That's not work ethic.
That didn't even
Is that
happen.
work ethic?
That didn't even happen.
What did you say happened, Mr. Coleman?
The lady asked me a question. She's like, can I get your opinion on something? So I'm not thinking that she's finna bring that up, so that threw me off.
Right.
So I gave her my opinion and I left it alone. She on the
You
other...
gave her your opinion on the porn?
No, not the porn. I didn't even watch the porn. That was the killer part.
Yeah, you did.
She was telling me about it. Let him
finish. I can't understand what he's saying because you're talking all the time.
She made an assumption that when the lady was talking to me about the porn that I had actually watched it. I don't want to see that. Of course, if you asking somebody opinion...
Did you give her opinion?
No, I gave her opinion on what she should do. That's it. That's all, and left it alone.
Sexually?
No, she asked me a question about her husband and what they should be doing. And she asked me, she's like, let me ask you a question.
The
So
answer to that question is always, baby, I can't get into that.
That's why I didn't look at it.
Yeah, I can't get into it.
I didn't look at it.
I can't even get into it. Tell me about the $1,000, the ticket that you wanted him to pay, and what he did.
Yeah, ticket.
Tell me about the shopping spree and the $1,000.
Shopping?
It was some tickets that came up that he had from previous, before me even, that came up and we had to pay it. And he was like, don't worry about paying that. We'll get to, well, he said we'll pay it. But then the day he got paid, he was like, I'm not finna pay that right now. We'll go ahead and push that to the side. I'll pay it later. That's his thing. I'll pay it later.
Because it's not important.
It isn't. It's tickets.
A ticket.
Was it ticket for cars with motor vehicle? The court?
It was tickets, yes.
Accumulation.
Hey, do you know how many dudes I have put in jail who didn't think the tickets were important? No. The state is not playing with you.
Well, I understand that now.
The state is not playing. Pay the tickets. Because if you don't pay the tickets, then you got to pay the tickets, and you got to pay for the bond, and you got to pay the fees. That's the stupid tax. Why give money to the state?
Right.
Why give money to the state? You say he's got sticky fingers. You have problems with his financial situation.
Sticky fingers?
Oh, yeah, you got sticky fingers. I
We
can't leave
married.
no money
How I got
around
sticky
you.
fingers?
Well, let's listen to her and find out.
Judge, I'm at the hospital. Why would I tell my husband it's fine to leave? I'm at the hospital. Why would I say, oh, yeah, baby, go ahead and go socialize with the crew and hang out?
That does sound a little unusual.
She said
he was going to park the car.
I would have never left.
He said he was going to park the car. I can't leave no money around him. I can't give him a card. Every time I give him a card, I say, go get some gas. I'll tell him like it's 50 or 40 bucks on the card. He'll use all of it.
Mr. Coleman, shush.
Every last bit of it.
Stand up, too.
And then when he wants to go out, he'll be like, let me see your card, my credit card. I'll be like, okay. He'll tell me he just going to the store. Doesn't come back for a few hours. Next thing I know, I'm getting all kind of pings.
About where the card's getting used.
Yeah, just swipe.
Mr. Coleman, are you financially irresponsible?
Very.
No. This is what I...
He took $200 out the drawer.
How I'm going to take two? She told me when we got married, what's mine is yours. What's yours is mine.
No, he takes...
So on top of that, when I get paid...
What is yours?
If you two don't stop interrupting each other, I'm leaving.
On top of that, when I get paid, I let her handle the financial things. So how am I irresponsible when we came into the relationship?
Because you stopped me from paying things.
No, I ain't stopped you from paying everything.
He will get upset the day of. We'll like work out our budget sheet the whole week, and then the day of, why you take my money out the account? What you take all that money out for? You never said that we had to pay all this. No, I'm not paying that. It can wait.
No. It can wait. Mr. Coleman, your response.
It's just certain things that I feel that we shouldn't have to pay.
Car?
Stop.
No, the main thing I ask her to pay is the rent, the car note, phone bill, electric, all that. Then she'll turn around and say, well, we got extra. So I'm thinking when she talking about we got extra, she know I keep my wallet in the drawer. So she'll put some money in the drawer, but then she'll turn around and say, oh, that wasn't for you. How come it wasn't for me if my wallet and my money is in the same spot?
Mr. Coleman, let me ask you a question. You know, you saying you're financially responsible. She says you're financially irresponsible. However, in your paperwork, you told my people, and I quote, we are broke anyway, so why not spend the money so we can have some fun?
Definitely true. And the reason we got into that argument was I got hurt at work, and I've been off. So I can't go back to work because my doctor has me off.
Right.
So fine.
Stop, Mrs. Coleman.
In the process of that, I have to wait till they get it. It's all legal troubles, all type of stuff that I ain't mad about. She gets mad at me. It's because I tell her I just got to be patient through the process of this. Because at the end of the day, they're going to have to pay me. But she ain't been, she be the main one talking about just have patience, just have patience. She be the one that be flipping out. Oh, I got to pay this, I got to pay that.
You're right,
I'll be like, just sit down. I'll be like, just sit down, have a break.
Take care of
she
everything.
also, on the other hand, got hurt too. So we both are off due to the workman's comp thing. So I'm like, I'm saying,
are you not hearing me?
I'm saying instead of us being mad and frustrated all the time, let's just go out, have some fun. I know for a simple fact, they have to pay both of us. She don't like the way that I look at everything.
But don't you think that's financially irresponsible?
How?
You're not concerned about, oh, it'll take care of itself. We'll get some money later. Don't you think that's irresponsible?
In a way, yeah, but in a way, not.
You got a broke state of mind.
Yeah, he's an angry black man.
I'm the angry black man.
Mrs. Coleman, you say that he's lost 5 jobs in 3 months. Tell me how something like that. Mr. Coleman, I'm going to tell you, don't interrupt. Mrs. Coleman, it is your turn to speak.
Yes.
She still had attitude.
You said
I sit in the house, and she had attitude like, why you ain't going nowhere?
He still
I'm like,
disappears.
one minute you want me in the house, 1 minute you don't.
I'll see him sitting outside on the front porch. 5 minutes later, he done disappeared. Where you at? So because of him being the angry black man at work, he got fired from the first. After that, he went from job to job, just complaining, always thumping, talking about he mad, he tired of things. And
The
angry
reason
black
I be angry and upset is because she always sounding me in my daggone ear about something that ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about.
Women?
Mrs. Coleman?
That'd be the main thing. And I be like, I don't do nothing. I'll sit in the house. And she had attitude like, why you ain't going nowhere?
He still disappears.
I'm like, what, 1 minute you want me in the house, 1 minute you don't.
I'll see him sitting outside on the front porch. 5 minutes later, he done disappeared. 6 hours later, he comes back like nothing happened. Where were you? I was out with
Coleman, do you wander off and stay gone?
I don't wander off and stay gone.
What do you go?
I'll go outside just to get some air. Because I don't like being in the house.
Air's in front of the house.
Both of us like being outside. But she will only want me to stay. She want me to stay in the house when she in the house. I'd be like, no, just let me go outside.
Sit down. Oh, I'm done. Sit down.
So I would stay outside. I would stay outside just to get some air. And then, of course, where we stay in an apartment complex, a bunch of my friends stay over there. So I just go over there and kick with them just to get some air, just to get my mind off the things.
Get your mind right.
If we ain't arguing about money, it'd be about women. If we ain't arguing about the women, it'd be about money. It's like it's keep going, same pattern. Women, money, women, money, women, money, women, money. I don't want to hear that all day.
Right.
So I'll be like, hey, I'm finna just be outside. Then I'll play dumb sometimes. Be like,
all the time.
I ain't think marriage would be like this.
You didn't?
No.
I'm sorry, Mr. Coleman.
Marriage should feel like you in jail with chains and balls on.
But right. I hear you. Now, Mrs. Coleman,
yes.
If I let you get up out that chair, do you really think that you can behave yourself in a manner that is appropriate for the circumstances in which you find yourself?
Yes, Judge.
Rise and take your position. Now let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Are you playing the brother really close? You can't let him move, can't do anything. Do you have something to say about everything he does? And remember, I've been watching you for the last 15 minutes. Go.
Yes, Judge. I mean, like the time when I went to the hospital, his main concern was to get to this barbecue party. Your wife is in the hospital, and you mad at me because you missing a party.
Okay. Hang on, Mrs. Coleman. Now, hang on. Mr. Coleman, do you recall the instance where she had to go to the hospital, but you wanted to make it to the barbecue?
I know what she's talking about, but I stayed at the hospital with her the whole time. She the one who told me,
you was there the whole
time. I'll be all right. I made sure that she was straight before I left. And she also said that I'm fine. You can go ahead. Now it's a whole different story.
Did you tell him it was fine? He could go ahead?
Judge, I'm at the hospital. Why would I tell my husband it's fine to leave? Why would I say, oh, yeah, baby, go ahead and go socialize with the crew and hang out?
That does sound a little unusual.
She said
he was
fine.
gonna park the car.
I would have never left.
He said he was going to park the car.
That's not true.
And left for 2 hours.
I did not.
You did.
Never
You
told
left
her
for 2
that. Never.
hours.
All right. Mr. and Mrs. Coleman, you say you want $254 for a set of tires for a 2016 Kia Optima that he destroyed after driving over a pothole. You tell me why, after 1.5 years of marriage, you found that to sue him about.
Because he's so irresponsible with the car. He's a maniac driver. This goes back to the angry black man. He's got road rage. He's heavy on the brakes. He's always hitting things. He's always zooming through lights. He's no rules. He hates rules. He hates authority. So I told him, you keep manhandling my car, you're going to have to fix it. So he did. It's this pothole on this corner that we always turn going to my family's house, and he keeps hitting it. It's like you have to stop and be mindful of this pothole. They finally fixed it, but still, I got damaged.
Oh, they finally fixed the pothole.
They finally fixed the pothole, but my
Were
car...
you manhandling a car?
Who drives looking for potholes? Nobody.
You look at the road.
I'm looking in front of me. I'm not looking down at no street to see if it's a pothole. I'm paying more attention to what's in front of me. If anything, she should drive the car.
Let me ask you a question. Her general complaint about you is that, you're angry and popping off, got road rage, and, is that true?
No.
Oh.
You don't need to manage your emotions a little better?
I only be getting upset because she's always nagging.
No.
If I knew she would always, I don't even say nothing. And then she get mad when I'm quiet.
Gotcha.
Then she asks me, what's wrong? I'm like, because you nagging about little things that I cannot control. I can't control nothing about no pothole. And how do I owe you money if we married?
Because you need to fix it. You brought it.
I got you. Listen, let me tell you something. First of all, don't worry about it. She ain't getting no money.
Thank you.
The thing I have to say to you, Mr. Coleman, is number one, be more financially responsible. You're always going to be behind the 8 ball if you don't take care of it and looking in the future and advance all that kind of stuff. That's number one. And number two, God bless you. She got on my last nerve, and we were only out here 20 minutes.
Thank you.
There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
All right, so let's be honest here. Do you guys wander a little bit at work, at the parties?
Every now and then, yeah. I got to pay attention to what's in front of me.
Potholes?
Potholes, I ain't looking at no potholes.
No potholes, right.
No.
All right, Judge Lynn, she got on you a little bit there.
Yeah.
She had you sit down.
Yeah.
You can't get on Judge Lynn's nerves.
I know,
Come on.
I know.
How you feeling after speaking with her today?
I'm feeling okay. I just want him to focus on me, that's all, And I'll close the mouth if he gets it.
Judge, today's case is Church Girl.
He says she's uptight and not right. She says he's laid out and liquored up. Let's see if we can figure out a way to keep these two together.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tanika Curry and Titus Curry. Mr. and Mrs. Curry, you have been together for 5 years, married for 4, and you have 1 child together. Mrs. Curry, you have brought Mr. Curry here seeking $40 for a broken walker. We're going to talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Mr. Curry, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, for starters, my wife, she's dramatic when it comes to drinking.
She's dramatic?
Yes, ma'am. She think I drink, excessively, but throughout the week, I only a few beers here and there, but on the weekend, I might turn up a little bit.
You turn up a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. And she, she just takes it too far. She's religious. She's been in church her whole life.
Mm-hmm.
So she demonizes people who drink or smoke. So I feel like that's becoming an issue in our marriage because she airs it to all of our, our family members and people like that. So I think she need to really, just tone it down a little bit. Yeah, just chill a little bit.
Now, when we are moving the turned-up dial, 1 is stone cold sober.
Right.
10 is lit to the gills. Where are you on any given weekend?
Occasionally I've hit an 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
But typically you're a...
Yeah, maybe 4 or 5.
You say one time he skipped paying the rent because he spent his money on liquor. Tell me about that.
He said, well, I ain't got the money. I done blowed it all on me and my friends. He's like, we got to find somewhere else to go. And I was like, no. So I ended up working more to make the money up.
Mr. Curry, did you blow the rent money on liquor?
That's the excuse I gave her, but,
What really happened?
I was really fed up with coming home and there was, the house being a mess because I was working more than she was in many places during the relationship. But I was fed up with coming home and her being there all day and nothing really being clean, the food, food not being prepared. And I knew in the beginning that she wasn't a homekeeper, but along the way when we had our daughter, I felt that she would at least
pick up a game a little bit.
Yeah, try to participate a little bit. But I told her that, you know, we could move on because I had another plan, but she think I just blew the money. But there's been times, you know, she didn't pay at all and I paid, you know, so.
But let me ask you this, where did the money go? I understand you didn't want to go home. I understand she wasn't cleaning the house. I got that part. But what actually happened to the money? Did you spend it on liquor?
Not all of it. That's a lot of liquor. But I did have a few debts that I
you paid.
Yeah.
Why did you choose to use the money for something other than rent when you know rent keeps a roof over your head? I'm not quite sure I understand your reasoning.
My goal for our marriage is to be independent, not having a slave every day, you know, to meet
ends meet, yeah.
So I'm looking for, like, in the future, maybe we get an RV. And the only way to bring her out of that psychological, you know, slave everyday mentality was to have us, live in a car, get ahead on some of our debts, you know, for a couple of
Live in a car, did you say?
Yeah.
Wait, no. What you're trying to tell me is you're trying to get her out of the everyday slaving for money mentality by impoverishing yourself to the extent that you must live in a car. You thought that would make her want to work less?
Only temporarily, so we could meet a quota.
You know, Mr. Curry, I'm going to congratulate you. I've been on this show for 13 years, and rarely am I dumbstruck. But you managed it.
Oh.
I have never in my life heard anything quite that convoluted. Mrs. Curry, there's so much to unpack here, I don't even know where to start. So let's start with the easy thing. Do you not keep a clean house?
I feel that once you mess up, then you clean it up right away. And I feel like if a job called me in on my days off, I have no time to clean.
Right.
But I was thinking, like, before I met him, hiring a maid because I work so much.
Mm-hmm. And she did tell me that.
Well, if she works so much, why don't you help clean since you want a clean house?
And, that's in the beginning, I told her it was okay that she didn't cook or clean. And that it was fine until she began to nag me about my shortcomings. And so she didn't understand the things that I was tolerating within her. So I had to begin to, bring her memory or her vision back.
What was she nagging you about?
Drinking, first and foremost. You know, we would go in the beginning, it wasn't that bad. It was only weekends. And then it kind of led to drinking more often, dealing with her. but yeah.
Oh, she drove you to drink.
She drove me crazy. Mad crazy.
What was she saying? What was she doing? Be Mrs. Curry for a minute and give me an example of Mrs.
Why
Curry.
you drinking? Why you doing that? You know, you should be doing it. You doing it, just nagging. So it just kind of took a toll on me. And I would address it, in a cordial manner. Mm-hmm. But in the beginning. But after 4 years of the same behavior, like I had a friend we would go visit on the weekend, and his wife, his kids, me and my wife and my kid, and we would drink outside. That was the time she knew what was going on the weekend. But for some reason, she would always find her way out to nag me and disturb me about drinking. Instead, I just think it was more so of her wanting my attention, because she's very manipulative when it comes to my attention. She demonizes.
Explain that to me.
She demonizes all of my friends. If it's one guy I was hanging with, my main homeboy, we would kick it on the weekend, and then she started telling me that, okay, he's a hoe. She didn't even really know him. So, okay, if I switched to another homeboy and hang with him, the other guy, she'd say, well, he's a dope dealer. It was never.
It was always something. They were never good enough. Let me ask you this. You say she's manipulative with respect to trying to get your attention. If you're kicking it with your homeboys on the weekend and if she's working all the time, maybe the problem is you need to kick it with her a little bit, and then she won't be so jealous of your homeboy. Have you ever, put that into the equation and toss that around a bit, see if that'll get you anywhere?
I did, but it really didn't. That's not the explanation, because I'm with her Monday through Friday, every day.
Mr. Curry, I'm gonna throw this out here. You don't have to respond if you don't want to. But but since you're the only person she's been with, you're the only instructor she's had. So where have you fallen light on that? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Mrs. Curry, what do you think about the time and the attention that the two of you give to one another? Do you think he spends too much time with his friends and not enough time with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Give me an example of how a week goes that makes you feel abandoned.
When he just say, like on my days off, I be wanting to do something like go to the movies or whatever, then something comes up and it's like, oh, plans change. Like if his homeboy call and say, oh, I'm throwing this cookout, boy, come on over. And he's, running, I can't go with you.
Let me ask Mrs. Curry, and I want you to take an objective look at this. Are you fun to be around when he's around you? I mean, or is it always you telling him about his deficiencies? Because that'll keep a brother out the house faster than anything.
I try to be fun to hang around.
You do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, you're not a chit-chatter, are you, Mrs. Curry? That's all right.
Chit-chat. Let's get into the chit-chat.
You want to get into chit-chat?
Yes,
what about
ma'am.
the chit-chat, Mr. Curry?
She's always on the phone with her church members. He was drunk again. You know, he was drunk again. I think there's a certain, you can share some things, but if people don't have your best interest in mind, your home, you know, you shouldn't always tell them what's going on within the home, you know, and she's really young. I understood she was really young, you know, and we developed.
How old was she when you two
it was about
married?
26. She was 26,
26.
I think, and I was like, what, 31?
26, not that young.
Well, yeah, it ain't been it's young if you're green, you know, and
Gotcha.
she's been really green along the way.
She was inexperienced.
She was a virgin.
Yeah,
she was a virgin when I met her, you know, unexperienced in a lot of areas, grew up in the church. I understood that, you know. I was actually celibate about 7 years before I met her. I met her. I really had given up on the thought of marriage, but I met her and I was like, wait, you know, hey, it's a possibility. I can give it a shot.
Ooh, wait a minute, wait a minute. What about her made you change your mind about that possibility of marriage? Because this is a good thing.
The chasteness that the possibility that a woman would, you know, keep herself for the love of her creator was very attractive to me. You know, at the time.
Is that it?
Yeah. And it was more. That ain't it.
You had me all excited, Mr. Curry. I thought I was going to have a moment where I could turn this thing around. You were going to tell me how intelligent, funny, pretty. No, she just was a virgin, so that was cool.
Well, I think all the other stuff, the values and stuff, all that comes along.
That she was a good church going.
Yeah, all that comes along with that. But that means a lot these days. You know it.
But you don't like it now that you're with her.
I mean, she don't really, you know, I started out, but she don't really like the bedroom kind of, you know. I need her to kind of, because I'm from the streets.
You know you like it.
I'm from the streets. You feel me? I'm from the streets.
But now, Mr. Curry, I'm gonna throw this out here. You don't have to respond if you don't want to. But since you're the only person she's been with, you're the only instructor she's had. So where have you fallen light on that? I mean, you know what I'm saying? If she don't know what to do, maybe you didn't.
Well, I've tried along the way, but I've taken into consideration, you know, because she told me in the beginning she don't like smoking. And I started smoking, you know, socially as I drink cigarettes occasionally. And I think that's a turnoff for her.
I think you need to learn how to live your life, especially now that you have a child. And you have to do so as a mature woman who understands what needs to happen and is willing to learn and grow and be better than. Tell me what you think's going wrong at your house.
You know, I think that when we first met, he said, oh, I like to cook and clean. And I was like,
cool, you can, right?
Yes, Your Honor. And then we got to a point to, like, when we didn't have a child, everything was so organized. And then it got to a point he just got into the I don't care mode. So I was like, you don't care no more. And I just felt like I shouldn't care either.
Well, if she's not going to assist and help out, you know, why should I continue to put forth effort? Because it don't really take a lot of effort to pick up behind yourself. You know what I mean? If she's not going to assist me and help out at the house, and I'm working too, 'cause don't try to feed the narrative that I don't work. Sometimes I'm out, because I'll leave a job sometimes because I believe you should know your worth. But, you know, if she's not going to help out, I just began to grow discouraged, as I am at this point. That's why, you know, we seeking your assistance today.
Let me ask you this, because I'm always interested in me. You know, everybody's discouraged and unhappy. Did you ever sit down and discuss, not fuss, discuss what was distressing to the two of you? Did you ever sit down now, baby? This is going a little bit over. If you could just, things would be a little better. You ever do that?
And that's why it's discouraging, because we've had those talks.
And it didn't work out?
It didn't work.
Did you have those discussions?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what came of them?
He would say he gonna change and do this and do that. It didn't ever happen.
Well, since I can't figure out what's going on between the two of you, I have your sister on the phone, Ariel Curry. Ms. Curry, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. When you look at this union, what do you see?
I see a nut and a fruitcake.
Can you expand on that a bit for me?
I mean, like, I told my brother when he first met her that she is way too immature for you. Like, you can't fix what's going on up there. I mean, like...
Is it your contention there's not enough going on up there with Mrs. Curry?
Oh, yeah. That's very much so. Like, he used to bring her around to the gatherings, family gatherings and whatnot. And she would run around screaming, "King Dingaling, King Dingaling," chasing them with the kids running around. I'm like, Tanika, stop saying this.
I think it's more so she ain't really, you know, she don't know the code, because she, like I say, she's been in the church her whole life.
Right.
You know, she has a lot of great attributes about her, but the things that are very serious when it comes to street code and ethics, she don't really quite know.
She doesn't get.
And that's my family, we kind of from that. So, you know, I've tried to train her along the way, but, you know, some of the mistakes can't be overlooked, you know, if you put somebody in jeopardy when it comes to those type of things. But,
okay.
Yeah.
Ariel, I'm going to call you Ariel because there's a lot of Currys in here. Do you have anything else you want to say that you think I ought to know when I get off the phone with you and talk to your brother and your sister-in-law?
Tanika, you need to pay more attention to that baby, because we at the family gatherings, and you worry more about him than you was about your baby.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Curry. We appreciate your commentary and taking the time to speak with us. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
At the cost of my sanity, I am going to now discuss the $40 you want for that walker he broke. Tell me what happened.
He had been drinking that night, late that night, and he wake up and he had a hungover. He just
and he fell on the walker
over and broke it. Like the thing went down.
Can I say this to you, Mr. Curry?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Women are people. We're not a resume, and we're not what we didn't do, or we're not, you know, a description out of a Bible. We're people.
Right.
And you've got to talk to women as people. You got to know their personality, their heart, their passion, all the things that make them people, because you're going to marry a person not simply, oh, she's chaste, let me do this, and then let me form her into what I want. That's not how it works. So when you move forward in life, look at women as if they are people and be discerning about who you marry. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Mrs. Curry, you're going to have to grow up. I don't think that you can just stay in the church and not learn everything else that you need to do. The church teaches you how to live a life.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you need to learn how to live your life, especially now that you have a child. And you have to do so as a mature woman who understands what needs to happen and is willing to learn and grow and be better than. You with me? You can't just stick with who you were. You always got to be just a little bit better.
Okay.
no matter what happens, Mr. and Mrs. Curry, always love that child and always be in that child's life and treat each other with the respect that the mother and the father of that child deserve. You with me?
Yes, John.
There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
She had some good advice for you.
Oh, yeah.
What's your reaction hearing what she had to say?
I think she gave some good insight, like she always does. My wife needed to hear that from somebody, you know, who understood her position. I think she was balanced. She wasn't biased. I think we both learned a lot here today.
So what's next for you?
I don't know. We're just gonna let time, you know, let it play out. I think really the best case for us maybe to, you know, try it out from 2 different homes. But we'll see how that goes.
Judge, this is the case of Let's Be Honest.
From what I've seen, I think I have 2 good people, 2 grown people who simply can't get on the same page. Let's see if I can help them out.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Portia Hayes and Ivory Jackson. The 2 of you have been together for 4 years, separated for the last month. Ms. Hayes, you have brought Mr. Jackson here seeking $150 for a lock change. But before we get to that, I'm going to ask you, Ms. Hayes, what brought us to divorce court today?
Well, for starters, my boyfriend, Mr. Jackson, thinks that I'm a lesbian. And I personally love vitamin D, especially.
Took me a minute, but I got there.
And so, but it all started, well, at one point I was in cosmetology school and I won a trip going to California with 16 other girls. It was like a once-in-a-lifetime thing. As a cosmetology student, it's what you want to do. I thought this was something that we could both be excited about. Well, once we got all the details, I realized that instead of 2 of us sharing a room together, it was going to be 4 girls sharing a room together. So instead of choosing your roommate, we then had to find a bedmate. So me and a girl, we were the closest of the group that was able to go. And she just so happened to be a lesbian. However, she is married, happily married. And so we both bunked together. I didn't think anything of it. We had a curfew at midnight. I talked to him like most of the days. So for some reason, he felt that since I was sleeping in the same bed with this person, that now all of a sudden we were doing something and now I'm a lesbian.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, is that true? You feel that that situation indicated that she was actually romantically involved with this other woman?
I didn't find out that the girl was a lesbian until later on when I started realizing that you're the only grown-up without supervision that can't talk or can't be on the phone or something past a certain point. On top of the fact that
you lost me.
Right.
Who's the only grown-up without supervision? To whom are you referring?
Out of this whole trip, this is the only grown-up that's supervised on phone conversations and time and all of that. This is the trip full of grown-ups, not kids. We're not regulated on time. Hey,
so who you think was supervising her?
Herself.
I'm so confused. I don't know what's happening.
This is also the same girl that we have oh, you like to sleep naked also? Oh, okay, we're good. This is before I know she's a lesbian. So I'm like, why do you have
when did this conversation occur?
Before the first night that they actually went to sleep, at some point during the evening, it's like 6 or something, and you're having the conversation, that's said in the background from this particular girl about her whom, like, just
how did you hear the conversation?
We were on the phone.
Because I was on the phone with him.
Right.
What he says that I couldn't do while I was there.
So if she was on the phone while you were there,
this is early
and that's what you heard early in the evening.
Then
did he hear that?
That I was on the phone with him when he says that I couldn't talk to him or that I was unsupervised or supervised myself to talk on the phone. Clearly, I was on the phone at some point with him for him to even hear anything that's going on.
I'm always on the phone, too, before I go do something.
But however, he knew that
what makes you think that she did something? That's the part I don't get.
Here's you had that. First of all, you made like one of the other girls, I'm glad I'm not such and such because she's in the room with lesbians. That's what the whole room is saying.
No,
Before
they
you
weren't.
tell me that the girl that you're laying in the bed naked with is a lesbian, same girl that's done made comments and all of this stuff about you, I find out after the fact. There's also another, now, I don't have a problem with lesbians or anything, but I do know a lot of straight women that if there's another bed available, then I will lay in that bed and I choose to lay in the one with the lesbian who ain't told me about it all. And
Which
every time
he is
it's time to
referring
lay in
to
the
a couch
bed naked, then we on curfew.
He's referring to a
Grown
couch
folk.
bed. Me personally, I'm not going to sleep on the couch if I can sleep in a bed. If I know that she's like, that's not my cup of tea. I don't knock it, but like I said,
It's not your thing.
It's not my thing. So then I'm going to sleep in the bed with someone. We're friends. We're like it wasn't like it wasn't.
It wasn't
And we
sexual.
were both clothed.
Friends.
And again, like I said, she's married. So that's why I'm like, I don't understand. And then furthermore, I have another friend where we went out. And she, you know, just kind of talked to me about a threesome, asked me if I'd ever been in one, and would I ever, if I ever wanted, you know, if I ever thought about that. And I was like, no. So me being the person that I am, because I'm open in my relationship with Mr. Jackson, I just talked to him about it. And it was just like a casual thing, like, oh my God, so-and-so said that it was a casual conversation.
How did you hear that conversation? What do you think was said?
How did you hear it? Because that's the problem.
Well, tell me how.
What she's kind of describing is like you and one of your girls sitting around and y'all just having talks. Like that was a talk about maybe a three, you know how you talk about that. That's not what it is. You were brought to the club with the girl and the dude who's supposed to be having a threesome who's touching your breast.
Hang on, let him
who's
finish.
Who's allowed to touch your breast and all of this. You had no problem with the person trying. This is supposed to be your friend trying to advance you to this guy right here. No problem with that. You didn't just come to me like, hey, baby, let's talk. This happened in the club. That ain't how we got to that. That came up in a side conversation. Just like such and such, I was asking.
And this one time such and such took me there. Right, yeah.
Now, wait,
but you know what, Mr. Jackson, let me say something about it. If she brought something up just out of the blue in a side conversation, she ain't gonna bring up something she did wrong out of the blue in a side conversation.
Not out the blue, like, and just tell me. No, it was something that led to you didn't offer this information.
I know.
So
she just kind of
this information. Now, the information that I'm getting about the situation didn't come via you volunteering it either. This is in messages. It wasn't.
It was. When I first brought it.
But do you think she did anything wrong?
So then he comes in the room and sees that my demeanor is different. So his first thing is like, what's wrong with you? My response was, I don't want to talk about it right now. I don't want to talk about it. I kept pushing it off. And he was like, no, what's wrong? And I was like, nothing. He looks at his phone and the first thing he says is, oh, you went through my phone?
So you caught wind of a situation where a threesome was discussed, but you have no evidence that anything transpired as a function thereof. Is that where we are?
But I never accused you of having one, and this is some. The problem with that is something different. I never accused you of saying you were in a threesome. Now, also, that isn't the first instant of that. This particular girl, since I met you, has been making passes. You've been talking about her trying to lay with you or touch you or play for the whole duration of time.
That's a lie. Sorry.
So it wasn't no just, and then all of a sudden I'm like, this your friend. So you go out with your friend who brings you here with a dude who she's not in a relationship with. She's married. And here with this dude to offer you in a threesome, and you okay with that? But I'm supposed to be okay with you hanging with a person like that.
I see what's going on here. You say that he can't remain faithful to you. Why do you say that?
Well, first of all, it all started when he got sick one time and I was in school and he called me and I could tell that he was sick. He gets sick. So, and I always try to be there. And for weeks prior to that point, my woman's intuition was like, something is going on. We all know our men, and his mannerisms had changed. And so it kept, I kept suppressing it. I was like, no, not him, not him. The day he got sick, his phone was on the bed. Yes, I went through his phone. And I immediately seen messages, not to one female, but to a couple of different females. Now, I was crushed at that point. So then he comes in the room and sees that my demeanor is different. So his first thing is like, what's wrong with you? My response was, I don't want to talk about it right now. I don't want to talk about it. I kept pushing it off. And he was like, no, what's wrong? And I was like, nothing. He looks at his phone and the first thing he says is, oh, you went through my phone? So then I'm mad because I'm like, oh, okay, so clearly there was something in your phone. If you're worried about, if that's the first thing that you
that's
say,
on your mind, that's why he thinks you're upset.
Yes. So
what's your version of that event, Mr. Jackson?
That wasn't the first thing on my mind. She actually brought that up. I did ask her what was wrong with her.
What was on your phone? Let me skip all that. What was on the phone? Were there messages?
What was on my phone, if we're going to tell it right? It was messages, but it was prior messages that hadn't been... It was prior messages that just hadn't been erased, and we know.
Judge, it wasn't prior messages that hadn't been erased.
We know
it
why.
Was prior women.
Now, listen, I had built a funny, weird friendship relationship with one of the girls, and that was. She was also my friend, but now was it wrong for those messages to still be there? Yes. Now, when we were talking about merging. All of that was gonna be left
in the past
until I realized why we were merging. Somebody had a plan that was just their plan.
Right. Well, what was the plan?
Their plan was we're going to merge. I'm going to stop working this place, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna become this off of that. That wasn't my plan. So now when I left my place
I can
to
explain
come into
that better,
your place.
I'm sure you could.
I can.
Let's say that's true. That was her plan. That was different from the plan that you had together.
Right.
How do you think she was taking advantage of you by doing that?
We were supposed to be moving in together, and I was going to cosmetology school. Now, he feels...
I didn't know that.
Hang on. Let her tell it, because I'm not with you at all.
I wanted him to move in with me so that then I could go part-time, go to cosmetology school. His money would help and all of that. So he
that
thought
was written down.
He thought that it was a manipulative intent to it. However... He did not move in until a month after I went part-time at my job. And I will say I was taking care of my household with my part-time job, going to cosmetology school full-time and taking care of my three children. So, yes, I was. I was definitely doing all of that by myself.
You guys had some logistical differences about when you guys, where are you going to move and when. I'm not quite sure where it becomes sinister on her behalf. And can you explain it like, concretely?
That specific plan was her plan written down, not us moving into a house, merging in our relationship. That was your written down plan that you were going to do.
Written down because we were not living together. We did not discuss me moving.
But I understand. Let me ask you this. Let's say that's true. That was her plan. That was different from the plan that you had together.
Right.
How do you think she was taking advantage of you by doing that?
Who's taking advantage? Because in how we needed to proceed financially, that just set us back because I'm thinking we're on this path. I'm not thinking we're on the path now where it's going to be work less and do this and da-da-da till you get to where you're going.
However...
let me stop.
Yeah. Ain't playing.
What I think you're saying is you think she hoodwinked you into helping her finance going to cosmetology school by pulling you in her house, working less, and going to school and having you pay the freight. Is that right?
Now, that's a little extreme, but that is also what she does.
Yes, that's what it is. It's exactly what... But this was my thing. If we moved in together... our expenses would be cut in half. So then it would be money that we could put aside to move into another house. That was my whole thing.
Okay, I got it.
Why do you have a problem doing that?
Hey, I'm done. You finished with each other, correct?
That's why we're here.
So, Ms. Hayes, I understand you want $150 from him because of the locks being changed in the house. Why don't you explain why you want that sum of money?
Well, because if he would just trust me in this situation, then he wouldn't have had to move out. I wouldn't have to get the locks changed or any of that. So it's like if I'm gonna have to pay for it, and you're the reason why we're having to do why we're splitting, then you need to pay for the money.
Let me ask you, Mr. Jackson, are you looking to split or are you looking to fix?
The reality of this situation is when we go home, we're still in real life. So I can't sit up here now. As we got here, I was like, look, I'm done with this. We're steady getting into it or whatever. But is anything the final straw? So if it's something is that strong, if it can be, that's also the reason why we're here. I didn't have to come here to say, I'm done. We came here to see if you could hear something and say, you may have, look, I don't really hear anything. I've heard a lot of cases. Y'all don't seem to be so at odds that something can't be fixed. So I'm actually here in an attempt to maybe hear something from you. But like,
here's what you need to hear. Here's what you need to hear, okay? Okay. Yeah, I've been a lawyer since 1984. I used to do complicated corporate litigation, and with a bunch of lawyers talking about accounting and the ERISA and all that kind of stuff. I have never been so confused in my life as I am now talking to you. Here's what I want to say to you. I think she's fabulous. I think she's beautiful. I think she's well-directed. I think you're handsome. I think you're a good dude. I think you love her. I think that there's nothing here that is really a big deal. What I do believe is that you just have a very convoluted way of thinking. And I think that, and nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it, but you have 19 levels of conspiracy theory on everything that you do, and you have difficulty clarifying your thoughts because of all that. You don't believe. I know you don't believe me.
That's not.
But it's true.
That's not what my problem is. My problem is that it's certain things that I refuse to because this is a person I was in love with, let these people hear. So it's not levels of conspiracy theory. Some of it is just by way of, if you're my woman, I'm not going to put certain stuff out there about you. I'm not here for that.
What I'm talking about is the way you perceive things is not necessarily directly the way they are.
I'm leaving out details.
Yeah. And I gave you plenty of time, and I got all this loop-de-loo.
It's a long story, so it's detailed.
Miss Hayes, this is who he is, and this is how he thinks. Right. And you have to make an intelligent decision about, are you capable of living with someone who thinks that way, right, and has that very concentrated inward circular situation going on with whatever he sees. You can't fix how he is who he is. You get the guy you pick, not the one you think he should be. So you got to make an intelligent decision about, is this something you can cope with?
Right.
Because I don't think you did anything wrong. I just think that, you know, life happens and he sees it through a prism, as opposed to glasses. You with me? Yeah. You're not a bad dude.
Oh, that's good.
You're not a bad dude. I mean,
that's bad what you described.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Let me tell you. Let me say this, and then I'm gonna leave because you misunderstand me. I'm a complicated chick. When I married my husband, he said he had no ideas of the multi-levels of weird he would have to ride with me, because that's the way I think. I think in photon bursts. But he decided to stay because he liked me. All I'm saying is you have a certain way of thinking, and you need to decide whether or not you can live with it. There'll be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Judge, today's case, three-way.
Not a suggestive DM message, not hearsay from a friend. She actually caught him in bed with 2 women. Let's see how this one works out.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Ashley Mazion and Rasheen Harris. The 2 of you have been together for 4 years. Ms. Mazion, you are seeking $300 for an unpaid loan from Mr. Harris, and we will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today in divorce court?
This man has the nerve to be upset with me because I'm not ready to have his baby. My intuition has been leading me to believe that he's been cheating on me, especially when I came home from work early one day and caught him in our bedroom with not 1, but 2 women. Now, I get in the house, I hear noises coming from the bedroom. The kids are at school, so no one is home but Rasheen. So I tiptoe to the bedroom door, I peek in, and he's in the bed with two women who he claimed were his clients.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Harris?
Well, based on her story, 2 women, but I'm a photographer.
That was pretty good.
I'm a photographer.
I enjoyed that. You're a photographer?
Yeah, I'm a photographer.
Did she catch you in bed with 2 women?
I feel like it's a hyper-exaggeration, because as far as he's saying bedroom, we have another bed in the house in the basement, right? And as far as her knowledge, we was in the basement. She didn't actually see anything. The 2 women are there. There was a bed, but we was doing a boudoir shoot, which is normally like lingerie, some, nice.
Were you in the bed with him?
At the moment, yeah, because...
Were you trying to get a better camera angle? What was going on?
Well, all right, so... It's not... All right, so it's normally what you see, you believe, but she didn't see anything like that. The thing is, it was a long shoot. It was towards the end of it. She came in during the part when the ladies happened to pull me in. We was joking around, but I had clothes on. Like, you can't do anything with clothes on.
Sure you can.
Well, I can't do
They had clothes on, but they were under the covers, so I'm assuming they were naked. When I came in the room...
All 3 of y'all were under the covers?
No. I wasn't under the covers. I was getting out of the bed when she was coming in. Pretty much, I pulled her out of the room. I don't even know why she's saying that she's seen anything, because I didn't have it. Nothing happened.
Let's say the situation was reversed. You walk in, and she's in the bed with 2 dudes.
She's not a photographer.
Yeah, but still.
First of all, how are you going to be filming 2 women in our bedroom? If you're going to do a photo shoot, you do it outside of the home. You don't bring these women in our bedroom without my permission.
Mr. Harris, your response
especially if I'm not home.
It sounds good. But at the same time, right, I do photo shoots. I have a little studio in the basement. And
now, does he have a studio in the basement?
He does.
Well, then that's what that is.
Exactly. She complains now, but when the money's coming in for the studio and all the photo shoot, it's good, right? We go shopping, you go shopping, you got your nice outfits, you got your nice shoes, right? So it's only a problem when it's like a situation that she's unsure of.
Yes, Mr. Harris, she says that you call her an attention whore.
Oh, absolutely.
Why don't you tell me why you do it and what kind of things she does that causes you concern?
Well, the biggest thing that I have a concern with is that she likes to show off her tattoos. And she has like 2 of her favorite tattoos, which is actually on her butt cheeks. Right? Yeah, butt cheeks. And the thing about it, she's an amazing dancer, too. She can dance, and she happens to be what, I guess online would be considered a twerk queen. A twerk queen.
Really?
Yeah, so any opportunity...
That's not true, Your Honor.
That's not true. Any opportunity... This is the first time she's been on camera and didn't get it like, oh, okay. You know, something. You know?
Is that you, Miss Mazion?
No, ma'am.
Turn around. No, well, that's not what I meant, but...
Why don't you do your favorite move?
Is that you? Is that picture you?
We were at the beach. We were at the pool. I mean, that's what we do, suns out, buns out. It's not like I do it everywhere we go. I mean, we was at the pool.
Well, you tell me some inappropriate things she's done and places she's done them in.
The most inappropriate is pretty much when we have like a little house get-togethers. I got my friends over. Like, my gosh, you know, we have a few of her female friends over. Cool, right? Everybody's drinking, having fun, etc. But as soon as, like, for some reason, she loves music. I love music too, but she'll put a song on, and it's a song that she can't help herself, right?
Right.
My guys is around though, right? My best people, they can't help themselves but to watch the show, and then she just like, here we go, just bah, you know. That's house.
Your Honor, we're getting. Let him finish.
Certain attire that she wears, right? It's also allowing it to show her tattoos.
Now, Rashid knew what it was when he signed up, Your Honor. When we met in a strip club. He were with his friends, I were with mine. We were all having a good time dancing. He walked past me, and it went from there. Everything happened so fast. You know, we moved in together, so it's not like he didn't know I was this type of woman. He knew what it was before he signed up. So my thing is, why complain about it now?
Right.
You know, you set those boundaries at the beginning of the relationship. You don't wait till down the line to, you know, to come out with all these demands and commands and all of this such. So my thing is, don't try to make it seem like I'm just twerking for, you know, social media.
But we talking about down the line now, though. We talking about down the line now.
We're in a club setting.
She does make a good point that she was doing it when you met her. What's changed? Have you had a conversation? Have you had a change of heart? Or you just think because the relationship has become a different entity that she ought to change her behavior?
When I came home from work early and seen those two women in our bedroom, that's what this whole thing is about. He's going left field. I'm not the one that got caught cheating, you know? My thing is, the twerking has nothing to do. The twerking is no better than him being caught in the bedroom.
I believe it's mainly because the situation has changed. I feel like I matured a little bit myself. I feel like we both have. So I feel like the way we carry ourselves, especially when you with me, you shouldn't even be thinking about doing that because she knows I don't like it. So I feel like it's just straight disrespectful for her to even do something like that when I already explained to you I dislike it, right? I already
told her that it was a problem.
It's a problem. Yeah. And your mother.
I mean, the cheating was a problem, too. I mean, that was the initial reason we're being here today, because the cheating. When I came home from work early and seen those two women in our bedroom, that's what this whole thing is about. He's going left field. I'm not the one that got caught cheating, you know? My thing is, the twerking has nothing to do. The twerking is no better than him being caught in the bedroom.
Okay, I got you. I think that might have a little suspect, but it was a studio. I might, you know,
if not a studio, Your Honor.
If there was a number of situations that you could bring my attention to that this was consistent with, I would tend
there
more
definitely was some situations.
Well, tell me about them. Tell me about them.
Okay. One day when I was going to get ready to do our laundry, separating all the clothes, and I see lipstick print on his boxers. He tells me that it's my lipstick print.
Same color as your lipstick.
No, ma'am. I know my lipstick colors, Your Honor. That was not mine. You know what? I let it slide because, like I said, my intuition had already been leading me to believe that he's been cheating. That was just one scenario. But when I came home and seen the women in the bed, that just was the fuel to the fire.
I got you. I got you.
Now, I understand we have a studio in the basement, but that's what it's for. Our bedroom is not the studio.
I got you. So they were in the upstairs bedroom, not downstairs in the studio?
They were in the upstairs. It led downstairs because that's where the fight led to when he decided to leave and go stay with his family member.
So you were upstairs in the bedroom? You misdirected me, my man.
They had to use the restroom, and the downstairs bathroom is a mess right now. We actually got to get it fixed. The toilet is not really flushing, so they was using the restroom. That's what I'm saying. Like,
but how did you get up there and in the bed with them?
I wanted to make sure everything, like they had tissue, made sure that everything was good.
He just didn't know that I was going
going to be getting
I'm right with you, Ms. Mazion. I'm right there with you.
He just I was going to be leaving work early that day. Because if I had never left,
I mean,
I
a
would
job
have never
interview.
known.
What job?
Yeah.
Job interview.
You know I do hair and I bartend part-time, so let's not go there.
I got that part. We're going to talk about it. But, Ms. Mazion, you say that he is so controlling. Like, when you go out, he will grab you up because he doesn't like what you're doing. Tell me about that.
Yes, like I say, we like to party. You know, we have friends that always invite us out to parties and gatherings. So we were out at the club. We're having a good time, dancing, enjoying myself. And the next thing you know, he comes in, grabs me, pulls me, and tells me, "You're doing too much. Get your A over here."
Were you doing too much?
But Rasheen, you know that
But
we
Rasheen,
always.
she didn't say
you know
no.
how I am. When I'm at the club, I'm the life of the party. I like to dance. I can't help that I'm free-spirited. Everyone loves me. But I was not cheating.
Mr. Harris, how much is too much? What was going on?
She's saying I'm entertaining a woman. She's entertaining the club.
I was dancing. That's what you do at the club. You dance.
You entertain the club?
You enjoy yourself.
But if you with me, right, and you know I dislike that, maybe I want to spend some time with you and enjoy the music.
Well,
in the club.
Rasheen, if you want to spend time, we have to go to a place together and spend time, not in a club.
She turns it up. So, like, whenever we go out, like, I think I remember, like, the instances she talking about, but it's because she started it early. Like, you can't just come in the club, like, if you don't mind, just boom. Oh, that's my song! And you just get started.
Yeah.
And it's
But what
like,
about that same
she
night
lied.
in the club, I see him in a woman's face. He knew he was wrong, Your Honor, because when I walked towards him,
I'm looking for
he
business.
walks away from the lady because he knows that I'm coming and he knows what's about to happen.
Listen.
You have no business
When you're on,
entertaining another woman in the club with your woman in there.
She's saying I'm entertaining a woman. She's entertaining the club.
I was dancing. That's what you do at the club. You dance.
You entertain the club?
You enjoy yourself.
But if
you
you
have a
with
good
me,
time.
right, and you know I dislike that, maybe I want to spend some time with you and enjoy the music in the club.
Rasheen, if you want to spend time, we have to go to a place together and spend time, not in a club.
Now, Mr. Harris, let me ask you this. You say that she's verbally abusive, says you ain't crap, you'll never be crap. Tell me about what she says and when she says it.
She likes to go crazy. Let's say if I don't have a chance to respond, like to a text message, like she'll go, hey, like it starts off sweet. It really starts off sweet. Hey, babe, just checking on you. Hope you have a wonderful day. I seen she's into spiritual angel numbers. So like, I seen the number, that means you're about to have amazing change. You enjoy your day, something like that. If I don't respond, hey, babe, did you see my text? Just checking on you, seeing what you want for dinner, something like that. Next thing you know, where you at? Next one. Oh, you must be with your boo. Next thing. Oh, tell that B, if I see her or if I catch y'all, it's on. Right?
Well, Your Honor,
Ms. Mazion, does that occur?
Your Honor, first of all,
that would be a yes. And I see where you're going with that, because it's just crazy. How you doing? What do you want for dinner? You must be with your boo. I get that. My question is, how much time elapses between the first text and that last one?
That's within a 20-minute period.
Exactly. So that was plenty of enough time to respond.
That's a long period of time? That's long?
Yeah.
That's long?
A text message.
That's not even a lunch break.
To send.
Ms. Mazion, are you serious?
You want to text me all day long. If I have time to text all day long, I'm not doing what I said I was going to do in the first place.
Right. You working.
I'm working. The bills are paid, so it's showing that I'm working.
But you don't have to stay out late every night after work. There is no way.
It's not every night,
There
though.
is no way that
It's not every night.
staying out late.
Mr. Harris, are you fooling around on her?
No. Black men don't cheat.
You and Charlemagne. Charlemagne, I believe. I'm not so sure about you. Because he fessed up to what he was doing. Mr. Harris, I was right with you.
Listen.
Until I asked you that question, and your response was so hesitant and weak. Are you doing some wrong things?
I talk, but like after.
I mean, the women in the bed were a dead giveaway.
Oh,
so.
Mr.
No.
Yeah, he's cheating.
So the way I'm a spiritual person myself, that's where our biggest connection even started. We both spiritual people, right? I feel like I'm single, right? Until that marriage license or whatever, when I filed my taxes, says married. A title to me is just another delay of sometimes a situationship, which happens a lot of times. So I feel like our love...
Hang on. Do you believe that you're in a situationship with her?
I love her. But at the same time,
but you're in a situationship,
it feels like it.
And to you, situationships allow you to dally about a bit with other women.
Dally about sounds like I'm doing something. Like when I say that I talk, I mean that I actually talk. I just gotta be honest, because you brought it up. You said building a household, kids, etc. Like that's another thing. Like I want my own kids. All of her children that she has are by other men.
I want you to hear me. This man just told you you're in a situationship, not a relationship. This man just told me that if you're not married, you're not married. You do not have another man's baby unless you're married to him. You should never allow a man to put his future in your body unless he's committed to a future with you. You've already made that mistake 3 times. Don't make it again.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? You say you loaned him $300 to go gamble. He lost it and won't pay it back. Explain it to me.
Your Honor, I lent him $300 because he said, babe, I want to go to the casino with the guys. Let me borrow $300. I'm going to gamble. I'm going to flip it. I'm going to give you your $300 back plus interest. So I'm all for it. Yeah, I want some extra money.
How much interest did you decide on that amount?
No, he just told me
Never be vague with money. If you're going to charge him interest, charge him interest. Know what the number is. Just saying. Go ahead.
Well, he went to the casino. I gave him the $300. He lost the whole $300. Then had the nerve to tell me, well, I pay the bills, I pay the rent, it's okay. Mind you, he's controlling, so he wants to know where every dollar that I spend go anyway. So he feels like he doesn't have to pay the $300 back. So I was furious. I was, when I tell you I was furious, I flattened his tire. You don't give me that $300, you won't have a tire. Now you got to go buy you a tire. Yeah, it was immature, but my thing was, we're under the same roof, yeah, true enough, but you don't know what I wanted to do with my money. You can't be in control of everything. That is my money.
I got you.
I lent it to him to let him borrow it, because...
I got you. You know what, Ms. Mazion? You just talked yourself out of $300. I was all ready to give it to you. You don't need to say anything because you don't have a problem. You got a problem. If he'd have asked you for $300, you loaned it to him, he didn't give you back, and he gambled it away, I would have given you the money. But then you said I went out and flattened his tires because he didn't do it. If you come into court, you got to come into court with clean hands. You can't come in here having done something ratchet. Admit to criminal conduct. And then ask me to back your play.
But I knew I wasn't going to...
It don't matter. You could have had $300 and you acted a fool and talked yourself out of it. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Do you guys think you'll be able to move forward from here?
To be honest with you, I'm not really sure. It just depends on if Rasheem gets on the same page as I am and we could just be able to work past our disagreements. Like I say, he did get caught cheating, but I'm willing to move forth past that. We have a lot of history together. I mean, I do love him, so I'm willing to make things work.
I feel like we just gotta have a good conversation and not an argument. You know, when we actually listening to each other, listen to what we both feel, and move from there.
अल्लाह की ज़ात तू ऐ झोर सदके जेड़ो कुल कायनात चलाण आलो अल्लाह की ज़ात तू झोर सदके जेड़ो कुल कायनात चलाण आलो हुक्म उस गे बाजना पतर अल्लाह ओ तेरो मेरो वजूद बनाण आलो 18,000 मखलूक गो ऐ मालिक सुनो रब सुनो जमीन आसमान आलो अर्श फर्श लो कलम महफूज कुर्सी जिया जून ना रिज़क खिलाने आलो दाल दुखांगी गल सो नौरे तमना एक बच्ची मासूम रोलाओ गई है दाल दुखांगी गल सो नौरे तमना एक बच्ची मासूम रोलाओ गई है ओ उसकी मारे गुलनाज है बहुत दुखिया ये मारा सीना माँ बर छिलाओ गई है नाओ बच्ची गो अफसा मैं मूद सोनो रोग उमरा गो सुनी लाओ गई है ओ जिला पुणछ गिरा शिंदरा सोनो अय दुखिया दिलाना अफजारो लाओ गई है दाल दर्द जो दयांगा आई बोत ओ खाए पर बचागी नारे जो दई ओवे दाल दर्द जो दयांगा आई बोत ओ खाए पर बचागी नारे जो दई होवे ओ माना सबर करार फिर नहीं रहा तो दस्ते जिगर की जद जो दई होवे ते बाप उसको मैं मुँह दियो सेन दुखिया अफसा जही बची सिने लाई होवे ओ दुख मुझ जावेद माँ बाप नावे ओ बचा किसे गी नारे जो दई होवे तेरे हो रब गा कर तमाम होए आस्तारा अप्रैल ना खुशी भरपूर होई रे हो रब गा कर तमाम होए आस्तारा अप्रैल ना खुशी भरपूर होई ओ अल्लाह पाक ने दिती एक बच्चियों सोनी अय गुनाह करांगी अर्ज मंजूर होई दिन माँ दाखिल रही महारात अय 10 बजे ऑपरेशन होयो ते टेंशन दूर होई ओ दीती खबर फिर आनी उन डॉक्टरां ने होगी बची पर बड़ी कमजोरी होई सलाह दीती वीर डॉक्टर है कमजोर बची लेगे बीच मशीन रखाओ दीती ऐसला दीती डॉक्टर कम जोर बची लेगे बीच मशीन रखाओ दीती 18-19 तक रखी पुणछ अंदर और पर इकीनर जोरी कराओ दीती ऐ रात 9 बजे मामू ऐ नानी दोए गड्डी तरफ जोरी चलाओ दीती ओ मासा देरी ना लाई ले चल गया ओ 12 बजे जोरी पहुंचाओ दीती किसना चैन सकून फिरे आई उस दिन तो रास्ता बिच डाडा परेशान होया आई किसना चैन सकून फिरे आई उस दिन तो रास्ता बिच डाडा परेशान होया रात 12 बजे जोरी पुजया कि जल्दी डॉक्टरा कोल रवाने होया ऐ डॉक्टर नब्ज तके मुतू ये बोल न सके असली राज तू बे वो हैरान होया ओ अमानत रब की है तम सबर करियो ए आपसा बची गारू वे रवानी होया किसना होश रे ओ सुनी ये खबर जिस दम आया है आप जायमना छोड़ गई है ऐ किसना होश रे ओ सुनी ये खबर जिस दम आया है आप जायमना छोड़ गई है ये एम्बुलेंस करी वापस पुणछ चलना मारी किस्मत अज मुकरे मोड़ गई है आई गुल नाज वाणी अरे ए मान बाकी मेरी खुशी ना किंगा तू रोड़ गई है दाखिल बीच अस्पताल थी पुणछ अंदर हे मांगुल नाज गो दिल क्यों तोड़ गई है अप्रैल 22 ना सुबह गए आई 5 बजे वतन शींदरा पुजे आयान सदके अप्रैल 22 ना सुबह गए 5 बजे वतन शींदरा पुजे आयान सदके माना 10 बजे एम्बुलेंस आने तेरा तकन गाय अफजा अरमान सदके ते कितना दुख था महंगा ऐ काल जामा जाने वाया रब रहमान सदके और वे बाप महमूद परवेज नानी नाले रोवे सजाद यमान सदके ते कफन दफन गो विलोणे यार गयो इना दुकाना उण मीटौरे किसरा कफन दफन गो विलोणे हार गयो इना दुकाना उण मीटौरे किसरा ओ जीता मांगे बचा गो टूर जानो इस शेर बर कलम चनो किसरा ते अच्छा रब वाले हुणे आई छोड़ गई है तीना सिना नालूण लो किसरा सबर या तो नी दिल में याद तेरी रोता दिला ना चुप करूं किसरा फिया मान इना दुखाने ऐ मुकणो नी 4 बजे रे आपका दफनाओ छोड़ी ऐ फिया मान इना दुखाने ऐ मुकणो नी 4 बजे रे आपका दफनाओ छोड़ी वतन पुणच गिरा शिंदराय अंदर ओ सोनी निकी जी कबर बनाओ छोड़ी सबर करियो महमूद गुल नाज दोए मानत रब गी रब ने छुपाओ छोड़ी ओए पिया मान जावे तू इजाजत ले ले जख्म मोड़ी भी क्यों रे दुखाओ छोड़ी